In the next few hours, we are going to learn a lot about the Python programming language with the help of the examples and Python programs as well. While you are watching this video, please make sure that you pause this video and practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different output, and that is how you are going to learn about the Python programming language. You can also watch my other Python tutorial and Python program videos which are available for free on YouTube. The link to those playlists I have given in the description section below. And we are going to cover all the basics about the Python programming language. So let's get started. Python tutorial for beginners. So if you are completely new to programming languages and want to start with the Python programming language, then this video series is for you, and it doesn't matter even if you have learned the other programming languages such as Java, C, C++, and if you are going to learn the Python language for the first time, you can watch these videos so that we can get started from the completely beginner level and we reach up to the intermediate and expert level as we go through the different concepts of the Python programming language. So guys, first of all, we are going to check the environment setup using the Python language, and we are going to use the VS Code as the editor. Now over here VS stands for Visual Studio, and we are going to use the Visual Studio Code editor in order to write our Python programs. Apart from this VS Code setup, we are also going to see how do we write the first Python code and execute it. So guys, basically I have written down the steps to install the VS Code editor and Python interpreter over here. So first of all, we are going to install VS Code using this link that I have already provided in the description section. So when you hit this URL in the browser, this is the page that is going to open from where you can easily download the Visual Studio Code. It depends on your operating system which installer you want to download. You can also download for Windows, Mac OS and Linux systems over here. So it depends on your operating system. Once you have downloaded this and installed the VS Code on your machine, the next step is to install Python extension in VS Code. So guys, once you have installed the Visual Studio Code, this is the get started page that you will see in the Visual Studio Code IDE. So over here, first of all, you are supposed to install the Python extension. So on the left hand side, as you can see, there is an extensions button over here on which you can click, and then this particular section will open. So over here in the search bar, you are supposed to type Python. So once you type Python, there will be list of extensions that will be available for you. So guys, this is the extension that you have to install over here. So as you can see, Python, IntelliSense, PyLens, and this is the description that you can see on the right hand side. So since I have already installed this Python extension on this Visual Studio Code, I am getting this uninstall button, but you will be getting the install button over here if you have not already installed this particular extension. Now guys, this Python extension helps us in order to write the Python programs very efficiently. It allows us to have the code completion feature. Along with this, we can also run the Python code and have the output from within the Visual Studio Code itself. So guys, it is very important extension if you are going to learn Python and want to write the Python programs. Now guys, coming to the next step, we have to install the Python interpreter using this link that I have already provided in the description. So once you open this URL in the browser, over here this is the page that will open for you, and this is the official website of the Python programming language from where you can download the latest version for Windows over here. Since my machine is Windows, I will be downloading this Python, and the latest version is 3.11.1. It might so happen that you are watching this video in the future for which the latest version might be something else. So you can download the latest version of the Python interpreter from here. Apart from this, you can also get the links to the installer if you are using some other operating system over here. So guys, once you have installed Python on your machine, you can quickly open command prompt. So over here in the command prompt, you can simply type py followed by double hyphen characters, and then you provide version, and then when you press enter, as you can see, Python 3.11.1. this is the version of Python that is already installed on my machine. You might have some separate version, but the command will be same in order to check whether the Python is successfully installed on your machine. Now guys, after successful installation, what you have to do is, the last step is to connect this Python interpreter in VS Code. So we select the Python interpreter in VS Code. So over here, you have to come on this settings on the bottom left, and then over here you can see the command palette. You can also have the shortcut key as Control plus Shift plus P if you're using the keyboard keys. And then when you click on this, on the search bar you have to type Python and then colon, and then we have select interpreter. So as you can see, this is the option, and when you click on this, As you can see, this Python 3.11.1 is getting displayed over here, which you are supposed to select in order to select the Python interpreter. Now guys, what we are doing over here is we are connecting this Python interpreter with this Visual Studio Code so that whenever we write the Python code, our program gets executed successfully on the VS Code itself. Now guys, it might so happen that you don't get this option. That's because you have installed Python after installing VS Code. So you can simply restart this VS Code in order to get this option over here. And once you select this option, you are ready in order to write the Python programs in the VS Code IDE. So guys, just by using these 4 steps of installation, you can quickly get started in order to write the Python programs in the VS Code. And all the steps have been documented in this official documentation of the Visual Studio website. So you can check the content of this documentation as well. The link I have given in the description already. Now guys, we are going to write the first code in Python. So what we are going to do is we are just going to close these tabs over here and we are going to open this Explorer. Over here it is saying no folder opened initially. So what you can do is you can create the folder initially in order to organize all your Python programs. So basically I am going to just create a new folder over here and I am going to say Python. So this is the name of the folder and then I'll select this folder over here. So as you can see, a new folder that is Python has been created. Now you can write Python programs inside this Python folder. You can have any other folder in any of the directories. It depends on you where you want to store the Python codes that you will be writing from now on. So what we will be doing is, as you can see, this is the icon. It says new file. So we will be clicking on this new file and let's say I provide the name of the Python program as Python followed by underscore and then we have code followed by dot, we have py. So guys, this is very important that after typing the name of the file, we have to append it with .py. This is the extension of the Python program and this extension will help the VS Code in order to interpret that this is the Python code and it should execute this code using the Python interpreter. So guys, I am going to press enter over here and once we press enter, this Python code.py, it is going to open automatically over here. Now simply we can print some content in our Python program as the first code in Python. So over here we have something called as print statement. As you can see, once we type print, it is auto suggesting us what are the different keywords that we can use. So when we press enter over here, this print gets selected automatically. Now inside the open and close parenthesis, what we are supposed to do is we can type one particular statement, that is the name of the YouTube channel, that is Programming for Beginners, which you should definitely subscribe. So this is a string, that is a statement that we have given over here, and this is the very simple Python program that we can write. And what this will do is it will simply print this content, that is Programming for Beginners, on the console. So guys, over here you have to come on file and then you can click on save, or else you can use the Ctrl+S on the keyboard in order to save the file, which I am going to do in the upcoming videos as well. So first of all, you save this file and simply you have to come on this top right corner over here. You can see this Run Python File button over here. So when you click on this Run Python File, the terminal will open and it will execute this file, that is Python code.py, that we have simply created over here. And as you can see, Programming for Beginners string is getting printed. So guys, in this way we have written the very first code in the Python, and using the print statement we have printed the Programming for Beginners. We can print any other statement over here as well. So let's say I'll provide this as a statement. And then when we save this file and try running this code once again, as you can see, this is a statement is getting printed over here on the terminal. So guys, this is the way we can easily set up our Python interpreter along with the editor, that is Visual Studio Code. You can use any other editor that you want, such as you can simply use the Notepad file as well, but you will not get such strong features which are provided by the Visual Studio Code in the Notepad file. Apart from that, you can also use Notepad++, or we have a very popular IDE, that is PyCharm, and apart from that we have many other editors that you can use, but VS Code is one of the lightweight editors that you can use when you are writing the Python programs. Python keywords and identifiers. So guys, keywords are nothing but these are the reserved words in Python. So basically these are the words that we cannot use as the identifiers. Now what are identifiers? These are nothing but these are the names that are given to variables, functions, classes, and many other objects that we are going to see in the upcoming videos as well. So guys, for examples, as you can see over here, the examples for keywords are true, and then we have false, if condition, else condition, elif. So guys, these are certain keywords that you must be aware if you have already learned some other programming language, and if not, then you don't have to worry, but we are going to learn about these keywords in the upcoming videos as well. You just need to know that these are certain keywords which cannot be used anywhere else apart from their own functionalities. So guys, over here, in order to make it more easy for you, I have the list of all the Python keywords over here. As you can see, false, none, true, and many other keywords are present that have specific functionality as far as Python programming language is concerned, and you cannot use them apart from their own functionality where they are supposed to be used. Now apart from this, what are the examples of the identifiers? As you can see, message, this is a particular name that we have given to a string. Another example is language, which can define another language such as a Korean language or the Hindi language, English language, or Spanish or French language, or any other language which can be defined using this variable. We also have other identifiers such as number, count. So this is nothing but these are certain names that are given to a particular variable. So we should not mix up between the keywords and identifiers whenever we are writing the Python programs. So guys, let us check this with the help of some examples over here. So as you can see in this ID, we have the output of the previous example that we have executed. So simply we can type CLS, that is the command, in order to clear the content of the terminal over here. When we press enter, the entire terminal is cleared. And then what we will do is, as you can see, previously we had written a print statement, and inside this we had given the content that this is a statement. What we can do is, this value can be assigned to another variable which is called as the identifier. So I will just remove this line over here, and before this what I will do is, let's say I provide str as the identifier name followed by equal to, and then in between the double quotes I am supposed to provide the string, that is, this is a statement that we had printed over here using the print statement. And then what we can do is, in this print, inside the open and close parenthesis over here, we can simply provide this str, which is the identifier. So guys, what exactly is happening over here is, we have provided the content that we want to print, and we have stored that content in a particular identifier. So this is called a identifier over here, that is str, which is nothing but a name over here which is given to this particular value, and we can simply provide this name, that is str over here. And when we save this file and try running this code now, so as you can see, this is a statement is getting printed. So it doesn't matter what content is provided over here, we can provide some other statement as well, like programming for beginners, which is the name of the YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe if you have not subscribed it already. So when we save this file and try running this code, as you can see, programming for beginners is getting printed now. So it depends on what value is being stored in this particular variable, which is also called as identifier. We can give any name to this identifier. Let's say instead of str, we can simply give statement as the name of this variable, but we have to change it in the print statement as well. So I'll just copy this statement variable and paste this over here. So guys, this is nothing but identifier. It is also called as a variable since we are storing some particular value inside this variable. I click on save, and when I run this code once again it is printing the same content, that is programming for beginners. So guys, this is one example of identifier, and in similar way we can have any other name to the identifier, and along with that we are supposed to provide the value. Now apart from that, can we use the keywords as the variable names? So let us check this. So let's say if I provide if keyword over here, so instead of this statement over here I provide if, and then let's say if I print this if, so what will happen? Let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, it is providing the syntax error, that is invalid syntax, and we can see if equal to, so over here it is pointing out. So as I have already told you, we cannot use keywords as the identifier since they have their own meaning as far as Python programs are concerned. So we need to avoid the keywords being used as the identifiers, and we should give some other names apart from all these keywords that are being displayed over here, which we are going to learn in the upcoming videos as well. Guys, it will only come with practice that you will come to know that which are the Python keywords and which you are not supposed to use as the identifiers. So no need to worry, you just stick with me till the end of this video series and we are going to learn a lot about the Python programs. Now there are certain rules while naming the identifiers. So as you can see, identifiers cannot be a keyword, which we have just proved by providing the if keyword over here. And then apart from that, identifiers are case sensitive. So guys, these are two different identifiers. Let's say I provide str over here, which is one identifier. We can simply print this using the print statement over here. And then let's say we have another identifier as str. So over here we can have a different statement. So let's say I simply provide the string over here. So what will happen is, if I save this file and try running this code now, it is saying programming for beginners, but str and str, both the identifiers are same. The only difference is these characters are uppercase characters, whereas this str has lowercase characters. But when we provide this str over here in the print statement, let me just save this file and try running this code. As you can see, this time string is getting printed. That's because we have saved the string in this particular identifier, that is capital STR. So guys, this proves that identifiers are case sensitive and you have to take caution while you are naming your identifiers over here. Apart from that, it can have a sequence of letters and digits as well. However, it must begin with a letter or a underscore. The first letter of an identifier cannot be a digit. So basically we are supposed to start with the letter, or it can also be a underscore over here. And then white spaces are not allowed, and apart from that we cannot use special symbols like exclamation mark, @ hashtag and $sign and so on. So there are certain special characters which cannot be used while you are naming your identifiers. So Python variables, constants and literals. So guys, what are Python variables? So in programming, a variable is a container, that is a storage area to hold data. So as we have seen previously, a number is a variable and we can provide the value, that is 10. So previously we had seen a string variable in which we had stored some statement, whereas we can also have the integer values being stored in the variables. So over here, if we move to our Visual Studio Code, so we can simply type number, that is the variable name, which can be assigned a value, so equal to 10. So this is nothing but an integer value being assigned to a variable which is named as a number. We can also have the string. So let's say programming for beginners. So we have programming for beginners as the string over here, which can be assigned to a variable, and the variable name can be given as str, or it can be also given as message, or any other name that you want to give while writing your Python program. So guys, these are nothing but variables which can be used later on in the program. Basically their functionality is to store some values. So in this case, number is storing the value, that is 10, and this str variable is storing the value, that is programming for beginners string. Now guys, it is very important to note that Python is a type inferred language, so you don't have to explicitly define the variable type. It automatically knows that 10 is an integer and declares the number variable as the integer. So guys, basically it depends on the value that we are providing. So just because you are typing number as the name of the variable, it doesn't mean that it has to be necessarily having the integer value. You can also have the string value as well. So when I copy this and paste this over here, the number will have programming for beginners. But guys, this doesn't make any sense over here, but programmatically this is also possible. That's because we don't have to provide any data type over here in the Python programs. So whatever the value is, data type will be given to that particular variable based on the value that is being provided to the variable. This is very important point as far as Python programs are concerned. In other programming languages such as Java or C++, we have a very strict data type that needs to be provided before we provide our variable names over here. And guys, this is also one of the advantages of using the Python program. It allows us to write the code quickly compared to other programming languages. Now guys, moving forward, what is the Python constant? So basically a constant is a special type of variable whose value cannot be changed. So for example, as you can see, the pi value is 3.14. So over here guys, before defining the constant variable, what we can do is, if we simply print this variable over here, that is print followed by number that is being given inside the parenthesis. I'll save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, programming for beginners is getting printed. That's because the value is given as programming for beginners. Let's say I provide the integer, that is 20 over here, and then when I save this file and try running this code now, the number should have the value that is 20, and that is what should be printed. So as you can see, when we run this code, 20 is getting printed over here. So whatever value is being stored and whichever variable we want to print, the content of that variable will be printed. Now coming to the constants that we have just defined. So in Python, let's say if you provide pi equal to 3.14 over here. So instead of this number, we provide pi, it is equal to 3.14. I'll just remove this line of code and then simply I'll provide pi over here. So what will happen is it will display this value, that is 3.14. I'll save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, 3.14 is getting printed. But guys, what is the use of this constant? Basically, we are saying that pi is constant over here. That's because using this nomenclature, that is the constant variable must have all the characters as the uppercase. So this can define that it is a constant over here, but is it actually a constant? No, in this case, since again we can use pi over here and we can provide some other values as well, such as 5.15 over here. So when I save this file and try running this code now, it is saying now that pi is having 5.15, which is the latest value. So guys, there is no concept of Python constants over here right now, but what we can do is we can save this value in some other file. So let's say I create another file over here and name it as constant followed by the extension, that is .py over here. When we press enter, we can simply provide this statement, that is pi equal to 3.14. I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So we have provided pi equal to 3.14. Now what we can do is, coming to this Python code, what we can do is we can use the import keyword. Now guys, this import keyword is used in order to import some other Python files into this file so that we can use the content of that other Python files over here. So we are going to import this constant.py in our Python code program. So import, we can say constant over here. So when we type constant, as you can see, constant is getting auto suggested over here. That's the very important feature of the IntelliSense, which is included in the Python extension that we had installed. So we provide constant over here, and what we have to do is, while printing, we can simply provide this constant over here, that is constant followed by dot, and then as you can see, pi is getting auto suggested. That's because we had defined pi over here. So we simply have to provide pi. So what will happen is it will print the value of the pi. So when we save this file and try running this code now, once again it says module constant has no attribute pi. So guys, that may be because we have not saved this file, that is constant. Let me come over here and save this file over here once again, and I'll go to this Python code and then run this file once again. So as you can see now, 3.14 is getting displayed. So guys, if you want to use some constant values, you can have a separate file, that is constant.py, in which you can store all the constant variables. Let's say we have another variable over here, that is str, and then we provide string as the value. So this str can also be treated as a constant, for which the values never change while we are executing the code. I'll save this file over here, and let's say if I want to print the string as well, so I'll copy this line of code, paste this over here, and instead of pi, we will provide str now. So we provide constant.py and constant.str also. So when we save this file and try running this code now, we get both the things, that is 3.14, we get the string value as well. So if you want to use the constants in Python, you can have a separate file. All of the constants can be defined over there, and then you can import that constant file and use the various variables that you have defined as constant in order to write your Python programs. So guys, moving forward over here, what are Python literals? Literals are representations of fixed values in a program. They can be numbers, characters, or strings, etc. For example, hello world is one of the literal, then 12 is another literal, 23.0, and then C character, true, false, etc. So guys, literals are nothing but these values. So basically this value, it is a literal. This particular name that we have given is the identifier, or also called as variable, but in this case it is a constant. Now this variable becomes constant when the value cannot be changed, but we can change this anytime in this code, but not over here. An identifier can be a constant when we don't want to change its value anytime in our Python program. And again, this string value inside the double quotes, it is a literal. Python data types, in which numeric, string, list, tuple, set are included. So guys, these are the different data types that we can see in this video and the upcoming videos as well. So basically in computer programming, data types specify the type of data that can be stored inside a variable. So for example, number, it is equal to 24. So 24 value belongs to the numeric data type and this is the integer value. Inside the numeric data type, we have many other data types such as integer value. Then we have float value as well, in which there is a decimal point. We have a complex value as well, in which, as you can see, this expression, that is 1 plus 2j, this is a complex expression. So all these are having numeric data types over here. So number over here is a numeric data type or the integer. As you can see, 24 is the value. If it was 24.5, then we would say that number variable is of float data type. So guys, let us check this with the help of example. What we can do is we can simply copy these lines of code over here. I'll copy this and we'll paste this over here. Now what we will do is this constant.py that we had created previously, I'll just remove from our Python folder over here since it is no longer needed, and we will simply keep Python code.py where we are going to write all the programs over here. So guys, over here I'll simply replace the content of this file by this content. I'll save this file, and over here in the terminal I'll simply clear the screen. So as you can see, num1, it is defined as 5, which is the integer that is being assigned to num1. So the data type over here will be the integer data type, and using this print statement, what we are doing is we are using this num1 and then followed by comma is of type, which means num1 will be printed, that is 5 will be printed, and then we will have is of type string being printed, and then type, this is another method that is being used in order to get the type of a variable. So as you can see, this is the syntax that first we provide type and then followed by open and close parenthesis, and over here inside this we have num1, that is the variable name. Guys, similarly we have provided num2 as 2.0, and the same thing we are doing, that is we are finding the type over here, and then in the num3 as well we are getting the type of this num3 variable. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 5 is of type class int, so this is of the integer data type. 2.0, since it is having the decimal over here, it is saying it is of type float over here, and 1 plus 2j, it is of type complex over here. So these are all numeric data types, and inside the numeric data types, these are described as integer, float and complex values. Now apart from this guys, we have other data types as well, such as string that we had seen previously. We have list as well, tuple and set. So guys, let us check this one at a time. So over here what we will do is simply I'll provide str, and then I provide the str value as programming for beginners. So what we will do over here is we want to find the type of this str variable. So what we can do is we can simply have the print statement followed by open and close parenthesis, and we can simply have the type function. So guys, as you can see, type is being auto suggested over here. We will select this, and inside the open and close parenthesis we will use this variable. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, that is str, and then when we save this file and try running this code now, as you can see, class, that is str, is getting printed over here. We can also have some string value over here, that is first of all we are going to type str, that is the value of this str, and then followed by comma, and then we can simply have is of type inside the single quotes over here. Guys, it is very important that whenever you want to type certain characters, we should either have it inside the single quotes or double quotes, as we have seen over here. And then when we save this file and try running this code, it will show us the data type of this string with a more sensible statement. So as you can see, programming for beginners, this is the string value that we have given, and then is of type. Now this is of type we have provided over here, and then this type function, that is str, it is returning the type of this str variable, which is class str over here. So this is of string data type. Now guys, this str over here, it stands for string and not the name of this variable. If I provide here something else, then it will be more sensible. So let's say if I provide statement over here as the name, I'll copy this and paste this over here, and when we run this code once again, so as you can see, it says class str is of type class str. So since we have not replaced this str with the statement, that is why we are not getting it properly. I'll run this code once again now. So as you can see, programming for beginners, which is the value of this statement variable over here, and then is of type, and then we have class str over here. Now apart from this, we have other data types as well, such as list, which can be defined as the square brackets. So what we have to do is, let's say I provide list1 as the name of the variable, and then equal to, now guys, list is nothing but it is a data type that have collection of elements. So over here, let's say we have collection of strings. So let's say we have collection of fruits over here. So the first fruit is apple, followed by comma, and then again we have double quotes, and then we have mango. So all the elements are being separated using the comma over here, as you can see. And then let's say we have banana over here as the third fruit. So what we can do is we can simply have print statement over here, and then we can have type of this list1. So I'll say list1 over here. When we save this file and try running this code now, as you can see, class list is getting printed. So this is of data type, that is list over here. Similarly, we have tuple and set as well, which we are going to see in the upcoming videos. What are the different contents of these data types and how do we use them and when do we use them? So guys, for now you just need to remember that whatever value that we provide to a particular variable, automatically that data type will be assigned to that particular variable. Python type conversion. Basically, we are going to learn about converting data types of variables. So type conversion is the process of converting data of one type to another. So for example, converting string data to integer. So guys, it can so happen that you have got a number in the form of a string, and before you add it to another number, you need to convert that string data type to the integer data type. So how do we do that? By using the Python type conversion. So basically there are two types of type conversion in the Python. The implicit conversion, which is automatically done. So this is automatic type conversion. So basically when this automatic type conversion happens is whenever you are converting from a data type that is of small size to the larger size. Let's say integer data type, it takes 4 bytes as the memory, but the float, it takes 8 bytes as the memory. So what will happen is over here, whenever you are going to add integer along with the float, the result will be stored in the float itself. That's because you are going from the integer that is having the lower size to the float data type which is having the larger size over here. So guys, in that case, automatic type conversion happens in order to avoid the data loss. And there is another type of conversion, that is explicit conversion, in which you have to convert the data types manually. So this is also called manual type conversion. So guys, over here what you have to do is you have to typecast from one data type to another. So we will check that with the help of examples as well. So first of all, we will check the implicit conversion. So as you can see, this is the example, that is example 1. We have the integer number as 123, but the float number is 1.23. So this float number is having decimal, but this integer number is not having decimal. And then the new number, which is going to add both the numbers, that is integer number and the float number. But guys, this is the integer and this is the float. So what should be the result? Let us check this with the help of our Python code execution. So I'll just copy these lines of code over here and then I'll paste this over here. Guys, what I will do is I'll simply hide this section, which is the Explorer section, because we are going to write all the programs in the same file over here. So when we save this file and then when we try running this code, nothing will happen, guys. That's because what we have done is we have initialized the integer number, we have initialized the float number as well, and what we are doing is we are just adding both the numbers and we are assigning the result in the new number, but we are not printing anything. So we are supposed to print something over here. What we will do is we will print, and first of all, what do we print? Let us say we want to find the type of this variable, that is new number. So we can simply provide type function, and then inside this we will provide the new number over here, that is the name of the variable. And then what we will be doing is we will print the value of this new number. So we will simply have another print statement and we will say new number over here. So first of all, we will get the type, so that we will come to know what data type is being assigned to this new number. That's because we are adding an integer number and the float number together. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, class float. So this proves that float is being stored over here in the new number. That's because when we add an integer and the float number, the highest data type, that is the float number, will be assigned to this result number, that is the new number over here. So that is why type of new number is being displayed as float. And what will be the result of this addition? 123 plus 1.23, it is giving us the result as 124.23, which is being displayed by using this line of code over here. wherein we are printing this new number variable. The value of this new number will be displayed. Now guys, coming to next example, as you can see example 2, we have the number string, but this is of the string data type. Why so? Because we have provided this number inside the single quotes over here. As I have told you, whenever we are providing the single quote or the double quote, the value inside those quotes are treated as the string, and then we have another variable that is num integer, and this is the simple number. So this number is going to be treated as an integer. But what happens when we add both these numbers over here, that is new integer, since this is the integer type, so nothing will happen over here, but num string, so basically this is of the string data type, and we cannot add a string to the integer. We are using the plus operator in order to add the two numbers over here, since num integer is a number over here. So guys, let us check what happens. I'll just copy these lines of code and paste this over here, and what we will do is we will simply print the value of this num sum. So over here we have num underscore sum over here, that is the result variable. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, it is giving us some error. Num sum it is equal to, so this expression is being printed over here, and we are getting the message as type error, unsupported operand type for plus, that is integer and string. So what it is saying is this plus operator, it is having unsupported operands. Now what are the unsupported operands? The first operand is integer, which it is showing over here as int, and the second one is str, which is string over here. So guys, what we are supposed to do is we are supposed to convert this string to the integer. This num integer is already of the integer data type, but this num string is not of the integer data type, and that is why we are getting this error. So guys, how do we convert this num string to the integer data type? We simply have to provide this variable, that is num string, inside the open and close parenthesis, and before this parenthesis we simply have to provide the data type to which we need to convert this num string to, that is the integer. So we simply provide int, that is the integer data type. So as you can see, this is the format. We have first enclosed this variable, that is num string, inside the open and close parenthesis, and then we have provided int before this open parenthesis over here, and this is how this num string will be converted to the integer data type. So the value will be 12 over here, and this num integer is having the value as 23, which is again the integer, and the sum will be stored in this num sum. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 35 is being displayed over here because 23 plus 12 is 35, and that is what we are getting over here. So guys, this is the manual type conversion. So whenever we are coming from a data type that is having the high memory to a low memory, such as the string to the integer, we are supposed to do a manual type conversion, and that is what we have done over here. So guys, these were the two examples as far as automatic and manual type conversions are concerned, which are also called implicit and explicit conversion. Wherever possible, Python will automatically convert the data types of the variables, but wherever it is not possible, it will give you the warning at least, or else it will give you the error while you are running your Python program. So basic input and output in Python programming. So guys, in this tutorial we will learn simple ways to display output to the users and take input from users in Python with the help of examples. Now guys, as we have seen previously, in Python we can simply use the print function to print the output. So let us check this with the help of example over here. So I simply want to print a statement. So let's say I want to print programming for beginners. That is the name of this YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe if you have not subscribed it yet. So once we provide the string inside the double quotes, we can simply save this file and try running this code now. So on the terminal we will be able to see this string getting printed, that is programming for beginners. I have missed out an O character over here, so this is the correct string. So programming for beginners is the string that we want to print, and that is what we have got over here in the terminal. Now guys, even with this print function over here, this is a function and it takes certain parameters. So parameters are nothing but certain values that you can provide to the function. So as you can see, the actual syntax of the print function accepts 5 parameters. So basically we have only provided one parameter over here. This can be treated as a parameter, that is the value that we want to print. Now apart from this, we also have other parameters as well. So object is the parameter, which is nothing but the value to be printed. Apart from that, we have separator, then we have have AND parameter, file, and then flush parameter. So these are the 5 parameters and these are the descriptions of each and every parameter. So over here the separator, which is an optional parameter, since we have not provided any separator over here, it allows us to separate multiple objects inside print. So let's say after this string, I want to provide another number over here. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4 is the number that I want to provide. Now I want these objects, that is one is programming for beginners, which is a string, and another object that is a number to be separated using commas. So what we will do is, after providing comma, we will use the SCP, that is another parameter. As you can see, VS Code is providing us the auto completion feature over here. So we just need to select that, and then we need to provide single quotes, and inside this we provide comma followed by the space character. So guys, what will happen is all the objects will be separated by using this comma and the space character over here. It depends on your requirement how many objects you want to provide inside this print statement. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, programming for beginners, and then we have this comma followed by the space character, and then we have this 1, 2, 3, 4 object being printed over here. We can have another object. So let's say I provide another string, that is another statement over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So we are getting an error, invalid syntax, perhaps you forgot a comma. So basically after providing each and every object, we have to separate it using the comma over here. And then let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, programming for beginners followed by comma, and then we have space characters, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Again we have comma and then space character, and then we have another statement. So guys, in this way we can use the separator parameter as well in order to separate the different objects inside the print function. Now going to next parameter, which is AND over here, which is again optional. By default it is the /n character, in which case the control flow goes to the next line whenever there is another object that is getting printed over here. So as you can see, it allows us to add specific values like new line or tab character. So guys, let's say we have this print function over here. I'll just remove this part of the line over here, and let's say I have another print function, in which case I am providing another statement. So let's say we have another statement over here. So guys, what will happen is, by default this AND parameter is having the /n character, which means the control flow should go to the new line whenever there is a next print statement that is encountered. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, programming for beginner string is getting printed in first line, and on the second line another statement is getting printed. Now what if we want both these statements to be printed on the same line, but they are present in the different print function? So what we will have to do is, in the first print function I will provide a comma over here, and then we have the AND parameter. So as you can see, this AND parameter we have to select, and then inside the double quotes I'll simply provide the full stop followed by the space character. So guys, what is happening over here is, after the string is getting printed, at the end of the line we are providing this full stop and then followed by the space character, and then whenever there is a next string that is encountered by the control flow, it will get printed on this same line. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, programming for beginners, and then we have a full stop, and then we have the space character as well, and then we have another statement that is getting printed. So guys, we can also use this AND parameter if we want multiple print functions to be used, but all the objects need to be printed on the same line. The other two parameters are file, which is again optional, where the values are printed. So basically by default the values are printed on the screen, and that is why its default value is system.stdout, which means it should print on the screen. You can also provide some file path over here so that the content can be written in the file. Apart from that, we also have the flush, which is again an optional parameter. It is a boolean specifying if the output is flushed or buffered. So by default it is having the false value. So guys, these two parameters you can practice on your own as a homework for you. Apart from that guys, it is very important that how do you take input from the user in Python programming. So basically while programming, we might want to take the input from the user. In Python we can use the input function. So as you can see, we have a variable over here, or we can say identifier. It is equal to, we have used the input function. So guys, this input function, it will take a parameter which will be kind of a label which will be printed on the screen for the user as a instruction. So we are asking the user to enter a number, and the number that will be entered by the user will be stored in this num variable over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now. I'll just remove these lines of code. So what we have to do is, let's say we provide the number variable, it is equal to, we have to use the input function. As you can see, this is the function that is being suggested by the VS Code over here, and then using the open and close parenthesis, inside this we have to provide a string inside the double quotes. So we can simply provide enter a number. Now this is an instruction to the user to enter the number. Now guys, what we can do is we can print this number now. We can easily print this by using a string. So let's say we provide the string over here, that is entered number is, and then followed by colon, and then after this object we have to provide a comma, and then we can provide the number variable to be printed. So we have provided the number variable over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, it is asking the user over here to enter a number. So what I will provide is, simply I will provide 10 as the number, and then when I press enter, as you can see, entered number is 10. So this string is getting printed along with the number that is being entered by the user. Now guys, it is very important to note that whenever we are using this input function, the input that is taken by the user will be of the type string over here. So if we print the type of this number variable over here, let me just do that. So we simply provide data type of number colon, and then what we have to do is, after comma we have to use the type function, and inside this function we have to provide the number variable. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. Enter a number. So let's say I provide 10 as the number. As you can see, entered number is 10, and after this data type of number, it is class string. So this is of string data type. So whatever input is being taken from the user, it will be stored as a string. So what we have to do is we have to convert it into a number. Now since this is a string, we cannot add another number to this particular number. So let's say if we try to add some another number over here, so we simply do number plus 5 over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So when we provide 10 as the number, when I press enter, as you can see, it says can only concatenate string, not int. That's because we are trying to concatenate a string with a number over here, that is the integer. So what we have to do is we have to convert this input into an integer. So we can simply provide int over here, and then the entire input function needs to be enclosed within the open and close parenthesis. So guys, this we had seen previously as well. This is the explicit type conversion over here, which is the manual type conversion, in which we are converting the string data type to the integer data type. And now we will have the integer over here, which can simply be added with another integer. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, enter a number. This time let's say I provide 15 as the number, and then when I press enter, as you can see, entered number is, so what is happening is this number, that is 15, was taken, and then 5 was added to this number, and that is why 15 plus 5 is 20, and this number is getting printed over here. And you can see this data type of number, now it is of the type integer. That's because we have used the type conversion over here. So guys, this is the way you can take input from the user. Make sure that whenever you're using the input function, the data that is being entered by the user is of the type string, and you need to convert it into the appropriate data type before you can use the other operators. Arithmetic operators in Python programming. So guys, arithmetic operators are used to perform mathematical operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and many other operations which can be done using the integers or the numbers in Python. So guys, for example, let's say we provide the print function over here, and inside this function we provide 5 plus 6 as the parameter. So what will happen is the plus operator is being used over here in order to add these two numbers, that is 5 and 6, and the result, that is 11, will be printed. So let us quickly check this with the help of example over here. So what we will do is we will use the print function, and inside this parenthesis we will simply provide 5 plus 6 over here. And when we just save this file and try running this code now, so as you can see, 11 is getting printed. So guys, what we have done over here is we have simply used the plus operator in order to add two numbers. We can also do this by using the variables as well. So let's say we provide num1, it is equal to 10, and let's say we provide num2, it is equal to 20, and then let's say I provide sum, it is equal to num1 plus num2. 2 over here. So guys, basically once again we have used this plus operator in order to add two numbers, that is num1 and num2, for which the values are 10 and 20 respectively, and the result will be stored in this sum, and when we provide this sum inside the print statement we will get that result. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 30 is getting printed, that is the sum of 10 plus 20 over here. So guys, this is one of the arithmetic operator, that is plus is being used in order to add the two numbers. Apart from this addition, we have other operators as well. As you can see, subtraction we have, in which the two numbers can be subtracted. So over here 4 minus 2, it is equal to 2. So over here minus operator is being used. We have multiplication as well, in which multiply operator is used in order to multiply two numbers. We have division as well in order to divide the two numbers. So as you can see, 4 divided by 2, it is equal to 2. So we are getting the quotient over here, and we have the modulo operator as well, which can be used by using this percent operator. So guys, what happens is 5% 2, what this will do is it will divide the number on the left hand side, that is 5, by the number on right hand side, that is 2. So 5 divided by 2, it will give us the quotient as 2, but the remainder will be 1, and we will be getting the remainder of this operation, that is 1 over here. And similarly we have power operator as well. So as we can see, 4 and then 2 times multiplication symbol over here, which is the power symbol, and then 2, which means 4 multiplied by 4 will be done, which is equal to 16. So basically this is nothing but the square of the number. In this case it is the square of this number, that is 4. So guys, let us check all these operators with the help of examples over here. So what we will do is, first of all we will print and add two numbers. So let's say we provide 10 as first number and 20 as the second number. So this is the addition of two numbers. Let's say we want to subtract two numbers over here, and the two numbers are, let's say 20 and then minus, what we do is we will minus 15 over here. Let's say the third expression is multiplication, so I will simply provide 5 as the number multiplied by 7 as another number. The next operator is the divide operator. So let's say I provide the print statement over here, and we provide 50 as one number divided by 10 as another number, and then we have another print statement. Let's say we want to find the remainder after dividing two numbers. So let's say 40 is one number, and then we provide percentage sign, and then we provide 15 as the second number. And then the last operator, that is the power operator, I simply provide 5 as the number and then 2 times multiplication over here, which means power, and then I provide 2 as the second number. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code. We will check the results of all these operations over here. So as you can see, the first print statement, that is 10 plus 20, it is providing us 30 as the result, and this is the correct result over here. 20 minus 15 should be 5, and that is what we are getting over here as 5, and then 5 multiplied by 7, it is equal to 35, and we are getting 35 over here. Then 50 divided by 10 should give us the quotient, that is 5, and we are getting 5.0 over here. And then 40% 15, which means 40 is divided by 15, and then what is the remainder is getting returned to this print function, and 10 is getting returned. Why? 40 divided by 15, the quotient will be 2, that is 15 multiplied by 2 is 30, but the remaining number will be 10, which will be the remainder, and that is what we are getting over here as the 10 as the remainder. And then 5 power 2, which means 5 multiplied by 5 is done over here, and 5 multiplied by 5 is 25, and that is what we are getting over here. So guys, these are certain arithmetic operators that you can use, which include addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and then finding the remainder of the two numbers by dividing them, and then we can also find the power of the number. So guys, you can use them based on your requirements. Assignment operators in Python programming. So guys, the assignment operators are used to assign values to variables. So as you can see in this example, the number variable is assigned the value, that is 5. So this is the assignment operator, that is equal to over here. Apart from that, we have other operators as well. So as you can see, this is the assignment operator that is used in order to assign some value to a particular variable. We also have addition assignment, in which we use the plus operator first, followed by the equal to symbol. So guys, what exactly happens over here is, let's say if we provide this expression over here, that is a, and then followed by plus symbol, and then equal to operator, and then followed by this value, that is 1. So this is nothing but it is the expression, that is a equal to a plus 1. So basically 1 is getting added to this variable, that is a, and then it is getting stored in this same variable, that is a. So guys, let us check this with the help of example over here. So first of all, I will provide the number variable and we will provide a value that is 5 over here. So this is a simple assignment operator. We can simply use the print function in order to print this number. So when we provide number as the parameter to this print function, and when we just save this file and try running this code now, so as you can see on the terminal, 5 is getting printed. That is the value of this number. Now let's say we want to add 10 to this number. So we can do this in two ways. So first of all, we can simply use the plus operator that we had seen previously. So number equal to number followed by plus operator and then 10. So guys, this is one of the arithmetic operators that we had seen previously that is used in order to add two numbers. So number plus 10, in this case it will be 5 plus 10, that is 15, and 15 will get assigned to this number and it will be printed by using this line of code over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 15 is getting printed. Now guys, there is another way in order to add this 10 to this number. So we will simply remove this part of the code over here, and then what we have to do is we have to provide number followed by plus operator and then equal to operator and then the number that we want to add to this number, that is 10. So guys, what is happening over here is this is the shorthand method for the same expression that we had written previously. So it is equal to number plus 10. So guys, this is the expression that is working over here behind the scenes, and 10 is getting added to this number and the result is getting stored in this number variable itself. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 15 is getting printed over here. Guys, this is nothing but a comment that we have provided. I can just remove this part over here, and let's say I want to add 15 now. So we provide 15 as the number. So 5 plus 15 should be 20. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 20 is getting printed, and this is how we can use one of the assignment operators in order to add two numbers. Let us move to another assignment operator. We have the subtraction assignment as well, in which case we have to use minus operator followed by equal to symbol, in which case this expression will get computed, that is a, it is equal to a minus 3 in this case when we provide a minus operator followed by equal to operator and then 3. Similarly, we have multiplication assignment in which multiply and equal to are used in combination. We have division assignment as well, in which case divide and equal to is used. Remainder assignment, in which case this percent sign is used along with the equal to symbol, and exponent assignment as well, in which case the 2 times multiplication symbol is used and then equal to operator is used in order to compute the power of the numbers. So guys, let us check the remaining assignment operators with the help of examples over here. So what we have to do is the number variable is already 5, and to this number we can simply change the assignment operators. So let's say I want to subtract some number over here. So what we will do is number then minus equal to operator. Let's say I want to remove 2 from this number. So it is nothing but 5 minus 2, in which case the answer should be 3. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 3 is getting printed. If I want to multiply this number, so I'll simply replace this minus by multiplication symbol, and let's say I provide 4 over here as the number. So this should be 5 multiplied by 4. Let us check what will be the result. So 5 multiplied by 4 is 20 in this case. Let's say I want to use the divide operator. So we can simply use the divide and then equal to symbol. And let's say I provide the number over here as 3. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So 5 divided by 3 will give us 1.66 as the result, and that is what we are getting over here. Now guys, similarly, let's say I want to find the remainder while we divide 5 by 3 over here. So we simply have to replace this divide operator by the percent operator over here, and let me just save this file and try running this code now. So 5 divided by 3, the quotient will be 1 in this case and the remainder will be 2 in case we don't want the decimal output over here. So 2 is the remainder and that is what we are getting over here. And the last operator, that is the exponent operator over here. So we simply provide the multiplication symbol 2 times and then equal to operator, and then let's say we provide 2 over here. So this is nothing but 5 multiplied by 5, that is the square of the number, that is 5. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. so it is 25 over here. If we provide this as 3, so what will happen is 5 will be multiplied by the same number, that is 5, 3 times over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 5 multiplied by 5 is 25, and then 25 multiplied by 5 again will give us 125 as the result. And guys, this is how we can use the assignment operators based on our requirements as the shorthand methods in order to carry out the mathematical operations on the numbers. Comparison operators in Python programming. So guys, the comparison operators compare two values or the variables and return a boolean result that can be a true or a false value. So let's say, for example, as you can see, we have two variables over here, that is a is equal to 3 and b is equal to 5. So when we print this statement and inside this we have a comparison operator, that is greater than operator over here, that is a greater than b. So what is happening behind the scenes is there is a check whether this variable, that is a, is it greater than b. So if we see 3 is not greater than 5 over here, in which case the return value will be false over here. But in case when the value of a is greater than b, then this particular expression that a is greater than b will return us true value. So guys, let us check this with the help of example over here. So let's say we have the variable a, it is equal to 3, and the variable b, it is equal to 5. And then when we have this comparison operator over here, we use the print statement, we say a greater than b. So guys, this particular operator is the greater than symbol over here, which can be treated as the comparison operator in order to compare the two variables or the two numbers as well. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting false as the result. That's because the value of a is 3 and the value of b is 5, in which case a is not greater than b, and that is why we are getting false over here. Guys, similarly we have other comparison operators as well. As you can see, we have is equal to. So basically 3 equal to 5, no in this case, because both these numbers are not equal. So that is why this expression will give us the result as false over here. Similarly, we have not equal to, in which case it will give us true. That's because the two numbers are not equal. So we use the exclamation mark followed by the equal operator in order to check the not equal to expression. And then we have the greater than sign, as we have seen just now, greater than symbol. Similarly, we have less than symbol over here. So this less than symbol will give us true over here. That's because 3 is less than 5, and we also have greater than or equal to. So guys, basically what happens is, let's say if the value of a and b both are 3, so basically is 3 greater than 3? No in this case, so false will be returned. But when we provide greater than or equal to, which means we are checking that the two variables should be at least equal or greater than. So in that case, when both the values are 3, so 3 greater than or equal to 3 will give us true in this case. Similarly, we will have less than or equal to symbol as the less than symbol and equal to symbol combination. So guys, let us check all these with the help of examples over here. So we have checked the greater than symbol over here. Let us check the less than symbol. So we will simply provide print a less than b over here, which should return us true in this case. That's because the value of a is actually less than the value of b over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, first expression is false. That's because a greater than b, no in this case. But is a less than b? Yes in this case, and that is why we are getting true over here. Let us check some more comparison operators over here. We provide the print statement is a equal to b over here, and then let us provide another operator, that is a not equal to b in this case, and then we have another operator, that is a less than or equal to b, and then we have another operator, that is a greater than or equal to b in this case. So guys, we have provided all the comparison operators over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, these are the results over here. So the first result is false. That's because a is not greater than b. A is less than b? Yes in this case. So that is why we are getting true over here. Is a equal to b? No in this case, because 3 is not equal to 5. So we are getting false as the result. Then is a not equal to b? Yes, both numbers are not equal, and that is why we are getting true over here. Is a less than or equal to b? So is 3 less than or equal to b? Yes in this case. So that is why we are getting true. And is a greater than or equal to b? no in this case, and that is why we are getting false over here. Now guys, let us see what happens when b is also equal to a. So we have provided both the values as 3 over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting the results over here. So the first result is false. That's because is a greater than b? No, in this case they are equal. And then the second result is also false. Is a less than b? No, in this case both are false over here. So guys, these are false. That's because we are not checking whether they are equal or not. But in the last two operators, as you can see over here, the last two results are true. That's because we have included the equal to symbol. So a less than or equal to b? Yes, in this case that's because a is equal to b. And is a greater than or equal to b? Yes, in this case, since a is actually equal to b. So both these operators will return us true, whereas both these operators will return us false whenever both the numbers that we are comparing have the same value. Now guys, apart from this, the third operator, that is a is equal to b. Yes, in this case, and that is why we are getting true over here. And is a not equal to b? No, in this case, since a and b both are equal, so this will return us false, and that is what we are getting over here. So guys, these are certain comparison operators that you will be using in the upcoming videos as well, when we are going to check the if else statement, and we will also be using the while loop as well, in which case we have to use these comparison operators to go inside the loop or else to come out of the loop. So logical operators in Python programming. So guys, the logical operators are used to check whether an expression is true or false. So they are used in decision making. So as you can see, for example, let's say the value of a variable, that is a, is equal to 5 and the value of b variable is 6 over here, and we have the print statement over here, and there are two conditions that we are checking. First of all, whether a is greater than 2. So in this case the return will be true over here. That's because the value of a, that is 5, is actually greater than 2 over here. And then as you can see, this AND keyword, this is nothing but this is one of the logical operators. It is being used in order to check the multiple conditions, and the second condition that is being checked over here is whether b is greater than or equal to 6. So in this case, since b is equal to 6, so yes, in this case it is also true. So basically, since both the expressions over here, that is the second expression and the first expression, is true, and because this AND logical wants all the expressions to be true, the return for the entire expression will be true over here. So as you can see, these are certain logical operators over here. First of all, we have the AND operator, which means a and b, it is true only if both the operands, that is a and b, are true over here. Similarly, we have OR as well. So as you can see, a or b, in this case only one operand needs to be true, that is only one condition needs to be true over here. So this will be true if at least one of the operands is true. And then we also have the NOT operator, in which case we can use it as not a. So it will be true if the operand is false, and it will be false when operand is true over here. So guys, let us check all this with the help of examples over here. So let's say we have the variable, that is a is equal to 5 and b, it is equal to 6 over here. So we simply have the print statement, and let's say we provide the condition, that is a, is it greater than 2 over here, and we also have another condition. So using the AND logical operator over here, we can combine multiple conditions. So next time we will be checking whether b is greater than or equal to 6. So guys, in this case both these conditions, that is a greater than 2, will return as true, and then b is greater than or equal to 6 will also return as true. So this entire expression will be true over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, true is getting returned over here. Now what if one of the conditions is false over here? So what we have to do is, let's say I provide a less than 2, in which case this particular expression will become false. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, false is getting returned. That's because one of the expressions while using the AND logical operator is false over here. And according to rules, all the expressions while using the AND logical operator must be true in order to return the true as the result. Now guys, if we check the same conditions, that is both these conditions, by using the OR logical operator, so we simply have to provide OR over here. And let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, true is getting returned. That's because the second expression over here is true and the first expression over here is false. So anyway, the OR logical operator wants one of the conditions to be true, and that is why we are getting the true as the result over here. What if we make the second condition false over here? So let me just change this expression to b less than 6 over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, false is getting returned. That's because is A less than 2? No, in this case. So false is getting returned over here. And is B less than 6 over here? No, in this case it is equal to 6. So this expression is also false. So the entire expression is false, and that is the only combination where the OR logical operator will return us the false result. Now guys, when do we use this NOT operator over here? So let's say I have just a simple expression. So over here I will provide is A less than 4 over here. So in this case, is A less than 4? No, so it should return false. So let us save this file and try running this code now. So it is returning false over here. But what if we want the opposite of this result? So if the result of any of the expression is false, we want to print true. But if the result of any expression is true, we want to return it as false. So what we have to do is we simply have to provide NOT logical operator, and the expression needs to be provided within the parenthesis over here, as we can see. So let me just save this file now. So since it was returning false, by using the NOT logical operator, it should now return true. So let me just run this code once again. So it is returning true over here. Similarly, if let's say this particular expression turns out to be true, so we will get false as the result. So let's say I provide A greater than 4. So is A, for which the value is 5 over here, is it greater than 4? Yes, in this case. So this will return us true, but since we are using the NOT logical operator, it will return this true result to false and it will be printed. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, false is getting returned over here and it is being printed. So guys, these are certain logical operators that we will be using in the upcoming videos as well, when we are going to use the if else statement. Apart from that, we will be also using the while loops and other control statements as well, where we are going to use these logical operators. So guys, practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different outputs. Bitwise operators in Python programming. So guys, the bitwise operators act on operands as if they were strings of binary digits. So they operate bit by bit, hence this is the name, that is the bitwise operator. So first of all, let us understand what are the binary numbers. So over here, for example, as you can see, the number 1 is being represented in the binary form as 0 and 1. Now before this, the number 0, it will be represented as 0 0. That means the binary form can only have two types of digits, that is either 0 or 1. So 0 can be represented as all numbers being 0, then 1 can be represented as the rightmost number can become 1 and the left number is 0 over here. Now for the number 2, what will happen is this number, that is 1 over here on the right hand side, it will go on the left hand side. So this 0 has become 1 over here and this 1 will become 0, and that is what we can see over here, that is 1 0. It is the binary form of the number, that is 2, and then the next time this 0 will be converted to 1. So you can see 1 1 as the binary representation of the number 3, and so on the other numbers are also being displayed over here in the form of binary representation. Now guys, as the name suggests, the bitwise operators operate on these kinds of numbers over here. So let's say x, it is equal to 10, which is an integer over here. It will be represented as this number in the binary form, and y, it is equal to 4, which is represented as this number in the binary form. Over here it is represented as 1 0 0, as you can see over here, and on the left hand side we can prefix any number of zeros that we want. So basically, what are the different types of bitwise operator? As you can see, we have AND over here. So bitwise AND, what this will do is, if we do x and y, basically all these digits, that is first 0 over here, it will be kind of multiplied with the first digit of this number over here. So it will be 0 in this case. So first 4 digits will be 0 because all the digits in both the numbers are 0. Now over here, this 1, it will be multiplied by 0 over here, and that is why we will get 0 over here in this case, and then this 0 will be multiplied by 1 over here. So again we will get 0, and since the other two numbers are already 0 over here, we will get 0. So this is how the bitwise AND operator will work. It will simply multiply the binary digits of the number. Now what happens in the bitwise OR? It will be the addition of those binary numbers over here. So as you can see, we have 1 0 1 0. So 1 plus 0, the result will be 1 over here, and that is what is being displayed, as you can see. Now 0 plus 1 will be again 1 over here. Then 1 plus 0, again it will be 1 over here. And the next number, that is 0 and 0, it will be 0 over here. Now guys, what if 1 is encountered on the left hand side and on the right hand side as well? So since binary numbers can only be represented by 2 digits, that is 0 and 1, so 1 plus 1 will be 1 in this case. And guys, similarly we will see what will be the result of the other bitwise operators. So let us move to the VS Code now. Over here, let us say x it is equal to 10 and let's say y it is equal to 4 over here. And now let us print all the results of the bitwise operations over here. So we will simply have the print function and then we will say x and then bitwise AND operator followed by y over here. Similarly, we will have other operators, that is bitwise OR, and then we have bitwise NOT, bitwise XOR, bitwise right shift, and then we have left shift. So over here, I'll simply copy and paste this line of code over here. Now one by one I will change the operator. Over here it will be bitwise OR, so we use this symbol over here, and for bitwise NOT we have to use only one variable over here, so we will be using x in this case, and this is the bitwise NOT over here. For bitwise OR we use the raised to symbol over here, so x raised to y, and then for right shift and left shift we have to use the greater than symbol and then some particular number to define how many times we want to shift the digit. So let's say we want to shift 2 times over here, and then the left shift as well we want to shift 2 times over here. So guys, these are certain bitwise operators as you can see. So let me just save this file and try running this code to see the results of all these bitwise operators. So as you can see, we are getting the results over here. So first of all, it is displaying 0. That's because we have seen the result over here, which was all 0 numbers, and that is why we are getting the numerical number as 0 over here. In the next case, that is bitwise OR, we are getting this number which is represented as 14 in the decimal form. So that is what we are getting, that is 14 over here. Now NOT of x. So basically NOT of x, it is minus 11 over here, and that is what we are getting, that is negative 11, and then x XOR y. So over here the result is 14, and that is what we are getting, that is 14 over here. Guys, all these results are in decimal format. If you try converting these decimal format numbers into binary numbers, you will get all these results that are being displayed inside the parenthesis. Over here the bitwise right shift number, so basically we are reducing the number. So from 10 the number is being reduced to 2 over here. As you can see, this is the binary format, and the same thing is being displayed as the result over here, that is 2. And then when we shift on the left hand side, we are increasing the number. So basically we are getting the result as 40 from 10. So as you can see, this is 40 over here. Now guys, in the right shift what happens is we are prefixing more zeros on the left hand side. So basically this 1 0 will go to the right hand side and only this 1 0 will remain. As you can see over here, this 1 0 is remaining. Whereas when we do left shift, after this 1 0 1 0, 2 more zeros will be appended, and that is what we can see over here, that is 1 0, and then after this 1 0, and these 2 zeros were appended on the right, and that is why the number has increased. So guys, these bitwise operators are very important when you learn about mathematics and mathematical problems to be solved, and as far as competitive programming is concerned, many problems can be solved by using these bitwise operators. So membership operators in Python programming. So guys, in Python, in and not in, these are some of the membership operators over here, and they are used to test whether a value or a variable is found in a sequence. Now what is a sequence? It can be of any data type, it can be a string, or else it can be a list as well, it can be a tuple, it can be a set or a dictionary. So guys, we are going to check this with the help of examples over here. Now as you can see, the operator, so first operator is in. This is one of the keywords that can be used, and it belongs to a membership operator. So it will be true if the value or the variable on the left hand side is found in the sequence, and on the other side, that is the opposite of in, is not in over here, and it will be true if the value or a variable on the left hand side is not found in the sequence. So guys, basically these membership operators can be used in order to check whether a particular value is present in a particular variable or not. So let us check this with the help of examples now. So let's say over here I have a very simple string, that is str. It is equal to programming for beginners, which is the name of this YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so. So guys, let's say if I want to find this capital P, whether it is present or not inside this string. So over here what we will do is we will simply have the print function, and inside the parenthesis we will have the single quotes, and I will say capital P over here, and we will use the membership operator, that is in over here. As you can see, VS Code is suggesting us this in keyword over here, which is the membership operator. Now what we will do is, on the right hand side of this in keyword we will have this sequence, that is str, which is the string object. So what we are asking the program is to find whether this P character is it present in this str string or not. So in keyword is being used. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. If it is present, then it will return true, or else it will return false over here. So I am running this code over here. As you can see, true is being displayed. That's because we have found P right at the start of the string. Now what if I change this character to a small p? So over here I am changing this character to a small case p character over here. And guys, this is case sensitive. So if small p is not found in the entire string, then it will be false. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, false is getting displayed. That's because we don't have a small p over here in this entire string, but we have the uppercase P character at the start of the string. So guys, this is the functionality of the in operator over here. Now as you can see, in has returned us the false result over here, which means this small case character, that is P, it is not present inside the string. What if we reverse this? That means, what if we use the reverse of this membership operator? We will simply do not n over here. That means we are checking whether this small p, is it not present in the string? Yes, it is not present, and it should return us the true result. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting true over here. So guys, in and not in membership operators, both are opposite to each other. If one operator is returning true in one of the conditions, so the other operator will return us the false result in the same condition. Now this example we have taken as far as a string is concerned. As I have told you, we can also use list, tuple, sets and dictionary as well. So let us take another example with a list. Guys, in the upcoming videos we are going to learn more about these objects. For now, you just need to know that what is the syntax of a list if we are defining a particular set of elements. So over here, let's say I want to have the list of fruits. So I will just name the variable as fruits over here, and then on the right hand side, the way that we define the list is by using the open and close square brackets over here. So as you can see, this list is getting suggested over here, and that is what we are going to define. Now inside this open and close square brackets, we are going to have the list of strings having the name of the fruits. So let's say we have the double quotes first, and then we will say mango, and then the second fruit, let's say we have apple, and then the third fruit, let's say we have banana, and then let's say we have the fourth fruit as orange over here. So guys, these are certain fruits that we have defined in our list, and the name of the variable is fruits over here. Now inside this fruits list, we need to check whether there is a particular fruit that is present or not. So I'll just remove this part inside the print statement over here, and let's say I want to find whether inside this list the banana fruit is present or not. So we will simply have banana, and then after that we will simply have in, and then followed by we will simply put fruits, that is the variable name over here. So guys, this is the list on the right hand side of this in operator, and on the left hand side we are providing one value which needs to be found whether it is present inside the fruits variable or not. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, true is getting returned. That's because this banana fruit is actually present in the fruit list over here. Now let us say we provide some another fruit over here. Let's say we want to find whether pineapple is present in the fruits list or not. So we have provided pineapple over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So it is saying false. As we can see, we have not defined pineapple in our list of fruits, and that is why we are getting false over here. And if we change the operator, that is from in to not in over here. So let's say I provide not in, and we use the same value, that is pineapple. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So it will be the opposite of false. So as you can see, true is getting displayed now. That's because pineapple is actually not present in the list of fruits that we have defined. If else statement in Python programming. So guys, in computer programming, we use the if statement to run a block of code only when a certain condition is met. So for example, as you can see, assigning grades, that is A, B, C, based on the marks obtained by a student. So basically over here in this case, we will be using the if condition. Now what can be the conditions? We can say that if the percentage of the student is above 90%, so assign grade A. In the same way, if the percentage is above 75%, then assign grade B, and if the percentage is above 65% but less than 75%, then assign grade C. So during such conditions we have to use the if else statement over here. Now similarly in Python there are three forms of if else statement. So we are going to check all these forms of statements one at a time with the help of examples. The first part is the if statement, in which case we are going to simply have the if statement over here along with the condition and the block of code. The next form will be if else statement, in which case we will also have the else block over here. And the third form of the if else statement will be, first we will be having the if statement and then followed by the elif statement, in which case we have another condition over here, and then finally we have the else statement over here. So let us check all this with the help of examples in the VS Code. So over here, let's say we have the value of x, it is equal to 10. Now what we have to do is we have to provide the if condition over here. So as you can see, when we type if keyword over here, VS Code is suggesting us that we can use this if keyword. So we are going to use this, and then we are supposed to have some condition. So we can say x greater than 5 over here. So guys, this is one of the comparison operators that we have already seen previously. It will check whether this left hand side variable is it greater than the value that is present on the right hand side. So guys, this is one of the conditions that we are going to check, and then followed by a colon over here. So guys, this is the format in which we provide the if condition, and if this condition, that is whether x is greater than 5, if it is true, then we want to come inside this and there will be the block of code. We need to have certain statements over here. So we will say print, and we can simply put the string that is x is greater than 5 over here, since that is the condition that we have checked. So this is the very simple code that we can have with the if condition over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, it is displaying x is greater than 5. Now guys, this is just one statement that we have provided inside the if condition. We can also have multiple lines of code inside this block over here after the if condition. So we simply have to press enter and provide the another print statement, and let's say we will simply put we have checked x. So we have a very general statement over here, that is we have checked x over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, x is greater than 5, this thing is getting printed, and this statement that is we have checked x is also getting printed. So all the lines of code that is present inside the block after this condition that we have provided in the if statement will be executed only when this condition, that is x greater than 5, is true. Now what if this condition is not true? So let's say I provide x less than 5 over here, in which case this condition will become false. So what will happen is the control flow will not go inside this block and it will not print these statements over here. Let us verify this. I will just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, nothing is getting printed over here. That's because these lines of code are not getting executed because this condition was false. Now how do we verify that? We have to come out of this block. So basically we have indented this code, that is there are some space characters over here in this line. That is why these lines of code over here are treated to be present inside the block after this condition. We have to come out of that block over here. So we simply press enter and then we press backspace so that the cursor is aligned to this if condition over here. Now we can simply provide another print statement, and I will simply say outside if statement. So over here we say outside if statement. Now guys, this line of code, it will confirm that the control flow has come out of the if block over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting outside if statement. That's because x less than 5 condition was false, and that is why these two lines of code were not printed, and then the control flow came out of the if condition, and then this line that is outside if statement was printed. So guys, it is very important that you follow this indentation as far as your Python programs are concerned. You might get incorrect output if you don't follow such indentations properly. Now let us move to another form of if statement. So over here the second form is we provide the else part as well. So the first part we have already seen, that is using the if statement. Let us now use the else statement as well. So over here what we will do is, first of all we will check whether x is greater than 5, and then we will print that is x is greater than 5 over here. Now what if x is not greater than 5? That means it is less than or equal to 5. So we have to define the else part over here. So first of all we have to remove this indentation part. So I'll just press on backspace and then we provide the else keyword. As you can see, VS Code is suggesting us this else keyword over here. We will use this and then followed by colon, and then we can go inside this block of code, and similarly we will have another print statement. In this case we will say x is not greater than 5. So we are checking whether x is greater than 5, and we will say x is greater than 5 if this condition is true, and if this is not true then it will go in the else part and it will say x is not greater than 5. And after this part of code gets executed, the control flow will come over here and it will print this statement, that is outside if statement over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, it says x is greater than 5. So over here, since the value of x it is 10, it is printing x is greater than 5 after this x greater than 5 condition is true, and then after that we are getting outside if statement. So the control flow did not go inside this else part. That's because it went inside this if part and this line of code was executed. So guys, the control flow can only go inside one block of code. If this condition is true, then it will come out, it will not go inside the else part, and if this condition becomes false, then it will go over here in the else part and execute that line of code. So let us check that second scenario now. What if x is not greater than 5? So we will change the value of x and let us say the x values is 2 now. So in this case, is x greater than 5? No, in this case. So this line of code, that is x is not greater than 5, should get printed. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, x is not greater than 5. This line of code is getting printed. That's because the condition was false and the control flow came in the else part and it executed this line of code. After this, outside if statement got printed over here, as you can see on the console. So guys, this is one of the examples of the if else statement that we can use. Guys, there will be many instances where you will be using this if else statement in your actual programs. So make sure that you practice on your own. Now after this, let us see another part, that is we have the elif as well. So guys, let us take this example over here, that is of grading system. So if the percentage is greater than 90, we have to assign the grade, that is A. If the percentage is greater than 75 but less than 90, then we will say the grade is B. And if the percentage is greater than 65 but less than 75, then we have to put the grade as C. So guys, let us move to the code over here. Let us clear all these lines of code, and over here we will simply have the percentage variable, and let's say we have 95 as the percentage initially. And then we have another variable, that is grade. Let's say it is equal to D initially. So we have this character, that is D over here. Now what we have to do is we have to provide the if condition, and the first condition is whether the percentage is above 90. So over here we will say inside the if condition, first of all, whether this percentage is it above 90 over here. So we will simply have percentage greater than 90, and if this is true, then we have to provide colon, and then we have to make the value of this grade as A. So grade, it is equal to A over here inside the single quotes. Now we have another condition, that is if the percentage is greater than 75, but if it is less than or equal to 90, then it should be B. So what we have to do is we can use the elif part over here. So we have elif keyword. So as you can see, VS Code is suggesting us this elif keyword over here, followed by we have to check whether this percentage again is it greater than 75. So over here, if it is greater than 75, then we have to come in this block of code, and then after this again we have to assign the value to this grade variable, and this time the value will be B over here. So we will assign the value to grade as B, and then after this we will again have the elif part over here, and we need to check whether the percentage is greater than 65 or not, and then in that case we have to provide C. So over here we will say elif percentage, it is greater than 65 in this case, and then if this is true, then we have to provide the grade value as C over here. And then guys, we can also have the else part over here, and we can simply provide that the grade in the else part, it can be D over here in case the percentage is less than 65. So we can have grade as D, and then finally we will have the print statement over here. So we have the print function, and we will simply provide the grade value. So the grade is, and then we have comma, and then the grade variable over here. So guys, over here as you can see, initially the percentage is 95, so it should go inside the first if statement. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting some error over here at the else part. So over here we have forgot to provide the colon after the else part. So it is very important that we provide the colon after any of these keywords that we have used and the conditions that we have used. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, the grade is A. That's because the percentage value is 95, and in this case percentage is greater than 90, and that is why the grade is being assigned as the value as A. Now what if the percentage value is not greater than 90? So let's say we provide the percentage value as 85. So in this case the control flow will come over here. It will check whether percentage greater than 90. No, in this case. Then it will go inside the elif part. So is percentage greater than 75? Yes, in this case. So this line of code, that is grade equal to B, will get executed, and then the control flow will come directly out of the if else statement and it will print the grade over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, the grade is being assigned the value as B. So grade is B is getting printed over here. Similarly, let's say we provide the percentage value as 70. So this time this condition, that is percentage greater than 65, will get executed because the previous conditions are already false in this case. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So grade must be C. So as you can see, the grade is C over here. And what if the percentage is less than 65? So let's say we provide the percentage as 60. So finally the else part, that is grade equal to T, will get executed. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So now in this case the grade is D. So in this way we can easily use the if else statement. We can also use the elif keyword in order to check the intermediate conditions over here. For loop in Python programming. So guys, in computer programming, loops are used to repeat a block of code. So let's say for example, if we want to show a message 10 times, we don't have to print that 10 number of times over here. We can simply use the loop in order to repeat the same message again and again 10 times. So in Python, the for loop is used to run a block of code for a certain number of times. So in this example, we have considered 10. We can have any number of iterations. So basically it is used to iterate over any sequences such as list, tuple, string, etc. So guys, this is the syntax of the for loop in Python programming. So first of all, we have the for keyword followed by a particular value or a variable, and then we have this in keyword, which is a kind of a membership operator that we have seen previously, and then we have the sequence. Now this sequence can be anything. It can be a list, tuple, or any other sequence over here. So let us check this with the help of examples now. So over here what we will do is, let's say we have the variable name as x and we have the list of numbers over here. So in order to define the list, we have the open and close square brackets, and we have the list of numbers. Let's say we have 1 followed by 2, and then we have 3, 4, and then 5. So we have the top 5 numbers over here inside this list that is defined in the variable x. Now what we want to do is, we want to print all these numbers one at a time on the separate lines. So we can simply use the for loop over here. So for, and what we will do is, let's say we provide a value as the variable name, and then we provide the in keyword, which is the membership operator, and after this on the right hand side of the in keyword we are supposed to have the sequence. So the sequence in this case is the variable that is x over here. So this is the format of the for loop whenever we are going to iterate through a list or a sequence. Now inside this we can have the block of code over here. So we simply want to print all the values. So we have the print function and we can simply provide this value, that is variable. So guys, what is happening behind the scenes is, this x, that is the list of all the numbers, one at a time the number is being assigned to this variable, that is value. So first of all 1 will get assigned to value, and this value, that is 1, will get printed, and then the control flow will go back again in the sequence that is x. It will check whether there is a next element or not. So 2 will get printed, and then again 3, and then 4, and then 5, and then after this when the control flow comes over here, it sees that there is no other element after this 5th element. So the control flow will come out of this for loop, and then the other lines of code after this for loop will get printed. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, all the numbers are getting printed over here on the terminal, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now guys, let's say we want all these numbers to be printed on the same line. So previously we had seen that we have certain parameters in the print function that will help us in order to print the values in a specific way. So over here we have one of the parameters, that is end over here. So we provide end, and this parameter helps us in order to separate the different elements that we want to print. So what we are going to do is, I'm going to separate all the numbers using the comma character. So I have provided the comma character over here. So all the numbers that were printed on the different lines will get printed on the same line now. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is getting printed. We are getting this additional comma over here at the end. That's because after the last value is getting printed, the comma is appended after that last value. So guys, this is one of the ways in which we can use the for loop in order to carry out our operations. Now guys, there is another important thing that you must know. In Python, the for loop with Python range can also be used. So in Python, a range is a series of values between two numeric intervals. We use the Python's built-in function, that is range, to define a range of values. So let's say we want to define the top 10 numbers over here. We can simply use the range function instead of defining them one at a time like how we have defined in this list. So basically, in order to have the top 10 numbers, we have to manually define it as 1 to 10 over here. But we can also get rid of this part. We can have the range method over here. So as you can see, when we type range, VS Code is suggesting us this function, that is range over here, and we simply have to provide a number over here. So let's say we provide 10 as the number. So what is happening is, the list of 10 numbers over here is getting assigned to the variable, that is x over here, starting from the number 0 up to the number that is 9. So over here we will be seeing all the numbers starting from 0 up to 9 over here. The last number, that is 10, is excluded from the list. So if we simply save this file and try running this code now, we will get these numbers, that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 10 numbers are getting displayed over here. That's because we have provided 10 inside the range built-in method. What if we provide 20 over here? So 0 to 19 numbers will be displayed. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 0 to 19 is getting displayed. So guys, let's say if someone had told you, write a Python program in order to print top 20 numbers starting from the number 0 up to 19. So instead of having the print statements 20 number of times and writing each and every number inside the print statement, we can simply have the range method over here, and we can use the for loop in order to iterate through the list that we have already defined over here. And that is how we simplify the problem that is given to us and write the Python program. Now guys, there is another variation over here, Python for loop with the else part. So after this for loop, we can also have the else part that will mandatorily get executed after we reach the end of this sequence that we have provided in the for loop. So what we will do is, we will simply come out of this block of code and we will have the else part over here, and we will simply print outside for loop over here. So we have outside for loop. So guys, what will happen is, after the control flow comes out of this for loop, the control flow will go inside this else part and it will execute this line of code and print outside for loop on the console. Now guys, this print statement will be printed on the same line. That's because we have provided the end part over here and there is a comma over here. So you can expect the string to be present on this same line over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 0 to 19, that is all the numbers are getting printed, and then the last line, that is outside for loop, is getting printed over here. So in case you want to print something or carry out certain operations after the execution of the for loop, you can have the else part as well, and it will carry out the operations over here after the end of this sequence is reached. So guys, this is the main functionality of the for loop, that is, in order to iterate through the sequence. We can also have the sequence of list of strings as well. We can also have tuple or dictionary as well. So guys, it depends on your requirements as to what exactly you want to find out through the Python programs. While loop in Python programming. So guys, previously we have seen how the for loop works in the Python programming. Now the Python while loop is used to run a specific code until a certain condition is met. So basically in the for loop there was no such condition that we had provided, but it was iterating through a list that we had provided in the form of a variable. But over here, this is the syntax of the while loop. First of all, we have the while keyword over here, and then we have a certain condition, and if this condition is true, then only the control flow will go inside the body of the while loop, and then again the control flow will come over here. It will check the condition again, and if the condition is true once again, it will again go inside the body of this while loop. So guys, again and again the control flow will come inside the while loop until and unless the condition becomes false. So when this condition becomes false, the control flow will come out of this while loop, and that is how the while loop is going to work in the Python programming. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now. So let's say we want to print the first 5 numbers, that is 1 to 5. So over here initially we can have the variable that is I, it is equal to 1, and the second variable that is j, it is equal to 5. So this is the starting point, that is I equal to 1, and the ending point is j is equal to 5. So basically we can have a while loop over here. We will simply have the while keyword, and the condition that we have to give is whether I is less than or equal to j, and up to that condition we want to print the value of I. So basically it is I less than or equal to j over here. So if this condition is true, we want to print the value of I, which will be 1 initially. So basically I want to print this number, that is I over here. Now guys, what exactly is happening over here is i's value is 1 initially, j value is 5 initially. So is I less than or equal to j in the first instance? Yes, in this case. So I will be printed which is equal to 1. So again it will go inside the while loop and it will check whether 1 is less than or equal to 5. Yes, in this case. So guys, we are not changing any of the values, that is I or j over here. So this will be infinite loop, because again and again the condition will be true and the number, that is I, which is equal to 1, will get printed indefinitely. So what we have to do is we have to increment the value of I, because after 1 we want to print the value that is 2 over here. So what we will do is we will simply add 1 to I. So I, it is equal to I plus 1. We can also use the shorthand method, that is I plus equal to 1 over here. So what will happen now is i's value is updated to I plus 1, which will be 2 now. So is 2 less than or equal to 5? Yes, in this case. And then again 2 will get printed, and then I will again get incremented over here. So the i's value will be 3. Next time i's value will be 4, and then again i's value will be 5. And then ultimately when i's value is 6, this condition will become false. That's because 6 is not less than or equal to 5, and the control flow will come out of the while loop. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, all the numbers, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is getting printed. After the i's value is 5, over here 5 is getting printed. Now i's value becomes 6 over here. That's because 5 plus 1 will be 6. And is 6 less than or equal to 5? Because the j's value is 5 over here in this case. So no, the condition becomes false and the control flow comes out of the while loop. Now what if we want to print all these numbers on the same line? So simply inside the print statement we can have the comma, and then we can have the AND operator, and then let's say we want to separate all the numbers with the space characters. So inside the double quotes we have provided the space character over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is getting printed over here. We can have any numbers over here. Let's say I is starting from 11, and let's say we want j is equal to 20. So in this case 11 to 20 should get printed. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 11, 12, 13, 14 and up to 20 numbers are getting printed over here. So guys, this is the main functionality of the while loop. It is going to have a certain condition, and if this condition is true, the block of code inside the while loop will get executed. And once the condition becomes false, control flow comes out of the while loop. Now guys, we can also use the else part with the while loop. So over here, as you can see, Python while loop with the else part. So a while loop can have an optional else block as well. The else part is executed after the condition in the while loop evaluates to false. So basically after this while loop we can also have the else part, which is optional. So we can have the else part over here. What we will do is we will simply have the print statement that is outside the while loop. So we have the print function and we will say outside while loop over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 11, 12, 13 up to 20 numbers are getting printed, and then on the same line the outside while loop the statement that we have provided in the else part is getting printed. So this is the functionality of the else part after the while loop. It is optional. If you want to have, we can have it, or else we don't need to have it. But guys, the important thing is inside the while loop we can provide a particular condition, and the control flow will go again and again inside the while loop until the condition is true. Once a condition becomes false, the control flow will come out of the while loop. Now guys, what you should use, whether you should use the Python for loop or Python while loop over here. So guys, basically they are used based on the specific requirements. So as you can see, for loop is usually used when the number of iterations is known. So as we had seen previously, in the for loop we provide a particular sequence and iterate through that sequence by giving one value at a time to a variable, and we use that variable inside the block of the for loop. But in the while loop there is a condition. So while loop is usually used when the number of iterations are unknown. So we don't know the number of iterations, we don't have the sequence of elements or the list of numbers through which we want to iterate. So basically we provide the condition in the while loop. So based on these requirements, you can choose whether you want to use the while loop or you want to use the for loop. But guys, it is very important that you practice both these loops. The implementation of these loops are very important as far as Python programming is concerned. So break and continue keywords in Python programming. So guys, these are two important keywords in Python loops, that is break keyword and the continue keywords. Basically these are used in the loops in order to carry out certain operations. So the break statement is used in order to terminate the loop immediately when it is encountered. So whenever we are executing certain code inside the for or the while loop, if there is certain condition, we can use the break statement in order to come out of the loop. And then on the contrary, we have the continue statement as well. So the continue statement is used to skip the current iteration of the loop and control flow of the program goes to the next iteration. So guys, let us check both of these keywords with the help of examples over here. So let's say first of all, we will be using the for loop in order to print the top 10 numbers, that is 0 to 9. So let's say we have for X, and then we have the in membership operator, and then we have the range built-in method in order to print the numbers. So let's say we have the range of 10 numbers over here. After the colon, let's say we want to print all these numbers. So what we will do is we will simply put print X, and in order to get all the numbers on the same line, I'm going to put AND parameter over here and just have the space character over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting the top 10 numbers, that is 0, 1, 2, 3 up to 9 over here. But guys, let's say now there is a requirement that before printing this 6th number, we want to come out of the loop and we only want to print from 0 to 5. And if we are required to keep this for statement as it is, what we have to do is once we encounter the number 6 inside the for loop, we have to come out of the for loop. So how that can be done? Basically, we will have the if statement over here. So inside this for loop, we are having the if statement over here, and we are going to check whether this X value is it equal to 6 over here. So this is the relational operator, that is equal to. We are trying to check whether this X variable is it equal to 6, and if it is equal to 6, then we can simply come out of the loop by using the break statement. So after the colon over here, we will simply put the break keyword. So once we put this code over here, that is if X equal to 6, we are putting the break statement, the control flow will come out of the loop when the X value is equal to 6. So let me just save this file and try running this code now to see what happens. So as you can see, 0, 1, 2, 3 and then up to 5 numbers are getting printed. And once a control flow comes over here next time, the value of X will become 6 and it will check whether X is equal to 6. Yes, in this case, and since this condition is true, the control flow goes inside the if statement and this break statement is encountered, which makes the control flow come out of this for loop over here. Now similar operation is being carried out when we use the while loop as well. So let's say I is equal to 1 over here, and let's say we want to print the first 10 numbers once again. So what we will do is we will say while, we can simply put I less than or equal to 10 over here, and then after the colon we can simply have the print function over here and we will print the value of I, and then let's say I provide the AND parameter as the space character over here so that all the numbers, that is the value of I, is printed on the same line. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So we have entered the infinite loop over here. I have just interrupted the printing of the numbers. The mistake that we have done is we have not incremented the value of I over here. So what we will do is simply we will increment the value of I by I plus 1 over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now once again. So as you can see, 1 to 10 numbers are getting printed. Now again, let's say we want to print only the numbers from 1 to 7. So when the number 8 is encountered, we want to come out of the while loop instead of printing the 8, 9, 10 numbers. So we can simply put the if condition over here. If I is equal to 8, then what we have to do is we have to use the break statement over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. In this case, the top 7 numbers should get printed, and after 8 is encountered, the control flow should come out of this while loop over here. So I'm running this code now. So as you can see, 1 to 7 is getting printed over here. So guys, this is the main functionality of the break keyword. Let us now understand how continue works. As you can see, the continue statement is used in order to skip the iteration of the loop, and the control flow of the program goes to the next iteration. Let us understand this with the help of example over here. We will take the same example, that is for I in, and then the range, that is 0 to 9 over here. So over here we will provide the number 10 inside the range built-in function. So what we will do is we will simply print the value of I over here, and then we will end it with the space character. Let me just run this code once. So I'll just run this code over here. As you can see, 0 to 9 is getting printed. Now guys, let's say I don't want this number 5 over here that is being printed in the range 0 to 9. So what we can do is simply I will put a condition over here. If this I's value equal to 5, then what we have to do is we don't want to print that number, right? So after this colon, we can simply put the continue keyword. So guys, what will happen is once the I's value is 5, the control flow comes inside the if condition, and the control flow will encounter this continue keyword. So what exactly will happen is instead of going to the next statement over here, the control flow directly goes back again to the for loop and goes to the next number. So next time the I's value will be 6, and this time, since this condition will be false, it will print this number, that is 6 over here. So in short, what is happening is when the value of I is 5, it will not get printed over here with the help of this print statement. So let us check this. So I'll save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there is no number 5, but after 4 we have 6 directly, and then we have 7, 8, 9. So guys, in this way continue keyword works. So let's say if I only want to print the even numbers, so what will happen is, let's say I don't want the odd numbers. So how do we check that in the if condition? We can simply put I %2 is it equal to 1 over here, because every odd number, if it is divided by 2, it will give us the remainder as 1, and that is what we are checking. So all the odd numbers will not be printed, but only even numbers will be printed. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, only even numbers between 0 to 9 is getting printed, that is 0, 2, 4, 6, and then 8. And guys, this is the functionality of the continue keyword, that is in order to make the control flow go back to the for loop for the next iteration. And guys, that is the main functionality of the continue keyword, in order to skip the current iteration and go back to the next iteration inside the loop. Now guys, similarly you can use the continue keyword with the while loop as well. So that code I'll leave up to you so that you can practice on your own in order to learn more about it. So, pass statement in Python programming. So guys, in Python programming, the pass statement is a null statement which can be used as a placeholder for future code. So basically, let's say you have a certain function, or you have something else, like you can have a while loop or the if condition as well, and you want to implement the logic inside this loop or the if condition later on in the future. So you can use the pass statement in this case. So as you can see, suppose we have a loop or a function that is not implemented yet, but we want to implement it in the future. In such cases, we can use the pass statement. But now you will ask me, we can also put the comment inside this block, that is inside the for loop or the if condition as well. So why do we use the pass statement? So guys, let us understand this with the help of example. So first of all, we will understand the pass statement over here. So let's say we have the I's value as 1 over here, and then we have the if condition. So inside the if condition, what we are doing is we are just checking whether I is less than or equal to 10, and then we have a colon, and let's say we have the print statement over here, and then we say yes less than 10. So we put yes less than 10 over here, and then what we will do is we will have another print statement, and I will say outside if statement. So guys, this is a very simple code. First of all, we have initialized the variable I to the value equal to 1, and then we have the if condition I is less than or equal to 10, and we are simply having the print statement over here. And then after this if condition, we have printed that we have come outside the if loop. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So it says yes less than 10, and it also says yes outside the if statement. Now let's say I have some plan in order to implement some logic over here, but I don't have the exact logic right now. So something else will be replacing this line of code over here. So let's say I simply put a comment and say that to be implemented in future. So we have the statement over here that is to be implemented in future. Now remember guys, this is a comment that using the hash character over here, we are putting the comment inside the if statement. So let me just save this file and try running this code. Before running this code, you can already see that with this print function, we are getting the red underline. But still we will go and run this code now. So as you can see, line 6, print outside if statement. So expected and intended block after if statement on line 3. So basically the root cause is over here, that is inside the if condition. So what it is saying is inside the if condition, we have not provided any block of code, that is there is no logic inside the if condition that we have provided. Previously we had simply provided the print function which works already, but this thing is not working. So what we can simply do is, instead of providing the comment, we can simply provide the pass statement. So guys, what happens with the pass statement is the interpreter understands that there is no block of code right now inside the if condition, and it needs to be ignored for now as far as execution of the code is concerned. But with the comment, the code doesn't understand such comment, and basically it throws the error, and that is what we have got previously. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. Hopefully we should not get this error now. So I'm just running this code once again. So as you can see, outside if statement is getting executed, and basically this pass statement has helped us in order to make the control flow understand that there is no logic that is being implemented inside this if condition for now, but in the future we will be implementing such a logic, and for now you can just ignore it and pass to the upcoming lines of code over here. So guys, this is the main functionality of the pass statement. You can use it whenever you have the requirement of implementing some logic in the future inside the if condition, or the for loop or while loop, or even in the defined functions as well, which we are going to see in the upcoming videos. Functions in Python programming. So guys, we will learn about the Python function and the function expressions with the help of examples. So basically a function is a block of code that performs a specific task. So it can be any task that you want to implement based on your requirements, but it is the block of code that you can put inside the function, and that block of code will have your implementation of the logic. Now suppose you need to create a program to create a circle and color it. So there are two tasks over here, that is first of all in order to create a circle, and the second thing is to color it. So you can create two functions to solve this problem. That is, the first function will be to create a circle, and that will be one function, and another function will be to create a color over here. So basically what we have done is we have divided a complex problem into smaller chunks, which makes it easier to understand the program and reuse the functions as well. So there are two types of functions. So first of all, we have already seen some standard library functions as well. One of the example is the print statement, that is the print function. So these are built-in functions in Python that are available to use. So let us check some examples of standard library functions over here. So previously we have seen the print statement. So this is nothing but one of the built-in functions which take multiple parameters. So one of the parameters is the value. So when we are providing programming for beginners, the string, which is the name of the YouTube channel as well, which you should definitely subscribe. So this is the string that we have provided to the print function, and this string is being passed to the print built-in method, and behind the scenes this print function is having some sort of code that will help us in order to print this statement on the terminal. So when we save this file and try running this code now, basically this programming for beginners is getting printed. What we have done, we have just called that function and the implementation is behind the scenes. So this is one example of a built-in function. Similarly, we have another built-in function that is range, which helps us in order to have the list of numbers from 0 up to the number that we have provided. So let's say we provide the number 10, so it will provide us all the numbers before 10 starting from 0. So this is another built-in function. So similarly, we have other standard library functions as well. Now you can also have the user-defined functions. So in case your requirement is not fulfilled by using one of the standard functions that is being provided by Python, you can have your own user-defined functions also. So we can create our own functions based on our requirements. And this is the syntax. That is, first of all, we have this keyword that is def, which means define, and then we have the function name. So this function name will be the name of the function. Like this range is the name of the function, then the print function, the print name is the function name over there. So similarly, we can have our own function name, and after that we have the list of arguments. We can have any number of arguments over here. Inside that we will have the function body where our implementation code will be present, and then we can also have the optional return statement, which means it will return some value. So over here, as you can see, this is the example. We have the define keyword and then followed by the greet function over here. So it is not taking any arguments for now. It is simply printing some statement that is inside greet function. Now how do we call this function? Simply we use the function name, that is greet, followed by open and close parenthesis, and then we call the print function and we say outside function. So guys, let us check this with the help of example over here. So simply we will have the define keyword, so def, and let's say we have sum and then underscore numbers. So basically what we are doing over here is we will be adding two numbers. So over here we have the open and close parenthesis, and then after that we have a colon, and let's say we have the number A, it is equal to 10, and then we have number B, it is equal to 20. We want to print the sum of these numbers, so we simply provide print function inside this and we say A plus B, and then we can also have the string over here. Let's say we have sum of A and B, and then we have colon, and then after this we have comma, and then we have A plus B over here. So guys, this is the function that we have already defined. We have two numbers, that is A is equal to 10 and B is equal to 20. Now if we simply save this file and try running this code, we will not get anything. So as you can see, there is no print statement which is helping us in order to print something on the terminal. Why so? Because this code is present inside a function which is not called yet. So we need to call this function, that is sum numbers. So how do we call it? By simply calling the name. So we simply have to provide some numbers over here and then open and close parenthesis, and that's it. We have simply called this function which will make the control flow go to this particular function over here, and inside it will check that A value is 10, B value is 20, and it will print sum of A and B. It will carry out this operation, that is A plus B. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, sum of A and B, it is equal to 30, and that is how we can simply provide the function. Now guys, why do we write this function? Just to add two numbers. So let's say you have a scenario, you have A, it is equal to 10, and then we have B, it is equal to 20, and you want to print the sum. So you can simply provide print A plus B. So you will get the answer as 30. Now with the same requirement, you have another requirement as well. In the same code, that is with this particular addition, you want to add more two numbers. So what you will do is you will simply copy and paste these lines of code once again, that is the 3 lines of code over here, but this time the A's value is something else. So let's say we have something like 50 and then 60 over here. So what will happen is with this print statement, it will print the sum of these two numbers. Now let's say there is another requirement, in which case all the sum needs to be printed at once and you have two more numbers. So you will again copy these lines of code and then again paste this over here, and then let's say the numbers are 100 and then 200 over here, that is B is 200. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So what is happening is all the sum is getting printed once, that is 30, 110 and 300. But let's say similarly, if you have 10 sets of A and B values in this way and you want to print all the sum of those numbers, so what you will do? So your code will become little bit complicated and it will be little bit lengthy as well. So in order to avoid this, what you can do is you can simply have the function, and inside the function you can have those variables and have the sum of those variables. So in order to achieve your task, that is have the sum of multiple numbers over here in one screen and using the function, what you can simply do is you can pass these values, that is 10, 20, 50, 60 and 120 while calling the function, that is sum number. So I'll just remove these lines of code now over here, and what we will do is I will simply provide the parameters, that is the arguments over here, that is A and then followed by comma and then we have B. Now these A and B are not required because the values will come whenever this function is being called. So I'll just remove these lines of code over here. You will simply have one print statement inside the function, and the sum of A and B, it is A plus B. So this sum will get printed over here. While calling the function, you're supposed to provide the A and B value. So what we will simply do is I will simply call this sum numbers over here and I will provide the values of A and B. So what we had provided 10 and 20, and then again we had the requirement, that is to add the other two numbers which were 50 and 60. So again I will just copy paste this sum numbers function and provide the different values this time, and then again I will copy and paste this once again with some different values, so 100 and 200. So as you can see, our code has become little bit cleaner. Instead of having 3 lines of code in order to add 2 numbers every time, for which our code has also become lengthy, we have a very short code and it is very clean as well. It is very readable as well. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting sum of A and B, it is 30, sum of A and B, it is 110, and sum of A and B, it is equal to 300. You can also customize your function in order to have the values of A and B over here. So we can simply say over here, we have the double quotes and then we have comma and then we have A over here, and then we have double quotes and then we have AND keyword, double quotes and then B value and then comma and then double quotes over here before the colon. So as you can see, A and B values can also be printed. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 10 and 20 were passed first time, so it is saying sum of 10, 20 it is 30, then sum of 50 and 60 it is 110, and then sum of 100 and 200 it is 300. You can call this function any number of times with different values in order to get the different sum over here. I'll say 200 plus 300 again, and then let's say I provide 400 and 500 over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code. All the sums are getting printed and our code is also very clean over here. So guys, this is the main functionality of using Python functions. You can simply have the define keyword followed by the function name, and then this arguments list is optional over here. You can pass it, or if you don't want to pass it, there is no need to pass. So as you can see over here, Python function arguments, this we have already covered, that is in order to pass the argument. Now one last thing is return statement. So guys, we have not checked any return statement over here. So return is nothing but it will return some value. So let's say instead of having the print statement over here, we want the print statement outside the function. So what we can simply do is we can simply return the expression, that is A plus B. So we can have the return keyword over here. So it will say return A plus B. So simply whatever value were being passed over here, that is 10 and 20, it will return the sum, that is 10 plus 20 it is equal to 30, to this code. And over here we should have something in order to catch that value. So I'll just remove these lines of code for now. And then let's say in order to catch the value, I provide the sum variable. So this sum variable is assigned the value that is being returned from the sum numbers over here, which is equal to the sum of these two numbers. And then simply we can have the print statement in order to print the sum value. So sum variable can be printed. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 30 is getting printed. That's because we have passed 10 and 20 over here. Also, to make it more short, what we can do is instead of storing the value inside this variable, we can simply have the print statement, and inside the print statement we can simply call the sum numbers function. So as you can see, we have the print statement. Inside this we are calling the sum numbers 10 and 20. So it will return 10 plus 20, it is equal to 30. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So 30 is being printed. Let's say I change the numbers to 20 and 50 over here. So 20 plus 50 should be 70. Let me just run this code. So 70 is getting printed, and based on the requirement you can format the print function, that is you can have any statements being printed over here along with the sum of the numbers. So guys, this is one of the examples of how you can define the functions and use them. You can have any other logic inside the functions that you want to implement based on your requirements. So guys, practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different output. Function arguments in Python programming. So guys, in computer programming, a function argument is a value that is accepted by a function, which we have already seen in the previous video as well. Now the function argument with the default values. So in Python we can provide default values to function arguments. So we use the equal operator to provide default values, and this is the syntax, that is def keyword we use, followed by add numbers, that is the function name, and then we assign some default values to the variables. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples. So over here previously we had seen that the sum numbers function that we had used in order to add two numbers, it was having two parameters. So over here a and b were the parameters, and we were simply printing the sum of these two numbers, that is a plus b, inside the print function, and then we were simply calling this function over here. So sum numbers. So let's say we have two numbers as 10 and 20. So I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So guys, this is a very simple method, that is sum numbers, which takes two arguments a and b. It is just adding those two numbers and printing them, and the function is being called over here. The result is being displayed, that is 30, based on the value that we pass. Now guys, there is another important thing. This function argument can also have the default values. So let's say if we don't provide these values, that is a and b over here, so what happens in this case? So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, it says some numbers missing two required positional arguments, that is a and b. So guys, there is an error. That's because the program is expecting us to provide these two values, that is a and b, which we have not provided while calling the function. So let's say in your requirement you want to call the function, but sometimes there will not be any value while calling that function. So what you can do is you can provide some default values to this a and b. So how do you do that? You can simply provide the default values over here when you are defining this function. So over here we have a, it is equal to 10, and let's say b is equal to 20. So these are nothing but some default values that we have provided. So let's say next time whenever there is a sum numbers function that is being called without any value of a and b, so these values will be used, that is a is equal to 10 and b is equal to 20, and a plus b sum will be returned. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, 30 is being returned over here. Now let's say you provide one argument, that is a value you have but b value you don't have. So what you will do is simply you will provide a, it is equal to 50. So let's say you want a's value as 50 but you don't have b value. So b value will be automatically taken from here, that is b is equal to 20. We save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 70 is getting printed. That's because a's value you have provided, which is 50, which replaces this default value, that is 10. So this time a is 50 and b was already 20 and it is not being provided over here. So b's value will be considered as 20 and the sum will be displayed over here. So guys, this is the way that the default values in the arguments work. Now guys, there is another thing, that is Python keyword argument. In keyword arguments, the arguments are assigned based on the name of the arguments. So for example, first name and then last name. So guys, we will continue with the same example over here. Let's say we have the arguments as a and b. We will just remove these default values over here. Now what we will do is, while printing the sum, we will also print the value of a and b. So over here we will have the statement, that is sum of, and then we have a is equal to, then we will provide a value, and then we have comma once again, and then let's say we have double quotes and we have ampersand character over here, and b is equal to, then we should have the b value as well, and then we have the equal to operator over here, and then we have a plus b. So guys, what exactly we are doing is sum of a equal to, we are printing the value of a, and b is equal to, we are printing the value of b and then equal to a plus b. So this is nothing but we are formatting the string. So it will have the statement over here that is sum of a is equal to 10 and b is equal to 20 equal to 10 plus 20, which is equal to 30. So we have just formatted the string over here so that we can get the value of a and b that is being passed. So what we can do is simply, let's say I provide 10 and 30 over here, which will be assigned to a and b over here in this case. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, sum of a is equal to 10. So this first parameter, that is 10, was being assigned to this variable, that is a, and then next time we have and b is equal to 30. So this value, that is 30, was assigned to this variable, that is b over here, and that is why b is equal to 30. And then we have equal to 40, which is the sum of both these numbers. Now guys, let's say we want to interchange these values. We want to display the a value as 30 and b value as 10 over here. So what we can do is simply we can keep this 10 and 30 in the same sequence, but we can assign it by using the variable name. So over here b is equal to 30. So what we are doing exactly is this variable name, that is b, we are using that variable name while calling that function and we are assigning that value. So b value will be 10 in this case, and then we say a is equal to 30. So basically what we have done is we have interchanged the values. We have kept the sequence of values over here, but the variable will be having different values. First b will be assigned the value that is 10 over here, and then a will be assigned the value as 30 in this case. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, sum of a is equal to 30. So a was assigned the value as 30 and b is equal to 10. So b was assigned the value as 10 and the sum will be 40 in this case. So if you don't want to follow the sequence in which it is present inside the function definition, the arguments values, you can provide their names over here and provide the values to the variable names. So guys, this is another way in order to pass the arguments. Now there is another thing, that is Python function with arbitrary arguments. So sometimes we do not know in advance a number of arguments that will be passed into a function. To handle this kind of situation, we can use the arbitrary arguments, and then this is the syntax, that is we use the star character over here. So let's say in this case we just have 2 parameters over here, but let's say if we have more than 2 parameters and we don't know what is the number of parameters that will be present. So what we can simply do is we can simply have the star character over here, and then we can have the variable names over here. Numbers is the arguments that we are providing, and then what we will do is, let's say we want to provide the sum of all the numbers. So sum, it is equal to 0 in this case, and then we will go with the help of for loop. So for x in numbers. So basically this is kind of a list over here that we are providing, and we are going to iterate all the numbers inside the list, and then we have colon, and then we can have sum, it is equal to sum plus x, and then after this we can have the print statement. So we can simply put sum of all numbers colon, and then we can simply have the sum variable name. Now guys, in the same way we can call this function, that is sum numbers, and we can have any number of arguments now this time. So basically this star numbers will help us in order to have any number of arguments. So let's say we simply provide the number 1, and let me just save this file and try running this code now. You can see sum of all numbers, it is equal to 1 because 1 was the only number that we have provided. Now I'll simply copy and paste this line of code, and let's say I provide top 5 numbers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this time we are having 5 arguments now. So first time it was just 1 argument, this time it is 5 arguments. So basically the number of arguments is dynamic. We don't know how many number of arguments will be coming over here in this function. In this case we can use this star character along with the argument name. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, the first line it is saying sum of all numbers, it is 1. The next line is sum of all numbers, it is 15. So 1 plus 2 is 3. Plus 3 is 6, plus 4 is 10, and then plus 5, it is 15 over here. Let's say we have another line of code. We call the sum numbers once again. We provide 10 plus 20 plus 100 this time. So only 3 numbers. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. This time the sum of all numbers, it is equal to 130. So basically 10 plus 20 is 30 plus 100, it is equal to 130. So guys, this is another way you can provide only one argument along with the star if you are not sure remember how many number of arguments can be passed while calling this function. So recursion function in Python programming. So guys, in Python we know that a function can call other functions as well. It is even possible for the function to call itself, and when the function call itself, it's called recursive function. So basically these type of construct are termed as recursive functions whenever a function calls itself from inside its body. So for example, the factorial of a number is the product of all the integers from 1 up to that number. So if you see the example, the factorial of 6, which is denoted as 6 and then exclamation mark, it is equal to 1 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 5 multiplied by 6, which is equal to 720, and this is the factorial of the number, that is 6. So guys, we can find the factorial of any number by using the recursive function. So let us understand how recursive functions work with the help of example over here. So let's say we have the factorial function in this case. So factorial is the name, and then let's say if we provide the variable name as x over here. So what we will do is we will simply have to provide the condition over here, that is if x is equal to 1, we have to return 1 in this case. So guys, always remember that whenever we are having the recursive function, we need to have the end point, we need to have a limit on which we need to return some basic number over here. So this is the limit in this case, that is when the value of x is equal to 1, that is at the lowest level, the function needs to return the value which is 1, and then if it is not 1, then we can call that function once again. Now how do we call that function? We simply use the x value, that is the current x value, and then we multiply that number with the factorial of x minus 1. So this time we provide x minus 1 in this case. And one more thing that we can do in order to return this result is we can have the return keyword. So guys, we will understand this function in detail now, before which we will just call this function over here, that is factorial, and let's say I provide the number that is 6 that we have already seen, for which the factorial of 6 must be 720. And what we will do is, since this factorial function is returning this value, that is return x multiplied by this recursive function, we will catch the value in the result. So result, it is equal to factorial of 6, and we will simply have the print statement saying that factorial is, and then colon, and then we can simply provide result variable over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code. Guys, no need to worry over here. I will make you understand each and every line of code over here and how it works. So just stick with me till the end of this video. So as you can see, factorial is 720. So this is the result. So we have got the correct result over here. Now let us understand the working of this recursive function. So what exactly is happening over here is we have defined the function that is factorial in this case. Now result is the variable name for which we will get the value from this factorial function that we have called. So basically the control statement comes over here, factorial of 6. So the control statement will go to the definition of this function. So x value is 6 right now. So what we will do is we will understand over here one step at a time. So right now x, it is equal to 6 in this case. So is x value equal to 1? No, in this case. So the control flow will come over here and it will check this expression, that is x multiplied by factorial of x minus 1. So this expression we will put over here, that is 6, which is the value of x multiplied by factorial of x minus 1. So x value is 6, so x minus 1 will be equal to 5 in this case. Now what will happen is, now factorial of 5 is being called over here. So what is the factorial of 5? The control flow will go back again to this function, and that is why we call it as recursive, because from the body of this function we are calling the function itself. Now this time x value is 5. So is x equal to 1? No, in this case. So this time again this expression will be called. So x value will be 5 in this case and multiplied by factorial of x minus 1, which will be 4. So again next time what will happen is 5 multiplied by factorial of 4 will be called. Now what is the factorial of 4? So again the control flow will come over here. It will check whether x is equal to 1. No, in this case. So again this expression will be computed. So this time it will be x is equal to 4 multiplied by the factorial of 4 minus 1, which is 3 right now. And then again now x value is 3. So again it will be 3 multiplied by factorial of 2 in this case, and then the last statement, that is 2 multiplied by factorial of 1 in this case. Now when the factorial of 1 is being called, what will happen is factorial of x, which will be factorial of 1 in this case. So x is equal to 1, yes, in this case, so it will return true, and the control flow will not go over here to carry out the computation of this expression. So return 1 will return to the factorial of 1 function. So in this case, factorial of 1 will become 1 over here. Now 2 multiplied by 1 is equal to 2, and this result will be returned to this function that was called. So 2 multiplied by 1 is 2, so 2 will be returned over here. 3 multiplied by 2 is 6, so factorial of 3 will become 6, and 6 will be returned over here. 6 multiplied by 4 is 24, so factorial of 4 will have 24 as the result, and then 24 multiplied by 5, which is equal to 120, and that value will be returned to this function call, that is 120, and then 120 multiplied by 6 will be 720, which is the last expression that was computed, and that is what we will get over here. That is, the result will be 720 in this case, and that is what we got, 720 over here. Now guys, similarly we have seen that the factorial of 4 is equal to 24. So this result we can get simply by calling the factorial function with the value 4 as the argument. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, factorial is 24. Similarly, we can get the factorial of 3, which is equal to 6. So we can simply put 3 over here, and then let me just save this file and try running this code. So factorial is 6 in this case. And guys, that is how the recursive function works. This is just one example, that is, in order to find the factorial, we can have any kind of implementation code based on your requirements, provided the requirement can be fulfilled by using the recursive functions. If we see one more example, let's say we want to find the factorial of the number that is 10. Let me just run this code once again. So it says 3628800, and that is what we get as the factorial of 10. Comment in the comment section below whether this result is correct or not. So guys, please practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different output, and that is how you are going to learn more about Python programming. So guys, there are certain advantages and disadvantages of recursive function. As you can see, recursive functions make the code look clean and elegant. So we have made the code very clean and elegant over here. A complex task can be broken down into simpler sub-problems using recursion. So we can have any number, that is 100 or 200, and get the factorial of that number just by using these lines of code over here. And then sequence generation is easier with recursion than using some nested iteration. Now what are the disadvantages? Sometimes the logic behind recursion is hard to follow through. So basically, as you have seen, as I have told you, that there must be some endpoint that you need to provide. So basically this is the endpoint in this factorial function. Based on your requirements, there must be some endpoint up to which you need to restrict the call of the function from its body itself. So that condition you need to identify based on the requirement. And recursive calls are expensive, they are inefficient as they take up a lot of memory and time, and the recursive functions are hard to debug. So guys, basically these are certain disadvantages. So it depends on your requirements what exactly you want to implement, and accordingly you can use the recursive functions. Anonymous or lambda function in Python programming. So guys, in Python, an anonymous or lambda function is a special type of function without the function name. So we use the lambda keyword instead of def, that is defined, to create a lambda function. So as you can see, this is the syntax. Previously we had used the def keyword in order to create the normal functions, but this time we are going to use the keyword, that is lambda, along with the arguments which are optional over here, and then followed by a colon, and then we have the expression. So this is one of the examples of the lambda function over here. We have the lambda keyword followed by the colon over here, and then we have the expression, that is we are printing the hello world string. And this entire function, that is the anonymous function, which is not having any name over here, is being assigned to a variable, that is greet. And then this greet needs to be called, as you can see, call the lambda over here along with the open and close parenthesis. So when we have this line of code over here, this lambda function will be called and hello world will be printed on the screen. So guys, let us check this with the help of example over here. So what we will do is simply we will have the lambda keyword first of all, and then followed by a colon, and then let's say we want to print the name of this YouTube channel, that is Programming for Beginners, which you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so. So we have Programming for beginners over here. So this is a lambda function or the anonymous function without having any name, and then let's say we assign it to a variable, and we can simply provide the variable name as str, and then we have the equal to operator over here. Now what we have to do is simply we need to call this str variable. So over here on the new line we will have str followed by open and close parenthesis, and this is the way that we call the anonymous function. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, programming for beginners is getting printed over here, and this is one of the simple examples as far as anonymous function or lambda function is concerned in Python programming. Now guys, very important thing, what if you have certain arguments which you want to print? So this is kind of a static function which is having a fixed string that you want to print, but let's say you want to provide some string over here while calling the function. So in case let's say we have this argument as this is a string that we want to print. So this str, that is the lambda function, is being called, but this value needs to be caught by this lambda function over here. So what we can simply do is we can take this argument after this lambda keyword. As we have seen in this syntax, after the lambda keyword we have the list of arguments that we can take and use them in the form of expressions over here. So what we will do is, let's say I provide lambda and then followed by x. So this x variable will have this value whatever we pass while we are calling this str function, that is the anonymous function. So this x we can use in our expression inside this lambda function. So let's say I provide a label over here, string passed, and then followed by colon, and then I have comma, and then followed by this x variable which is being passed. So this is a string, it is one of the arguments that we are passing to the lambda expression, and the x variable will be assigned this value and it will be printed by using this print statement. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, string passed, this label is getting printed, and then the value of x which was passed from this calling of the lambda function over here, that is this is a string, and the same thing is getting printed over here. So guys, this is the way that we can pass arguments or parameters to our lambda or anonymous functions over here. Now guys, there is another variation. Can we have the multiple arguments? Let's say we have two or more numbers for which we need to find the sum of those numbers. Can we find the sum of those numbers by using the lambda function? So let us quickly check this with the help of examples over here. So what we will do is, again we will define the lambda function over here. So we have lambda keyword, and this time we will take two numbers. So let's say the two numbers are stored in these variables, that is x and y, and then followed by a colon, and then what we can do is simply we can print the sum of these two numbers. So we put x plus y over here. So this is the expression, print x plus y, and over here in the lambda we have defined the two variables over here. Now what we can do is we can assign it to another variable. So let's say we have add underscore numbers as the variable name. So we have add underscore numbers and then lambda keyword followed by these two variables, that is x and y, and then print x plus y over here. So what we can simply do is we can call this add numbers and provide the two numbers that we want to add. So we just use this add numbers over here, and then let's say the two numbers that we provide is 10 and 20. So we are expecting the sum, that is 10 plus 20, to be displayed by using this expression over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting some syntax error. Lambda expression parameters cannot be parenthesized. So what we can do is we can simply remove these parentheses that we have provided. So when we are providing multiple arguments in the lambda function, we need not have to provide the parentheses. We can separate them using the commas over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, 30 is getting displayed. We can format the string and have some label as well. So what we can do is we have the double quotes over here and we say sum of numbers and then colon and then comma x plus y. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, sum of numbers, that is 30, is getting displayed. Another way that we can print the sum of these numbers is just by returning the sum of these numbers and printing them over here outside the lambda function. So while returning any of the expressions, we need not have to have the return keyword. We can simply have the expression over here. So as you can see, the two numbers were passed, that is 10 and 20. It will be taken by this lambda function in the form of x and y. X plus y will be computed and then it will be returned to this function which was called by by using the add numbers. Now we can simply print this. So we can have the print function over here, and inside the print function we call the add numbers with these two numbers. Let's say this time we provide some other numbers, that is 100 and let's say 150. So the sum should be 100 plus 150, which should be 250 over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 250 is getting printed. And again, we can have some labels over here in order to define exactly what this function is doing. So guys, practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different output. This lambda function becomes very important, which is also called anonymous function, when you don't want to define the function explicitly and you have very less number of operations to be carried out by using this anonymous function. So variable scope in Python programming. So guys, in Python we can declare variables in 3 different scopes. So these are local scope, global scope and a non-local scope. So we will check all these scopes one by one with the help of examples. So first of all, what are local variables? So when we declare the variables inside a function, these variables will have a local scope that is within the function only. We cannot access them outside the function. So let us check this with the help of examples now over here. So let's say we have a function over here. By using the def keyword, we define the function that is add, and then after the open and close parenthesis we have a colon over here, and let's say we have two variables, that is a, it is equal to 10, and then we have b, it is equal to 20, and then we just want to print the sum of these two numbers. So we will simply do print of a plus b over here, and then we can simply call this function by using the function name, that is add, followed by open and close parenthesis. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 30, that is the sum of 10 and 20 is getting displayed. Now guys, let us say I want to access these variables, that is a and b, which is defined in this function that is add. So can we do that from outside this function that we have defined? So let us check that. So let us say I want to print the value of a over here. So when we provide print followed by the variable name, that is a, so let me just save this file and try running this code to see what happens. So as you can see, we are getting some error, name a is not defined. So guys, because we have defined the variables that is a and b inside the function that is add, we can only access them within this function and not outside of this function, and that is what we call it as a local scope. Now if the same thing, that is print a, if we just remove from here and we print over here, that is within the function, and then we need to call that function so that the control flow goes inside that function and print both these statements. Now this time we are accessing the value of a from within that function, so we should be able to access that variable. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are not getting any error. First of all, we are printing the value of a, that is 10. As you can see, 10 is getting displayed, and then print a plus b, so 30 is getting displayed, which is the sum of those two variables. So guys, this is the local scope, which means the variable that is defined within the function can only be accessed from that function itself. Now guys, let us move to another scope. As you can see, we have global variables as well. So a variable declared outside of the function or in a global scope is known as a global variable. So this means that a global variable can be accessed inside or outside of a function. So what this means? So basically, let's say when we have this a is equal to 10 outside of this function, so I'll just remove this line of code over here, and before this function is defined, we assign the variable that is a. So when we use a particular variable outside of this function, this variable is called as a global variable. So this variable can be used from within the function also and outside of the function also. So we have the same function that is add over here, and then b value, it is equal to 20. So we have the print, and then what I will do is I will say inside function, so that we can identify that this statement is from within the function itself. So inside function, and then we will print the value of a, and then print a plus b, that is the sum of these two numbers will be displayed over here. And then what I will do is I will again copy this line of code and paste this over here, and then I'll say outside function. So we have outside function over here. So first of all, this line of code, that is outside function, and then the value of a will get printed, and then add will be called, and then what will happen is inside function and value of a will be printed, and then a plus b will get printed over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, outside function the value is 10 since we have provided the global variable over here, and from within that function itself we can access the value of a again, and that is what we are getting. Inside function it is equal to 10, and then 30 is the sum of these two numbers, that is a plus b. So guys, this is the way that we can use the global variables. So in case you want to use the same variable in the multiple functions in the same program, you can define that variable as a global variable, which is also called as a global scope. Now guys, moving to another scope over here, that is the non-local variables. So non-local variables are used in nested functions whose local scope is not defined, which means that the variable can be neither in the local nor the global scope. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now over here. So in this case, in order to use the non-local scope, we will have to use the nested function. So I'll just remove all these lines of code over here, and what we will do is, let's say inside this function that is add, which is the outer function, I'll just name it as the outer over here so that it becomes little easy in order to identify the functions. So let's say we have the variable a for which the value is 10 over here. Now let's say we have a nested function, which means a function that is present inside another function is called a nested function, and we'll name this function as the inner so that we can identify that this is the inner function. Now what we can do is, we can have the variable once again that is a over here, but this time we will be using the non-local keyword. So as you can see, there is a keyword called non-local which we can use in order to assign a value to the variable, and this also identifies that this variable is a non-local variable. Now let's say we assign some other value over here to a. So let's say a, it is equal to 20 in this case, and what we will do is, let's say we want to print this value of a. Now how we will print this is, we will say inner and then followed by colon, and then we will say a. So this means that we are printing the value of a from the inner function by using this label, and then we will come out of this function, and what we will do is, we will be in the outer function right now. So currently we are in the outer function, and we will simply call this inner function. So we can simply call the inner function over here, and then after that, let's say we want to print this value of a once again. So I'll just copy this line and then paste this over here. Over here I'll just put the label as outer. So guys, this is the program that we have written. We just have the outer function over here, we have the variable that is 10, and then we have the inner function. Inside this we have defined the non-local variable that is a, and then a is being assigned the value of 20. Again we are printing the value of a over here by using the inner label, and then we are calling this inner function from the outer function itself, and then we are printing the value of a by using the outer label over here. Now the last thing that we have to do is, we have to call this outer function because we have not called this yet. So over here we will say outer, and then we have this open and close parenthesis. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, inner is being assigned the value as 20, and that is what we had done over here. So when inner was called over here, the non-local variable that is a, it makes the value as 20, and then this inner, it is equal to 20 is getting displayed. Now guys, what is happening is, when we are using this non-local keyword, this means that we are telling Python that this variable needs to be seen as a non-local variable, which means it is equal to this variable as well. So when we are doing a is equal to 20, so this value of a will become 20, and this value of a will also become 20 over here, and that is why for this inner we are getting 20, and for outer also, if you see on the second line, the value is 20 right now. So this assignment of a is equal to 20 is being treated as a non-local assignment, and the values of the variable a, wherever it is being assigned, will be changed to the value that is 20 in this case. So guys, this is very important concept whenever we are using the non-local variable. What if we simply have the local variable and we don't define this in this way? So let's say I'll just comment out this line of code over here, that is non-local a. Now this time a's value that is 20 right now is being treated as a local variable inside the inner function, and outside the inner function, that is in the outer function, the a's value is currently 10 over here. So let us check what will be the output. I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, inner it is equal to 20, and right now outer it becomes 10. That's because we have not used the non-local keyword over here within the nested function, that is the inner function that we had defined. So guys, this is very important concept. If you want to change the values of all the variables that is in the outer function as well as in the inner function, we can use the non-local keyword while assigning the value to the variable, and then all the values for that variable will be updated. So guys, this is the functionality of the non-local variable, and I hope you have understood the functionalities of the different variable scopes in Python, that is local variables, global variables and non-local variables, and global keyword in Python programming. So guys, in Python, the global keyword allows us to modify the variable outside of the current scope. So it is used to create a global variable and make changes to the variable in a local context. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now over here. So let's say we have a global variable that is a and the value is equal to 10. So let's say we have a function over here and the function name is add. So what we will do is, so let's say we have a variable b for which the value is equal to 20 and we want to print the sum of these two numbers, that is a and b. A is the global variable and b is the local variable for this function, that is add. So we can simply print a plus b over here, and then what we can do is we can simply call this function that is add followed by open and close parenthesis. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 30 is getting displayed. We are using the global variable, we are using the local variable, and we are adding both the variables over here. Now guys, let us say I want to change the value of a to some other value. So what I will do is, let's say I come inside this function and I do a, it is equal to 30. So what we have done over here is this global variable that is a for which the value was 10, I have just updated the value to 30 over here, and b value I'll keep it same, that is 20, and I want to print the sum of these two numbers. I have called this function that is add. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 50 is getting displayed. So we have assigned some other value to a, that is 30 over here. Now guys, let us say what we do is I'll just increment the value of a by 10. So over here a, it is equal to a plus 10 over here. So this expression we are using. So what happens in this case? Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting some error over here. Unbound local error cannot access local variable a where it is not associated with a value. So basically what is happening over here is local preference is given first. So over here a is equal to a plus 10. It is trying to find out the expression that is a plus 10, but it doesn't have any local instance of the variable a, and that is why we are getting this error that cannot access local variable a where it is not associated with a value. So what we can do in this case is we can tell the Python interpreter that we already have defined the variable a for which the value is 10 already, and that 10 value is supposed to be taken when we are computing this expression that is a plus 10. So how do we do that? Before this line of code over here, we use the global keyword. So this global keyword followed by the variable a. So this tells the Python interpreter that the variable a needs to be treated as a global variable, and this time a plus 10, in this case the a's value will be taken as 10, and 10 plus 10, which is 20, will be assigned to this a variable. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are not getting any error now, and we are getting the sum of two numbers, that is 40 over here. How? Because the a value is 10 and 10 plus 10 is equal to 20. So 20 is being assigned to this variable that is a, and b's value is also 20. So 20 plus 20 will become 40 over here, which is getting printed. So guys, this is the way that we can use the global keyword in order to tell the Python interpreter that this variable needs to be treated as a global variable for which we have already defined it over here as the global scope. Now guys, there is another variation over here, that is global keyword in nested functions. So we already have a example over here. So I'll just copy this example and paste this in our VS Code editor. So we'll copy this and paste this over here. So what exactly we are doing over here is we are having the outer function for which the number is equal to 20, and then we have a nested function that is the inner function over here, and we are saying that a global keyword is there for which the variable is num, and then num it is equal to 25. Now this means that we are declaring the num variable as a global variable over here for which the value will be 25 right now. So what is happening is print, before calling inner function, this num value will get printed. But as I have told you, the local preference is first. So what should happen? So we will check which value will get printed over here before calling the inner function, and then the inner function will be called, during which the global num for which num is equal to 25 will get assigned over here, and then print after calling inner function, and then we will print the num value once again, and then after this this, we are calling the outer function so that all these print statements can get executed, and then after that outside both functions we will again print the value of this num variable. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, before calling inner function, so where we are over here, that is before calling inner function, the value of num, it is equal to 20 in this case. How? So basically this num value, that is 20, it was assigned over here in the outer function, and then the control statement went over here before going inside the inner function because it was not called yet. So before calling inner function, num value is 20, that is what we had assigned over here. Now inner function was called, and then we have after calling inner function, the value of this variable was printed once again. So after calling inner function, it is again 20. Why so? Because guys, over here we have provided the global keyword. So this means that we are creating another variable for which the scope is global and not local in this case, and then the num variable over here for which the value is 25, this num variable is created with the global scope and not the local scope. So basically right now, as far as local scope is concerned, within this outer function it is still 20 over here, and that is what we are getting the value of num variable as 20 even after calling the inner function. And then what happens is, outside the outer function when we come once again, so outside both the function, now the num value will be what? 25. That's because we had defined a global variable over here for which the num value was taken as 25, and that is what we are getting. Outside both function it is equal to 25. So guys, it is little bit complex to understand for the very first time, but with practice you will understand what are the different concepts as far as this global keyword is concerned and where to use them. Modules in Python programming. So guys, as our program grows bigger, it may contain many lines of code. So instead of putting everything in a single file as we have done so far, we can use modules to separate codes in separate files as per their functionality. So basically we can separate the codes and we can create separate files based on the functionality of the file that we are going to create. So this will make our code organized and easier to maintain. Now a module is a file that contains code to perform a specific task. So like let's say if we want to add two numbers, we can have a function inside another file and we can call it as a module. So a module may contain variables, functions, classes and many other things. So as you can see over here, for example, there's a Python module that is addition. What we have done is we have defined a function over here. So we have the add, that is the function name, which takes two parameters a and b. So a plus b, which is the sum of these two variables, will be stored in the result variable, and this result variable is returned with the help of this return statement. So guys, this is one of the functions which can be present inside one module which is created as a separate file. So guys, let us check this with the help of example how we can create the module. So basically when we go over here in the Explorer, as we have seen previously, we were using Python_code file in order to create all our programs. But what if we want to create another file and have a function inside that file? So we can come over here, we can create a new file, and let's say we want to name it as addition and then followed by .py, which is the extension of the Python programming language. So as you can see, we have created this addition.py, which is another Python file over here. So what we will do is, let's say we have a function over here, so define add, which takes two parameters, that is a and b, and then after colon, what we will do is we will have the result variable which will have the addition of these two numbers, that is a and b, which will be passed over here, and then we are going to return this result. So return result. So basically this function is going to take two values, that is in the form of a and b, and return the sum of these two values. Now this code is being written in another file, that is addition.py. So how do we call it from the main file, that is Python_code over here? So what I will do is, first of all, we are going to save this file over here and switch back to our main file over here, that is Python_code.py. and what I will do is, over here we are going to import this module. So this Python file that we have created right now, this is kind of a module. So how do we import that module? We are going to use the import keyword followed by the name of that module. So the name of the module is the file name itself. So we are going to provide addition. So as you can see, VS Code is providing us this addition value over here, which is part of the autocomplete feature of this editor. So we are going to select this. Now what we can do is we can call this add function, since we have already imported this module over here. So simply what we will have have to do is we are going to use this module name, that is addition, followed by dot, and then as you can see we have this add method, and there will be many other methods that will be present which will come by default whenever we are going to create new Python files in this way. So basically we are interested in using this add method. So when we select this, and then we have to provide the two values. So what we will do is we will say 10, 20. Now guys, what is happening is this add function, it is going to take two values that we have already passed, and it is going to return the result. So we are supposed to take that result in another variable over here. So let's say we provide sum as the variable name, which is going to take the return from this add function over here, which will be the sum of these two numbers, and then we can simply print the value of the sum variable. So over here we will say sum of numbers followed by colon and then comma, we have the sum variable name. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, sum of numbers, it is 30 right now. So basically what we have done is we have created a module which is the user defined module over here, and then we have created a new function inside that module which is going to take two values in the form of a and b, and it is going to return the sum of these two values. And then what we have done is we have imported that module, that is addition, and called the function that is the add function, which is going to take two values as we had defined in the addition module, and the sum will be stored in this sum variable over here, and we have printed that sum variable. So this is the classic example of a user defined module over here. Guys, similarly there are multiple modules which are built in inside the Python programming language. So as you can see, there are certain important notes over here. Python has tons of standard modules. So for now we have just seen the user defined module right now. We are also going to take the example of a standard module. Now the standard modules can be imported the same way as we import our user defined modules. So let us take the example of a standard module. In this case we will take the example with the math library module. So what we will do is we will remove these lines of code over here, and then we can simply import the math library. So as you can see over here, once we put the m character, as you can see these all are modules that are built in inside the Python programming language. We are interested in this math library over here. So when we import math, and then we can use the math library over here, and then followed by dot, we can see many other functions and variables that are already present. The thing that we are interested in is the pi value. So as you can see, we can get the pi value which is approximately equal to 3.14, and the same thing we can get from the math library and by using the pi variable over here. So what we can do is, let's say we provide the variable name as value, and math.pi is the value that we want to store in this value variable, and we can simply provide the print statement, and then we can say pi value is followed by colon, and then we can simply put the value that is the variable name. So guys, what is exactly happening over here is we are importing the math library, which is the built-in library over here, which is a built-in module inside the Python programming language, and then inside that we have certain variables and functions as well. One of the variables is pi, which is having a value, and that value we are getting by using this math.pi statement, and then we are assigning it to this user defined variable that is value, and the same thing we are printing over here with this particular string, that is pi value is followed by colon and then the value variable over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, pi value is, we can see this 3.141592 and so on. It is a huge number after the decimal point. So guys, this is another way in order to use the standard modules that are already present in the Python programming language. Next we are going to see how do we use the Python import with renaming. So far we have imported the libraries and used the names of those libraries or modules along with the function name or the variable name. But what we can do is we can rename these libraries while importing them. So after this import math, we have to use the as keyword followed by m. So guys, this is nothing but it is a shorthand method that we can use in order to name this library right now. So instead of typing this math library over here, we can simply use the m character over here, because that is what we have defined, that is import math as m. So we can use m everywhere wherever we are going to use the math. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. We will see the same output, that is pi value is 3.1415 and so on. So guys, the idea over here is you need not have to type the entire name of the module in this case whenever you are going to refer to a particular method or a function or a variable inside the module, but you can use that simple one character or the two characters that you have used while importing the module. Now guys, there is another way Python from and then import statement. So over here what we can do is, let's say if we only want to use the pi variable in this case, so exactly what we are doing is we are importing all the methods, that is the functions as well as the variables. But let's say if we only want the pi variable, so what we can simply do is we can use the from and then we can use the module name, that is math, and then we can simply import the variable. So import and pi over here. So as you can see, we can use this statement as well, that is from followed by the module name and then import, and then what exactly we want to import we can just mention that, and then after this we can simply use the pi variable name in order to assign it to another variable name, or over here we can simply put pi as well. So we can simply put pi in the print statement also. So let me just save this file and try running this code. As you can see, we are getting the same output, that is pi value is so and so. So basically in order to get the specific variable or the method, we can use this statement, that is by using the from followed by the module name, and then we have the import keyword and then the name of that specific variable or the method. Now guys, one last thing, as far as Python modules are concerned, there is a built-in function, that is dir, which is directory. It is a built-in function in Python in order to get all the variables and the function names inside the module. So let's say I provide import math over here. So we have import math, and then what we can do is we can simply get the directory. In this case we simply have to provide the dir function and then followed by open and close parenthesis, and let's say we provide the math library over here inside the dir function. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So guys, nothing is happening over here. That's because we have not provided the print statement. So probably we'll provide the print statement and enclose the statement inside the print function. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, we are getting the list of all the methods and the variables that are present inside the math library. So guys, this is a very huge list over here. As you can see, we have A10, then A10-2, A10H, and then so on. We are getting all the method names. We are also getting the variables. As you can see, we are having pi over here and so on. Guys, similarly what we can do is, let's say I import this addition module, which is a user defined module that we have already seen. So I import this addition module, and instead of this math I provide this addition module name. So let me just save this file. So one of the methods that is present is add over here. So this should be listed now. So I'll just run this code now over here. So as you can see, add method is getting displayed. Apart from that, there are many other built-in variable names that are present, which gets generated whenever we create new modules over here. So guys, this dir function can be very useful in order to check which are the different variables and functions are present inside that module that we have already defined, or if it is a built-in module that is provided by the Python programming language. Packages in Python programming. So guys, a package is a container that contains various functions to perform specific tasks. So for example, let's say the math package that we had seen previously, it includes the square root function to perform the square root of a number, and this math package we had imported previously as well. So while working on big projects, we have to deal with a large amount of code, and writing everything together in the same file will make our code look messy, and we also want our code to be readable, so we cannot afford that. So instead we can separate our code into multiple files by keeping the related code together inside the packages. So let us check what a package model structure in Python programming looks like. So over here, as you can see, we have a package that is game at the outside, and in order to make the Python interpreter understand that this is a package, we need to have a file with this name, that is underscore underscore followed by init, and then 2 times underscore followed by .py. So this is the file that will tell the Python interpreter to treat this game as one of the packages, and then inside that we can have more sub packages. So as you can see, we have a sub package called sound, inside which there are different sounds that can be present. We have another sub package that is image, and then we have another sub package that is level, and in all these sub packages we have this underscore underscore init followed by 2 times underscore and then .py. These files must be present in order to make the Python interpreter understand that these are the sub packages inside the main package that is game. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples, how we can create the packages and how we can use them in our projects. So basically this is our main code, that is Python code over here. What I will do is I will come out of this and I'll create a new folder. So let's say I create the game folder over here. and inside this folder what we have to do is we will be creating these sub packages over here. But before creating the sub packages, let us create this file, that is the init file, which will tell the Python interpreter that this is a package. So we will come over here, we say new file, and then 2 times underscore, we have init and then underscore dot py. So this is one of the files over here which will tell the Python interpreter that this is a package, and we will keep the file as blank over here for now, and we will come to this game, and then again we will create another folder. This time it is going to be the sound package. So we have sound package over here, and inside this we will again create a file, that is the init file. So we have init file over here. So we will keep this init file as it is for now. So we have created game, and then inside that we have a sub package, that is sound. Let us create a file inside the sound package. So what we will do is inside this we will create a new file over here, and then we will say load.py. And inside this file, let's say we define the function, that is load, and then we have a colon over here. So what we will do is we will simply have the print statement, and we will say inside sound package and load function. So guys, this will tell us that we are inside the sound package and inside the load function over here. Now guys, let us say we want to create another sub package, that is level, and we want to create the start Python file over here. So what we will have to do is we again come to this game, and then we create another folder, and then we have this level sub package, and inside this package again we will create the init file. So we have this init dot py over here. We will keep this file blank for now, and then what we will do is over here inside the level we will create another new file, and we will say start.py. So this is another Python file, and what we can do is we can define the function, that is start followed by open and close parenthesis, and then we can simply have the print function. So guys, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste this print statement from here. So we print and paste this over here, and I'll say inside level package and start function. Guys, we will just rename this function name as start followed by underscore function, so that we come to know that this is the function that we are calling. Same thing we are going to do with the load as well. So underscore function over here. So guys, pretty much we have created some good packages over here. The outer package is the game, and then we have 2 packages, that is level and sound. Each of those sub packages are having the init file over here, and then they are having their own functions, that is start and load.py. So now we will come out of this package, that is outside the game package, and we already have our main file, that is python underscore code. So what we have to do is, let's say we want to call those functions, that is start.py, and over here that is load.py. So what we have to do is, first of all we need to import the packages. So while importing, what we can do is import followed by game. As you can see, this game is coming now. This is the autocomplete feature of the VS Code, which is very good. So we can use this game followed by dot. As you can see, both the sub packages that we had created are also being suggested over here. So what we can do is, let's say we provide level over here followed by dot, and then as you can see start, that is the Python file name, that is start.py is getting suggested. So we will use this. So this is the way that we can import one of the files inside the existing packages. So over here we have created the user defined packages and the user defined files, which are having the user defined functions as well, and those functions we are going to call. Now we can simply provide the print function, and then followed by, again we will use the package name followed by dot, and then the sub package name, that is level, followed by dot, and then the start, that is the name of the Python file, followed by dot. As you can see, we are getting the start function as the suggestion. So we will use this, and then after this start function we have the open and close parenthesis, since it is the function over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code to see what will be the output. As you can see, inside level package and start function. So this is a string that we had provided in our start function over here, that is inside level package and start function. Let's say we want to call this load function over here. So what we can do is, again we will have the print statement, and then followed by, in the same way we are going to call the load function. So game followed by, we need to get the sound sub package. So over here we are not getting the sound sub package. That's because we have not imported the sound yet. So again we are going to have another import, and then we have game followed by dot. This time we are going to import the sound sub package followed by dot, and then we have load. So now this time once we provide dot, as you can see sound is getting auto suggested over here. So sound followed by dot, we have load, and then load function over here, open and close parenthesis. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, inside level package and start function, and again inside sound package and load function is getting printed, because that is the content that we had provided over here. So guys, this is the way that we can import different packages and the files inside those packages and call those functions as well. Now guys, previously I have shown you what is the shorthand method. So instead of typing everything, that is packages and sub packages over here, we can simply use the shorthand method over here while importing the library. So after this we have the space character followed by the AS keyword, and then let's say I provide the name as the level, and over here I provide the name as sound. So what we can do is simply we can use the level and sound over here. So let's say I provide level followed by dot, and then we have start function, and over here once again this entire thing can be replaced and we can provide sound, because that is the name that we have given to this package and the library hierarchy that we have imported. So let me just save this file and try running this code. Pretty much the output will be same, that is those two strings are getting printed over here once again, as you can see, but this is the shorthand method that we can use. So guys, this is the way that you can organize your code into different packages and write different methods as well inside those packages and the Python files. Hopefully you have got enough knowledge about the packages in order to create your next big project as far as Python programming language is concerned. Numbers, type conversion and mathematics in Python programming. So guys, in Python the number data types are used to store the numeric values. So Python supports integers, floating point numbers and complex numbers, which we are going to see with the help of examples as well. So they are defined as int, float and complex classes in Python. So as you can see, this int is a data type which holds the signed integers of non-limited length, and then we have float as well, which holds the floating decimal points and it's accurate up to 15 decimal places. So in case you want the 15 decimal places for a number, you can use the float class in the Python programming. And also we have the complex data type which holds the complex numbers. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now over here. So let's say I want to print the simple integer. So over here I will simply say num1 it is equal to 10, and then inside the print function we can simply provide num1. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 10 is getting displayed. Similarly we can have the float and complex data type as well. So I'll just copy paste these lines of code over here. I'll put num2 it is equal to 5.76, and then over here we will print num2 as the variable name, and then let's say we have num3, in which case let's say we have the complex number, that is 3 plus 2j. So this is the format in which we provide the complex number in Python, and then we provide the num3 as the variable name over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting the integer over here, then we have 5.76, and then we have 3 plus 2j. All these numbers are getting printed. Now in order to see what is the data type of each and every number variable that we have provided, we can simply provide the type function over here and enclose the variable name. So as you can see, this type function will help us in order to find the data type of the variable. So num1 is the variable and we have enclosed it within the type function, and then similarly we will say type, and then num2 will be enclosed over here, and then let's say we want to find the type of this, that is num3 variable as well. So we provide the type function. So instead of printing the values, we will be printing the data types of all these variables now. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, in the sequence we are getting all the data types. The first number, that is num1, it is of integer data type since we have stored the integer value. Then next we have the float, that's because we have stored the float value, and then we have the complex data type. So in this way we can easily use the type function in order to find the data type of any variable in Python programming. Now guys, over here let us understand the number system. So basically the numbers that we have seen so far are of the decimal, that is base 10 number system. But in computer programming, we need to work with binary, that is base 2. Then we also have hexadecimal, that is base 16, and octal, that is base 8 number systems as well. So how do we work with these number systems? Can we represent them in the Python programming? Yes, we can. So as you can see, the binary numbers can be represented by using the 0b prefix. The b letter can be lowercase or uppercase character. Similarly, we have the octal, that is the base 8 number. So we can have the prefix that is 0 and O, and then followed by hexadecimal, which is having the prefix that is 0x. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now over here. Let's say we want to have a number which is of a binary data type. So let's say we have num1, and then let's say we want to represent the number 8 with the help of its binary representation. So we have 1000, which is the binary representation, but this is a simple base 10 number that we have provided. In order to make this as a binary number, we have to provide the prefix that is 0b. So as you can see, 0b is the prefix, and then next time when we print this number, so over here we can simply print this number. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting 8 instead of 1000. So 1000 is the binary representation of the number 8, and when we provide the 0b, which means it tells the Python interpreter to treat this as the binary representation and print this number, that is num1, in the base 10 format over here. Similarly, we can have the octal numbers and the hexadecimal numbers as well. So let's say in the octal numbers, what we do is instead of 0b, we provide 0o, and then let's say we just provide 10 as the number over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So octal number, that is 10, it is being represented as the number 8 in the decimal format, and that is what we are getting over here. What will be the octal number? That is 15 in this case. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, 13 we are getting, which is of the decimal format. Similarly, let's say we want to represent the hexadecimal number. So let us see what will be the base 10 number for this hexadecimal number, that is 0x15. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, 21 is the decimal number. Now let's say we want to print 15 as the decimal number, but we want to represent it as the hexadecimal number. So we have something called as F over here. The numbers, it is going from 0 to 9 and then A to F characters as far as hexadecimal representations are concerned. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 15 is getting printed over here. So if you are familiar with the number systems, then you must be knowing about what are the different values when we say hexadecimal, octal and binary numbers over here. And if you are not familiar, then no need to worry about it. It is just the formats in which the numbers are being stored and are being represented. Now very important topic, the type conversion in Python. So basically in programming, type conversion is the process of converting one type of number into another. So in some cases, we might want the float number to be converted to the integer number, or the integer number to be converted to a complex number, and so on based on the requirements. So operations like addition, subtraction, convert integers to float implicitly. So it is very important to note that whenever you are going from the integer to the float number, it will be done automatically. That's because float is taking extra memory compared to the integers. So whenever you are going from a lower memory data type to the higher memory data type, it will be done automatically. But the same is not applicable when you go from a higher data type to the lower data type. That's because there is some kind of a loss of data in that case. So let us see how the integer gets automatically converted to the float value. As you can see over here, we have the print statement, which is taking one operand, that is the integer on the left hand side, and a float number on the right hand side. So let me just copy this line of code and we will print this over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So what exactly is happening over here is, this is a float number, that is 2.0, and this is the integer number. But an integer and a float number cannot be added. So basically, implicitly, this integer is being converted to 1.0 behind the scenes, and then that 1.0 is being added to 2.0, and after that we get the result as 3.0. Similarly, let's say if we have 2.45 over here, so the result should be 3.45 in this case after this integer is being converted to the float number. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, 3.45 is getting displayed, and this is how the implicit type conversion happens in Python programming. Now what is the explicit type conversion? So we can also use built-in functions like integer, that is, as you can see, this is the int function name followed by the open and close parenthesis, that will help us to convert any complex number or the float number to the integer integer. It can also help us in order to convert the string to the integer as well. We also have the float, and then we also have the complex function to convert between types explicitly. So let's say we only want the integer format to be displayed over here, that is the sum should be in the integer format. So what we will do is, for this 2.45 we have to explicitly convert this to the integer. The left hand side is already integer, we want to convert the right hand side to the integer. So before this number we have to provide the int function name, and then the number needs to be enclosed within the open and close parenthesis. So this is the way that we can explicitly convert a data type to another data type. So 2.45, that is the float number, will get converted to the integer number over here. So in this case there will be a loss of data. The 0.45 will be removed and only 2 will be considered over here. So 2 plus 1, the 3 should be the sum of this addition operation. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 3 is getting displayed. So since there is a loss of data over here, since we are going from a higher memory data type to the lower memory data type, that is why we are required to provide the explicit data conversion functions. Guys, similarly you can convert the string data type as well. So let's say we have a string, it is equal to 12, and what we want to do is, let's say I want to add 10 to this particular string. So string is represented in this format, that is it needs to be enclosed between the double quotes or the single quotes over here. So what I want to do is, let's say I want to add 10 to this particular string. So I just say 10 plus str over here. So what we are doing exactly is, this is the integer and this is a string data type. We are trying to add both these things over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So it says type error, unsupported operand, that is type S, for plus integer and string. So we cannot add an integer with a string over here. So we need to convert this string to the integer. So similarly we can use the int function that we have seen just now and enclose this string variable inside the open and close parenthesis, and that is how the string will get converted to the integer, after which we can add it to other integers as well. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, 22 is the result. 10 plus 12, which is 22, and that is what we are getting in the form of integer. So in this way you can convert the data types to another data types as well by using such kind of functions. Now let us talk about Python mathematics. So Python offers the math module to carry out different mathematics like trigonometry, logarithms, probability and statistics, etc. So for example, I have certain lines of code over here. What I will do is, I'll simply copy and paste these lines of code, since I'm a little bit lazy, in order to type the entire code. So basically this is very important. We use the import keyword, which we have already seen previously, in order to import a particular module in Python programming language, and then math is the name of the module. Now by using this module, that is a library, we can use the various variables and the functions that are present inside this math module. So we have pi variable, we have the cos that belongs to the trigonometry functions, then we have exponent as well, log 10, sin h, and we also have the factorial function, for which we have already written the code in the previous video. So there is a built-in function in order to find the factorial of a number over here as well. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting all the results over here. First of all, we are getting the pi value, which is 3.14, and then cos of math pi, it is giving us -1, and then 22,026, which is the exponent of 10, and then log 10, it is equal to 3.0. Then we are getting sin h of 1, it is equal to 1.17, and factorial of 6, we are getting 720. Can you guess what is the factorial of the number 4? So try to find out what is the factorial of 4 by using the Python programming language on your own as a homework for you, and comment in the comment section below what will be the answer of the factorial 4. Random module in Python programming. So guys, Python offers the random module to generate random numbers or to pick a random item from an iterator. So we are going to check this with the help of examples now over here. So first of all, we are supposed to import the random module in this way, and then as you can see, we are printing a random range over here. We are using the random module followed by the dot operator, and then we are using the rand range function in order to find the random range over here. So let us move to the VS Code over here in order to check the examples. So first of all, we will be importing the random module. So we have import followed by random over here. Next, let's say I want to print the random range. So what we will do is we will have the print function, and inside that we will be using the random module that we have just imported, followed by dot. And as you can see, VS Code is suggesting us many other variables and the method names as well that we can use. So we are going to say random range over here, and the range, it should be between 10 and 20. So we provide 10, 20 as the range. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting 12 over here, which is the part of this random range, that is 10 and 20. Let's say we want the number to be between 100 and 200 over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now after making changes. As you can see, we are getting the 178. Similarly, let's say if you want to throw the dice and only numbers that are present on the dice is between 1 to 6. So you can use this random range function inside the random module and provide 1, 6 as the number in order to get the number. So as you can see, we are getting 4 over here next time when we run this, and then we are getting 2 over here. So you can use this function in order to develop your next game as far as throwing a dice is concerned. Now similarly, we can also have the list. As you can see, we have the list 1, and then we have 5 characters over here. Let's say out of these characters, we want to select one of the characters. So you can use the choice function inside the random module. So let us check this with the help of example now over here. So let's say we have the list of the programming languages. So we name it as the list1 as the variable name, and then what are the programming languages? So one is Python, and then let's say we have Java as another programming language. Then let's say we have C++, and then let's say we have Swift as another programming language. So these are certain programming languages. Now let's say out of all these 4 values, we want to select one of the values randomly. So what we can do is we can have the print function, and then we can use this random module name followed by dot, and then we have the choice function name, and inside this function we have to provide the list variable. So we provide list1 over here. So basically we are passing this list1 to this choice function and asking the choice function to select one of the values from this list of values. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting the Swift value as the random value. If we run this code once again, we will get some different value. So as you can see, we are getting Java this time, then we run again, we are getting Python this time, and then if we run again, we are again getting Java. So every time we will get a different value whenever we are using this particular function. Now let's say we want to print this list. So what we will do is I'll just remove this part of the print statement, and I'll simply provide a list1, that is the variable name for that list. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting this list of values. Now before this, what we can do is we are saying original list over here as the label. So we say original list. Now exactly what we want to do is we want to shuffle this list. Let's say this sequence of data that we have inside the list, we want to shuffle it. So what we can do is simply we can use the random module name over here followed by dot, and it also has something called as shuffle function. So this will help us in order to shuffle all the values of this list that we provide. So shuffle followed by inside the open and close parenthesis, we provide the list1 variable name, and then after that what we can do is we can simply print this list content once again, and then we can simply put shuffled list over here instead of original list. So before shuffling, we are printing the original list over here, which will print the values in this sequence, and then after shuffling, it will print the shuffled list over here where the values will be shuffled in this case. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, original list, we are getting Python, Java, C++, and Swift, and then shuffled list, it is Java, Swift, C++, and then Python. So we have just shuffled the list. The values were completely shuffled inside the list and were printed on the screen. Now guys, let's say very randomly you want to generate some kind of a element. So what you can do is simply have the print statement over here and simply use the random module in this case. So I'll just remove this part of this line, and then we can have the random followed by dot. We have something called as random function over here. This line of code will generate any element over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting a float number 0.1004 and so on, and then let me just run this code once again. As you can see, we are getting another number over here. and then let me just run this code 0.99. So this line of code is helping us in order to generate the random numbers over here in this case. So guys, this is the way that you can use random module over here in this case in order to randomly generate some numbers or randomly shuffle the values inside the list that is present. List in Python programming. So guys, a list is a collection of similar or different types of data. So for example, suppose we need to record the age of 5 students. So instead of creating 5 separate variables, we can simply create a list. So as you can see, this is the way that we create the list. First of all, on the left hand side, we have the variable name, and then on the right hand side, inside the open and close square brackets, we have the list of elements which are separated using the commas. So I'll just copy this line of code over here, and then let us move to the VS Code and paste this. So as you can see, on the left hand side, it is the variable name of the list, and on the right hand side, we have the age of all the students over here, and simply we can print the list by using the print function. After this, we can provide the variable name, that is list. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, we are getting the list of all the elements in the sequence that we had provided over here. It is very important that all these elements are separated using the commas over here. Now guys, the list can have the same kind of elements, that is, this one is having the list of integers data type only, but we can also have the string as well in between. So let's say we have a string called John over here in between this list of elements. So this is also possible. It will not throw any error while we are running this code. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, we are getting the list of all the values 17, 18, and then we are getting John, and then 19, and then 14. So this is a kind of a heterogeneous list, whereas when we have the same kind of data type in the list, then it is called the homogeneous list. Now how do we access the Python list element? So basically this is one way in order to access the list, but what if we want to access only a single element? By using this print statement, we have accessed all the elements over here, but in case we want to access a particular element from this list, then what we can do is, in Python, each item in a list is associated with a number. So the number is known as a list index. So basically all these numbers, that is the elements of the list that are present inside the list, so these are associated with the indices which starts from 0. So the 17 number is at the 0th index, 18 number is at the first index, and so on. This is at the second index, third index, and then so on. So basically these elements can be accessed using these indices. So as you can see, we can access elements of an array using the index number. Now how do we access them? So what we can do is, we simply come over here. I'll simply change this to the number 15 that was there previously, and what we have to do is, let's say I want to access this element, that is the 4th element. So what will be the index? So this is 0th index, then we have 1, and then 2, and then 3. So this is the 3rd index. So we can access by using the variable name followed by open and close square brackets, and inside those brackets we have to provide the index number, that is 3 in this case, which represents this number, that is 19. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, we are just getting 19 over here. Previously we were getting the entire list when we don't provide this index number. I'll save this file. So as you can see, all the values are getting printed, but when we provide the index number, let's say I want to print 18 this time, which is at the index 1 after this index which is 0. So I provide list of 1 over here, save this file and run this code. So as you can see, 18 is getting displayed, and this is how it is one way in order to access a particular single element inside this list by using the index number. Now it is also possible that we provide the negative index in Python. So Python allows negative indexing for its sequences. The index of -1 refers to the last item, -2 to the second last item, and so on. So for now we know that the 0th index is the first element over here, and then the first index is the second element. But what about the last element? Let's say we don't know the length of the list, like how many elements are present inside the list, and we want to get the last element over here. So since the first element is at the 0th index, the previous index, that is before 0, which is -1, it will point to the last index of this list, that is 14 over here. So what if we simply do list of -1 in this case? So I'll just provide -1 In this case, let me just save this file and try running this code. As you can see, we are getting 14. So basically the -1 index will point to the last element of the list in this case. Let's say we want to get the second last element. So in this case, we will simply provide -2. So after -1, we are having -2, which will be the previous element of the last element. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 19 is getting displayed now. And this is the way that we can also use the negative indexing as far as accessing the last elements of the list are concerned. Now there is another concept of slicing in Python list. So in Python, it is possible to access a section of items from the list using the slicing operator, which is nothing but a colon, not just a single item. So let's say we want to access the second and third elements inside the list. So we have to use the slicing operator in this case. Now what is the slicing operator? While providing the indices inside the open and close brackets, we have to provide the indices and separate them using the colon. So what is the index of the second element? It is 1 over here. Since the first element is having the 0th index, we don't want that. We want to start from the first index, and then we also want the second index. So this time we have to provide the next number that is at the third index now. So after this 1, that is the first index, we have to provide colon, and then we provide 3 over here. So 3 is not included in this case. Please remember that whenever you are providing the ending index, that element will not be included whenever you are using the slicing operator over here. So the elements that will be considered in this case will be at the index 1 and at the index 2, which means 18 and 15. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, we are getting 18 and 15 only. Let's say you want to get all the elements starting from this 18. So this index is 18 right now, and there is no end index that you want to specify over here. So we simply have to remove this 3, and then we can simply specify 1 followed by the colon. So this will make Python interpreter to consider all the elements after the first element, including the first element itself. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting all the elements, that is 18, 15, 19 and 14, starting from the first index over here. So guys, this is the way that we can use slicing in the Python list. Also, in order to consider all the list elements over here, we need not have to specify any of the indices. If we simply provide the colon over here, all the elements will be considered. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, all the elements are getting considered, but this thing is kind of a redundant over here. That's because if we simply provide the variable name, that is list, still all the elements will be considered. So if we run this code once again, so all the elements are being considered over here. Only when you want to consider the subset of this list, you have to use the slicing inside the Python list. Now let us move to the next concept. How do we add the elements to a Python list? So there are two ways to add the elements in the Python list. The first way is to use the append function, which will help us in order to add a single item in the list. And the second way is to use the extend function in order to add another list to the already existing list. So let us check this with the help of examples now over here. Let's say we already have this list of values inside the list variable, and now we want to add more elements. So what we will do is we will say list followed by dot, and then we have something called as append. So this is a function which will take a single element and it will add to the end of this list. So let's say I want to provide 25 as the age of another student. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, this element that is 25, it is already added at the end of the list now, and in this way we can use the append function to add more elements inside the list. Now let's say we have another list over here. Let's say I provide a list 1 and the numbers I provide is 1, 2, 3 over here. So 3 elements are there, and we want to add all these elements to the original list, that is list variable. So what we can do is we can use the extend function in this case. So we have to use this list variable, which is the original list variable, followed by dot, and then we have the extend function, and inside the parenthesis we have to provide this argument, that is list1, which is another variable having the list of elements. And now if we print this list, it will have the updated list of values. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, after this 14, 1, 2, 3 elements are also getting added over here since we have used the extend function in this case. Let us move to another section. Can we change the list items? So basically the Python lists are mutable, meaning lists are changeable, and we can change items of a list by assigning new values using equal to operator. So what I will do over here is I'll just remove these lines of code. So I'll simply provide the original list over here. So we will say original list followed by colon, and then we will print the list. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. We have the original list over here. I'll just spell this correctly. So we have the original list 17, 18, 15, 19 and then 14. Now let's say at the third position, that is 15, we want to change this element to 10. Now this is being referred to the second index over here. So this is 0th index, then 1 and then second index. So what we have to do is simply we have to provide list followed by inside the square brackets we will provide the index number, that is 2, and then equal to the new value, that is 10, that we want to replace it with. And then again what we will do is I'll simply copy this line of code and paste this over here, and then we will say updated list. And let me just save this file now and try running this code. So basically, as you can see, original list, it is having 15 at the third position over here, that is at the second index, and the updated list is having the number 10 at the same second index over here. And this is the way that we can update the list elements. So since Python lists are mutable, we can change the elements of the list as well. Now removing an element from the list, so there are two ways. Either we can use the del function or else we can use the remove function as well. So let's say over here we have the original list now. So I'll just remove these lines of code, and then we can use the del function and then followed by list. And let's say I want to remove this fourth element, that is at the index 3, which is 19. So I'll just provide list of 3 in this case, and then what I will do is I will print the updated list once again. So I'll just change this to updated list. So basically we are using the del method over here and deleting the third index inside this list. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting the updated list as 17, 18, 15 and 14. This element, that is 19, it was removed already. Now instead of this we can also use the remove method. So in that case we have to use the variable name first. In the del method, that is the delete method, we simply used the function name and provided the element from the list in order to remove from that list. But over here we have to provide the variable name followed by dot, and then we can simply use the remove function and then followed by the position. So which position we want to remove? So let's say I want to remove this element, that is 18 over here. So in this case we have to provide the value of the element that is present inside the list. So in this case we provide 18. In the previous example that we have taken using the del method, we used the index number of the element that is present inside the list, but in this case we have to use the value in order to remove it. So I'll just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, 18 was present in the original list, but in the updated list we don't have 18. It is 17, 15, 19 and 14, and in this way we can remove the elements from the list as well. Now very important operation, how do we iterate through a list? So basically we can use the for loop to iterate over the elements of a list. So till now what we have seen is we have just used the list, that is the variable name, in order to print the elements of those lists. Now if you notice, we are getting the square brackets over here, open and close square brackets, within which all the elements are getting printed. But let's say we don't want those square brackets and one by one we want to print all the elements at a time. So what we can simply do is use the for loop, and we have seen in the previous videos as well the syntax of the for loop. We have to use the for keyword followed by, let's say, a temporary variable name, that is item, followed by the in keyword, and then we have to provide the sequence, that is list, and then after that we have the colon, and then we can have the print statement over here. Now in the print statement, if we only provide one item, that is item in this case, so every time all the elements will be printed on the separate lines over here. So let us just try this code. So we'll just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, 17, 18, 15, 19, 14, all the elements are getting printed on the separate lines. What if we want all the elements to be present on the same line? So what we can do is after providing comma over here, we have the end parameter inside the print function, and this end parameter we can have the comma as the character by which we can separate all the elements. So by default this is /n character, which means the next element will be printed on the next line, but if we specify this in this way, all the elements will be printed on the same line. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, all the elements are getting printed on the same line in the same sequence that is present inside this list. So in this way we can iterate through all the elements inside the list that are present by using the for loop over here. Now another important thing, how do we find the list? So we have something called as Python list length. So in Python we use the len function to find the number of elements present in a list. So we can have any number of elements inside the list over here. So there is no limit on the number of elements that we are supposed to have inside the Python list. So in case if we want to find the number of elements inside the list, we can simply use the length function. So we can simply print this, and then we can have len, which is a function, and then we can provide the variable name of the list inside this len function over here. So it will return us the count of the elements inside the list. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, 5, that is the count of the number of elements inside the list, is present over here. If we provide some more elements over here, let's say I have provided 5 more elements inside the list. Let me just save this file now and try running this code. So we are getting the updated count, that is 10. So 10 is the number of elements that are present inside the list, and that is how we can easily find the length of the list in this case by using the len function over here. So guys, these were certain operations as far as list variable is concerned. Please make sure that you practice on your own, and as a homework for you, there is something called as a sort function which can help you in order to sort all the elements inside the list. So you can practice on your own as a homework for you in order to sort the elements inside the Python list and print on your own. Tuple in Python programming. So guys, a tuple in Python is similar to a list. Basically the difference between the two is that we cannot change the elements of a tuple once it is assigned, whereas we can change the elements of a list. So previously in the examples of the list that we have seen, we were able to change the elements inside the list, but the same thing cannot be done with the elements that are present inside the tuple. So how do we create a tuple? A tuple is created by placing all the items, that is elements, inside the parenthesis. So we have this open and close parenthesis, whereas in the list we were using open and close square brackets. Now these are supposed to be separated by commas over here. The parentheses are optional, however it is a good practice to use them. So a tuple can have any number of items, and they may be of different types, that is integer, float, list, string, etc. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now over here. As you can see, we have my tuple, which is the name of the variable that we have given, and 1, 2, 3, these are the elements that is present inside the tuple. If you notice, we have this open and close parenthesis instead of the square brackets, and that is the difference between the list and the tuple over here. So let us move to the VS Code, and simply we will provide tuple1 as the variable name over here, equal to followed by open and close parenthesis, and let's say we define 5 elements, 1 to 5 over here. So this is nothing but we have defined the tuple, and we can simply print this tuple by using the variable name tuple1 over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, we are getting all the elements, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and in this way we have easily created and printed the tuple elements over here. Now guys, an important thing over here, let's say you want to create a Python tuple with only one element. So in this case what happens is, let's say if you provide var1, that is variable 1 over here, and you provide double quotes, that is hello, with this open and close parenthesis. In this case this will be considered as a string, whereas in the variable 2 what you do is, after this hello you provide a comma. So in this case it will be considered as a tuple. So this is very important thing. If you want to create a tuple with just a one element, you have to use the comma after providing that element over here. Let us check this with the help of examples now over here. Let's say I provide var1 in this case, and then open and close parenthesis, and then let's say we have hello over here, and then I'll just copy this line of code and paste this, and I'll simply provide comma after this element. So what we will do is, I'll just name this variable name as var2. So let us now confirm the data types of both the variables. So we will say print, and then inside this we will use the type function in order to find the data type of var1. So we provide var1 over here, and I'll simply copy and paste this line of code, and we provide var2 over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, first one, it is showing us that it is a string, and the second thing is showing us that it is a tuple. Now in case if we simply remove this comma from this tuple, so what happens? So let me just save this file and try running this code once again. As you can see, it has become string now. Both are strings right now. If we provide comma over here and comma over here as well, so both the variables will be turned to the tuple data type. So guys, this is very important. If you want to have only one element inside the tuple, make sure that that element is followed by a comma over here in order to make that data type as a tuple. Now guys, moving to next section, how do we access the Python tuple elements? So there are multiple ways in order to access the elements over here. First of all is indexing. So this we have already seen previously. By using the index number, we can access the elements of the tuple. So let's say we have tuple 1 over here, and we have 5 elements, 1 2 3 4 5. So how do we access these elements? By using the indices. So we simply have to provide the tuple 1, that is the variable name, and then followed by open and close square brackets this time, and let's say we want to print the element that is 3 over here. Every time remember guys that the index, it starts from 0. So this first element, that is number 1, it is at the index 0, and then the second element, that is number 2, it is at the index 1, and then the third element, that is number 3, it is at the index 2 over here. So we provide the number that is 2, which is the index number in this case. So this will tell the Python interpreter to access the element that is at the index number 2 for this variable, that is tuple 1. So over here what will happen is the index number 0 is this, and then index number 1 is this, and then we have index number 2, which is 3 over here, and this element should be printed. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 3 is getting printed. Similarly, let's say if you want to print this number 2, which is at the index 1 in this case, so we have to provide 1 inside this open and close square brackets. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So 2 is getting printed this time. So guys, this is one way in order to access the elements by using the indexing. We also have something called as negative indexing. So let's say if you don't know the number of elements that are present inside the tuple, whereas there is a way in order to find the length of the tuple, but in case you want to access the last element of this tuple over here, so you already know that the first element is at the index 0. So let me just print that. So over here we provide tuple 1 followed by the index number, that is 0 in this case. I'll save this file and try running this code. So 1 is getting printed. Now let's say you want to print the last element, but you don't know at which index it is. So we have something called as negative indexing, in which case before the 0th index, the index that is -1, it will point to the last element of this tuple, that is 5 over here. So when we provide -1 in this case, this element, that is 5, should get printed. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So 5 is getting printed. Similarly, if you want to get the second last element of this tuple, you can simply provide -2 over here. So when we provide -2 and run this code, so 4 is getting displayed, which is the second last element. So this is like a cycle over here. When you use the negative indexing, the last elements of this tuple will start getting printed over here. And then guys, you can also use the slicing functionality, as we have already seen with the list. So basically, let's say if you want to print the subset of this tuple between 2 to 4, so what you can do is, what is the index of this element, that is 2? It is 0 and then 1. So at the first index, this 2 is present. So we will provide 1 over here, followed by a colon, and then what is the index of the element that we want? That is 4. So the index is, it is 0, 1, 2, and then this index is 3, but we don't want to specify 3 because this is excluded. So the next index, which is 4, we have to specify that index, which will be not included in our slicing operator. So when we provide 4 over here, always remember that this index on the left hand side will be considered, but this index will not be considered. The fourth index will not be considered, but before this, that is the third index, will be considered while printing this statement. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 2, 3 and 4 is getting printed. The last index, that is 4, which is having the element 5, this will not be considered because it is not included in the slicing operator. So these are some of the ways that you can use in order to access the Python tuple elements over here. Now Python tuple methods, there are two methods only, that is count and index over here. What is count? So basically, in order to get the number of occurrences of a particular element, you can use the count method. So over here, while using the count function, we have to use the variable name followed by dot, and then as you can see, count and index, these are the only two methods. The other methods such as appending or removing or deleting the elements are not present. That's because, as I have already told you, the tuple inside Python are not mutable, which means we cannot change the elements once they are assigned over here. So when we provide count, we have to provide one of the elements inside that tuple. So let's say we want to find the occurrence of the element, that is 2 over here in this case. That means how many times this number 2 is occurring. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, the count is 1 over here. That's because only one occurrence of number 2 is present. Let's say I provide some more occurrences over here. So I provide the number 2 times over here. So the total count becomes 3 in this case. Over here we have 2 and then 2 more 2s are present. So basically the total count is 3. Let me just run this code once again. So number of 2s that are present over here inside the tuple is 3, and that is what we are getting over here. And this is the main functionality of the count function. Now the another function, that is index. So if you want to get the index of a particular element, you can use the index function. So after this dot, we have something called as index, and then inside the open and close parenthesis, we have to provide the element for which we want to find the index. So let's say I want to find the index of this element, that is number 5 over here. So it is 4 basically. Let me just save this file and try running this code and confirm. So as you can see, 4, that is the index of this element, is getting printed over here. So guys, these functions you can use based on your requirements as far as tuple is concerned. Now one very important thing, iterating through a tuple in Python. So we can use the for loop to iterate over the elements of a tuple. So basically we have seen this in the previous video as well. So far we have printed the elements of the tuple by using the variable name in this way. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, all the elements are getting printed, but there is a problem over here. We are getting this open and close parenthesis also while printing these elements. What if we only want to print single element at a time? So we can simply use the for loop and iterate through all the elements over here inside the tuple. So we use the for keyword followed by, let's say, the temporary variable as the item, and then we have the in keyword and then the name of the variable, that is the sequence, which is tuple 1 in this case. And then we simply have to print this item, that is item variable. Now what will happen is all the items will be printed on separate lines over here, because by default the end parameter of this print function is having the /n character. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, all the elements are getting printed on the new line. What if we want all the elements to be present on the same line separated by comma over here? So we simply have to provide comma, and then there is something called as end parameter for this print function. So we use that, and inside the double quotes we provide the comma over here, which will be kind of a separator for all those elements which will be printed on the terminal. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, all the elements now are getting printed on the same line and they are separated with a comma. If you want a space character after comma, that can also be done. You provide comma followed by the space character. Let me just save this file now and try running this code. So all the elements are separated with a comma character and then a space character additionally for a better readability. So guys, this is another way you can use the for loop in order to iterate through all the elements of the tuple. Now let us understand what are the different advantages of a tuple over list in Python. So we generally use tuples for heterogeneous, that is different data types, and list for homogeneous, which means similar data types. So in a tuple you can have the different data types as well. So basically the tuple is being used for that purpose only, and we cannot change the elements inside the tuple. So since tuples are immutable, which means you cannot change the data inside the tuple once they are assigned, iterating through a tuple is faster than with a list. So behind the scenes what is happening is the program already knows that the tuple elements will not be changed, and for this reason the tuple is little bit faster compared to the list. So there is a slight performance boost over here. Now tuples that contain immutable elements can be used as a key for a dictionary as well. With a list this is not possible. So inside a dictionary, as you must must be knowing there are key value pairs and the elements of the tuple can be considered as keys for the dictionary. If you have data that doesn't change, implementing it as a tuple will guarantee that it remains write protected. So nobody can change the elements of a tuple if you want some data to be fixed whenever you are implementing the list of elements that should be present in a sequence and that must not be changed. So guys, these are certain advantages of a tuple over a list in Python programming. String in Python programming. So guys, in computer programming, a string is a sequence of characters. So for example, as you can see, this hello world, it is the string which is the sequence of characters, that is HELLO. So this is a string containing the sequence of these characters and we call it as a string. Now we use the single quotes or double quotes to represent a string in Python. So basically whenever we are defining a string, we use the sequence of characters which are supposed to be enclosed within these double quotes, or else we can use the single quotes as well. So as you can see, for example, str, that is the variable name that we have taken over here, followed by the equal to operator. We have the string that is programming for beginners, which is the name of the YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe, and this is enclosed within the two double quotes over here. So let us check this with the help of example. Now we have str, it is equal to, inside the double quotes we can provide our string that is programming for beginners over here, and then simply we can print the string by using the print function. So we have print followed by open and close parenthesis, and then we provide this str variable name. Let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, programming for beginners is getting printed now. Now what are the different operations? How do we access string characters in Python? So let's say if I only want to print this character, that is P over here, how can we do that? So one way in order to do that is by using the indexing, which means we can use the index number. Basically the indexes that we have seen in the list and tuple in the previous videos are also applicable over here for strings as well. So this letter, that is P, can be accessed by using the index number which starts from 0. So this is the 0th index number which defines this P character. The next character, that is R, it is at the first index number, and then the next character is at the second index number, and so on. So we can simply use the variable name, and then inside the open and close square brackets we can provide the index number. So over here, after the variable name, inside the open and close square brackets, as you can see, we provide the index number, that is 0, which will point to this character, that is P over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, P is getting printed over here. Now let's say we want this O to be printed. So what is the index number for this? So the first one is 0th index, and then we have first index over here, and then this O is at the second index number. So we provide number 2, that is inside the open and close square brackets. Let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, O is getting printed, and in this way, if you want to access a single character from the string, you can use the index number in order to access them. Now there is another variation. We can also use the negative indexing, which means the negative index numbers can also be used in order to access the last elements of the string. So let's say if you want to access the last element, first element is having the index number 0, and the previous index number, that is before the number 0, we have -1 in the number system. So -1 will refer to the last element inside this sequence of characters, which is S over here. So when we provide -1 in this case inside the open and close brackets, so let me just save this file and try running this code. As you can see, S is getting printed. So -1 is pointing to this character, that is S. What will be the second last character? It will be -2 in this case. So when we provide -2, save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, this R is getting printed over here, and in this way we have the negative indexing concept in Python programming. Now there is another way. We can use the slicing operator in order to print the subset of this sequence of characters. So let's say if we only want this programming word to be printed instead of programming for beginners, that is the entire string. So what we can do is, so we have to mention the indices in order to print these characters only. So it starts from 0, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. and then we have to take extra index number, that is 11th as well, because that last index number is not included whenever we are using the slicing operator. So the indices will be between 0 to 11 in this case. So how do we provide that range? We provide 0 first, that is the left hand side index, followed by the colon, and then we provide 11, that is the second index, up to which all the characters must be taken and printed over here. So as you can see, this is the slicing of the sequence of characters. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, programming is getting printed over here. Let's say we want to include the characters up to F, so we have to provide the index up to O over here. So basically this was the 11th index, and then we have 12 and then 13. So over here what we can do is we can simply provide 13 in this case. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, programming word is getting considered, and then after that we have the space, and then F is also considered, which is at the 12th index. There is another way we can do this. Instead of providing this 0 index, we can just remove this. So by default it will take from the start of the string, that is all the characters starting from the 0th index over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, again we are getting the same output, that is programming up to the F character over here. What if we want from this O character, which is at the 13th position, up to the last position? So what we can do is we can simply provide the 13th index number, which will start the string from this particular character and then followed by colon, and there is no need to provide the last index because we want all the characters to be included. So this is the slicing operator for us. We have the 13 index number and then colon over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, after F we are getting OR over here, and then we have the space character, and then we have the beginners as well. So this is the way that we can use the slicing in Python in order to get the substring from the entire string that we have already defined. Now guys, very important, Python strings are immutable. So in Python, strings are immutable. That means the characters of a string cannot be changed. So let's say this first character, that is P, if we want to change that character, so what we will do is we will provide str and then followed by 0, and then instead of this P character, let's say I want to provide the character Q over here, and then let me just print the string once again. So we will simply print the string. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, we are getting the type error. String object does not support item assignment. So we cannot change any of the characters over here. But there is another way to do this. What we can do is simply we can copy this entire string value and paste this over here, and then again instead of P we can provide Q over here, but this time we have to remove this index number. So this is possible because we are providing the reassignment of the string variable. So let us check this. We'll save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, we are getting Q over here and all the other characters are same. So basically by immutable, we mean that we cannot change a particular single character inside the string by using the index number for that particular character. But in case if you want to reassign the entire string, that can be done by using such reassignments operator. Now guys, there is another important functionality. In Python, multi-line strings are allowed. So basically we can also create a multi-line string in Python. So for this, we use the triple double quotes or triple single quotes over here. So what we will do is, let's say I'll just remove these lines of code, and then I'll say str, it is equal to 3 times double quotes over here we will use, and then I will say this is first line, and then on the next line we will say this is another line. So this is basically the multi-line string that we have defined. So how do we print this? Simply by using the normal way, that is print function followed by the name of the string, that is str variable. Let me just save this file and try running this code. As you can see, the format in which we have written the string, that is the 3 double quotes were there over here, followed by on the next line we were having this is first line, and then this is another line, and then we were having another double quotes over here. So these double quotes followed by space characters, and then between those space characters this is another line. If we don't want these space characters, soon after the double quotes are being mentioned, we have to provide the strings over here. So the start of the double quotes, at the same line we are having this is first line and this is another line, and then we have the 3 double quotes on that same line. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So basically this is the format. So whatever format we follow in this 3 double quotes or 3 single quotes, the same format will be followed while printing those lines on the terminal. Now what are the Python string operations? Basically you can compare two strings with the equal to operator over here, as you can see. So let's say we have two strings over here. String 1 it is equal to, let's say we have John, and then string 2 it is equal to, let's say we have the name Peter over here. So we have Peter. So what we will do is simply we will print str1 it is equal to str2. So this is nothing but we are comparing two strings by using the equal to operator, which we have done previously as well while we were using the relational operators in order to compare two numbers. We can compare two strings in the same way as well. It will either return true or false based on whether they are equal or not. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, we are getting false. That's because the names are different. So what if we make the names same? So I'll just copy this value and paste this over here. Now both the strings are same, str1 and str2. Both are having the value that is John. So let me just run this code now. As we can see, we are getting true over here. That's because both the strings are same in this case. Now there is another operation. How do we join the two or more strings? So we can do so by using the plus operator. So let's say we go back over here once again. We provide the string 2 as Peter and we want to join both the strings. So in this case, instead of equal to, what we will do is we will specify the string 1, that is str1, and then plus operator, and then followed by str2 in this case. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, we are getting John Peter over here continuously. There is no space character. So either we can provide a space character over here, or else we can have the space character inside the print function as well. So we can have the double quotes inside which we can have the space character, and then again we have to use the plus operator in order to join these strings. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting John Peter and then there is a space character in between. So we can join multiple strings as well by using the plus operator over here. The same plus operator will be used in order to add two numbers if these variables are numbers. But in our case, these variables are strings, and that is why it is being used in order to join the two strings in this case. Now how do we iterate through a Python string? So basically we can iterate through a string by using the for loop. So let us check this with the help of example now. Let's say we have string 1 over here. We provide for followed by s, which is the temporary variable, and then we have the in keyword followed by str1. I'll just make this as item so that it is more user friendly in order to understand. So basically str1, which is having the sequence of characters, one character at a time will be assigned to this item variable, and the control flow will go inside this for loop. Now inside this we can simply have the item being printed. So when we provide item over here inside the print function, and when we save this file and try running this code, as you can see, all the characters, that is J, O, H, N, these are getting printed on separate lines. How do we get them on the same line? So what we can do is we can provide the AND operator equal to, we can simply provide the double quotes, and we don't have to provide anything over here. If we want to separate all the characters with a comma, we can provide comma over here as well. So let me just save this file and try running this code. As you can see, John is getting printed, but all the characters are getting separated using the comma. We can simply remove this comma over here. I'll save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, we are getting John over here. So since we have provided this AND parameter with nothing but simply double quotes, we are getting all the characters. Or else when we don't provide this parameter, by default the AND parameter is having the /n character, due to which all the items will be printed on the new lines. There is another important thing. How do we find the Python string length? So basically we can use the len method to find the length of the string. So let's say we have programming for beginner string over here. So I'll just type programming for beginners, and we want to find the length of the string. That means how many characters are present inside the string. So we can simply use the len function, that is the length function, in order to print the count of the characters inside the string. So we can have the len function followed by, inside the open and close parenthesis, we have the variable name, that is str over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So it is saying object of type has no length. So basically we have provided str over here. Instead we have to provide str1, which is the variable name. So that was the mistake. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. as you can see 25 we are getting, that is the number of characters that are present inside the string. Let's say I add some more characters over here. I provide 1 2, which means I have added 2 more characters inside the string. So that should be 27 in this case. So when we just save this file now and try running this code, we get 27 as the count, which is the updated count of number of characters inside the string. And that is how this length function will work in order to return you one particular integer, which is the count of the number of characters inside the string. Now guys, there is another important thing, string membership test. So basically this we have already seen. We can test if a substring exists within a string or not using the keyword in. So we have already used the for loop as well. And in the membership operator, we have used the in keyword in order to find a particular letter is present or not inside the string. So that you can take as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own. You can find out whether the character X is present inside the string or not. And if it is present, then you should display true. And if it is not present, then you should display false. Comment in the comment section below what is the output of your program while using this membership operator, that is in. Now guys, very important thing, there is something called as escape sequences in Python. Now the escape sequence is used to escape some of the characters present inside a string. So what we have done over here is, while providing the string, we are enclosing it using the double quotes. But what if the double quotes is a part of this string? Let's say I want to provide a double quotes over here before beginners. So as you can see, after providing the double quotes, we are getting a red underline over here, which means there is some issue. So what we can do is, in order to avoid this issue and to make this as a part of this string, we have to use the escape character, which means we have to use a backslash character over here just before the special character. So this is the way that we use the escape character. We use the backslash character over here once and then followed by our special character, which is causing the issue. And in this case, this double quote will be the part of the string now. So let me just save this file and try running this code. Currently we are getting the length of the string. What we will do is, I'll just remove this length function so that we can print the value of the string. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. As you can see, programming for, and then we are getting the double quotes over here, which is the part of the string, and then we have the beginners over here. So this is the way, in case you want to escape certain characters or special characters, we can use the backslash, which is known as the escape character in Python programming. Now guys, there is another way in order to print the string by using the Python string formatting. So as you can see, for example, let's say we have the name, that is John, and we have age, it is equal to 25. So one way that we can print both, that is name and age, is by using the multiple objects inside the print statement. So let us check this. So we have name over here, which is John right now, and then let's say we have age, it is equal to 25, and we want to print both, that is name and age, within one print function. So what we will do is, we will say name is followed by comma, and then we provide name, and then again comma, and then we have double quotes, and then we provide and age is followed by comma, and then we have age over here. So what we have done is, this string will be printed, that is name is followed by, this name value will be taken from this variable. That's because we have provided it outside the double quotes over here, and after providing this comma, and then again there is a comma, and then we have a normal string label, that is and age is, and then we are specifying the age. So this is one way in order to print both, that is name and age, in the same print statement. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, name is John and age is 25 over here. But guys, this can be confusing since we have to use multiple commas over here as well as multiple double quotes as well. So there is another way in order to print the same string. So what we can do is, again we can have the print function, but this time what we will do is, in the open and close parenthesis, we provide the F character followed by single quotes over here. So inside the single quotes, we can provide the variable name, that is name and age as well. So in this case, if we want to get the value of this name variable, we have to enclose it within the curly braces. So these are the curly braces. As you can see, we have the open and close curly braces, and inside this we provide name over here. So if we do it in this way, we provide the F character, and then inside the single quotes, inside the curly braces, we have the name over here. It will print the value, that is John. So let me just save this file and try running this code. as you can see John is getting printed, which is the value of this name variable. Now we want to print the entire string, that is we also want the labels. So before this name that we have provided, we can simply provide the string that is name is and then followed by open and close braces, and inside the braces it will be name variable name, and then we can simply provide and age is followed by open and close braces, and then we can provide the age variable name. So guys, this is the format. We have the F character, and inside these single quotes, as you can see, we have provided the string label that is name is and then followed by open and close curly braces, inside which we provide our variable name, and then followed by and ages or any other string label that you want to define, and then we can have the variable name that is age over here inside the open and close curly braces. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, we have the perfect string that we wanted, that is name is John and age is 25. So this is another way we can use the Python string formatting by using this F character inside the print function in order to print the string in the way that we want to print. So guys, these are certain things as far as strings are concerned in Python programming language. Sets in Python programming. So guys, a set is a collection of a unique data, which means that the elements in a set cannot be duplicate elements. So over here you can easily create a set in the Python. Basically in Python we create the sets by placing all the elements inside the curly braces separated by comma. So guys, previously we have seen that for the list we are using the open and close square brackets. For the tuple we use the open and close parenthesis, and over here for sets we are using the open and close curly braces. So we will check this with the help of examples as well. A set can have any number of items and they may be of different types. So as you can see, it can be of the integer, float, tuple or string data type or any other data type. But a set cannot have mutable elements like list, sets or dictionaries as its elements. So guys, this is very important. You cannot have another list, set or a dictionary, which we are going to see in the upcoming videos over here. We cannot have these kinds of data types inside a particular set. Now let us check the creation of set with the help of example now over here. So let's say I provide set1 as the variable name, and then we provide the equal to symbol followed by the open and close curly braces. So inside these braces we have to provide the elements of the set. So let's say we have the set of integers. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 and then 5. So guys, we have 5 elements over here, 1 to 5, which are the elements of this set, and simply we can print all these elements inside the set by using the print function over here, and then we can say set elements are and then colon, and then we can have set1, that is the variable name. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting set elements are, we are getting all the elements, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And guys, this is the way that we can create a set in the Python programming. Now guys, it is very important that we cannot have the duplicate items in this set. So let's say I provide some more numbers over here which are already present in this set. So let's say 2 and 3 are already present. I provide this 2 and 3 once again. So when we do this, so right now we have 7 number of elements, but let me just save this file now and try running this code to see how many elements get printed. So as you can see, only 5 elements are getting printed. So those 2 elements, that is 2 and 3, will not be considered once again while printing them, because we cannot have duplicate elements. We can only have the unique elements inside the set. And guys, this is the main functionality of having the set data structure in Python programming. So based on your requirements, if you don't want the duplicate elements to be present, you can use the set data structure in the Python programming language. Now guys, how do we create an empty set in the Python? So basically, creating an empty set is a bit tricky. So empty curly braces if we use, then it will make an empty dictionary in Python. So basically, when we create a dictionary, we again use the curly braces. So let us check this with the help of example now over here. What happens if we create the empty set? So let's say we provide set1, it is equal to open and close curly braces. As you can see, we have not provided any element and this is the empty set. But let me just print the type of this variable over here. So we will simply use the type function and then provide the set1 as the variable name. So guys, what will be the type of this set1 variable? So let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, it is saying that class, it is a dictionary data type. So this set1 variable is of the data type dictionary by default when we provide the open and close curly braces. How do we make it as a empty set data type? So what we have to do is, instead of using the open and close curly braces, we have to use the set function. So there is something called a set function over here. As you can see, VS Code is suggesting us. So this set function followed by the open and close parenthesis will help us to create a new empty set over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. Over here what we are trying to do is, again we are trying to print the type of this set1, but this time it should be of the set data type. So let me just run this code now. So as you can see, we are getting the set data type over here. Previously we were getting the dictionary. So in order to have the empty set in Python programming, we can use the set function over here. Now very important question, how do we add the set items in Python? So basically sets are mutable, which means we can add and remove items from the set. However, since they are unordered, indexing has no meaning. So guys, basically if you must have noticed, there is no one order in which the set items were printed previously. So let us check this once again. Over here we provide set1, it is equal to, and let's say we provide some elements, that is 3, 2, 4, 1, 5, and then let me just print this set1 over here. So we provide set1 inside the print function. Let me just run this code. As you can see, we are getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is not of the same order in which we have provided these elements inside the set. So we cannot use index numbers over here as well in order to access these elements one at a time, since the way in which the elements inside the set are printed are not in a particular order. Now guys, how do we add new elements to this set? So basically we cannot access or change an element of a set using the indexing or slicing, but we can use the add method to add an item to a set. So let us say I want to add another element over here. So basically what we will do is, we will say initial set and then colon, and then we provide set1, and then let's say we provide set1 dot, we have something called as add over here. As you can see, this is a function that we can use in order to add elements inside the set. So let's say we provide 10 as the number to be added to this particular set, that is set1, and then again we want to print that set1. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and then we have updated set over here. So we have updated set and then set1 being printed. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, initial set it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then after adding this element we are getting the updated set as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the last element, that is 10 over here, which is being added by using the add method. And this is the way that we can add the elements inside the set. Remember that the order in which they are added will not be followed while printing them, so you cannot rely on the order in which the set elements will be printed on console. Now guys, another important thing, how do we remove an element from the set? So we can use the discard method to remove the specified element from a set. So let us say after adding this, we want to remove the element that is 3 from this set. So what we can do is, we can provide set1 and then followed by dot, and then we can have discard method. In order to remove the element, we need to provide the element which needs to be removed. So over here we provide the number 3, which will be removed from the set1, and then again let me just copy this line of code and paste this over here so that we can print the updated set after removing. So over here we say updated set after removing 3, and then let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting 1, 2, 4, 5 and then 10. So the element 3 is being removed after using the discard method over here. And guys, this is the way that we can remove the elements from the set. Now guys, there is another way in order to access the elements inside the set. We can iterate over a set in Python by using the for loop. So this can be easily done by using the for loop over here. So what I will do is, I'll just clear these lines of code, and then we will say for and then item in set1. So this is the syntax that we use while using the for loop, and then we can have the print statement over here. Guys, notice that till now we were printing the elements of the set by using the set1 variable, and that is why we were getting the starting and the ending open and close curly braces over here. But this time, let's say we don't want those, but we want only those numbers, that is the elements inside the set, to be printed. So we can easily use the for loop and iterate through each and every item inside the set. and this is the way that we can do so. We provide the print statement over here, and inside the item variable, one at a time, all the elements will be printed over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now all these numbers are on a different line. What we can do is we can use the end parameter of the print function. So over here we provide the end parameter, and then we simply provide the space character so that all the items are separated by the space characters over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which are the elements of this set. If you want all these numbers to be separated by commas, what we can do is instead of the space character, we can provide the comma. And let me just save this file and try running this code once again. As you can see, we are getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all the elements are being separated using the comma character. Now guys, how do we find the number of set elements? So we can use the len method, that is the length method, to find the number of elements that is present inside the set. So what we can do is simply we can provide the print statement over here, and we can simply say that length of set is, and then colon, and then we can simply use the len method, and then inside this method we can provide the set1, that is the variable name. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as we can see, length of set is 5. So basically, since 5 elements are present over here, we are getting the length as 5. What if we provide some more elements? Let's say I provide 6, 7, and let's say I provide some more duplicate elements over here, that is 1, 2, and then 3. So over here there are total 10 elements, out of which 3 elements are duplicate. So what is the exact length of the set? So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, length of set is 7. So even though we are having 10 items inside this set, but out of those 10 items, 3 items are duplicate items. So those duplicate items will not be considered. It will be considered only once, and that is why we are getting the length of this set as 7. Now guys, very important thing about the set operations, we can carry out different set operations in Python programming. One is union of two sets, which can be done by using the union method or this or symbol over here. We can also have the set intersection, which can be implemented by using the intersection method, and then we also have the difference between the two sets, which means we can use the difference method or the minus symbol over here. So guys, let us check all these operations one at a time. So over here what we will do is we will have two sets over here. We will say set 1, it is equal to 1, 2, and then 3, and then let's say we have set 2, it is equal to 3, 4, and then 5. Now guys, let's say we want to find the union first. So what we will do is we will say union, and then we will simply say set 1 followed by dot, and then we have the union method followed by the parameter needs to be set 2 over here, because that is the another set that we want to find the union of. Similarly, we will do the intersection and difference as well. So I'll just copy and paste these lines of code over here. We will say intersection in this case, and then we will simply change the union method to intersection over here, and then over here we will say difference. So difference, and then instead of this union we will say difference. So guys, basically what we are doing over here is these are all the set operations. The union will find all the elements that are present in set 1 and set 2, and all the elements will be unique. In the intersection part, we will get all the elements that are common in both the sets, which means 3 in this case, and then in the difference we will find all the elements that are present in set 1 but not present in set 2. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code to see what will be the results of all these operations. So as you can see, the union is giving us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means all the elements that are present in set 1 and set 2. So we are having 1, 2, 3 in set 1, and then in set 2 the 3 is already printed, and then it is printing 4 and 5 as well. In intersection we are getting only 3. That's because the element 3 is the only element which is common in both the sets. For the difference operation we are getting only 1 and 2. That's because these are the only two elements which are present in set 1 but not present in set 2. So guys, these are certain set operations that can be implemented with Python programming. Apart from this, there are multiple built-in methods that you can use as far as sets are concerned. So when we provide the variable name, that is set1 followed by dot, as you can see, these are all the methods that can be used based on your requirements. Dictionary in Python programming. So guys, the Python dictionary is an ordered collection of items. It stores elements in the form of key value pairs. So basically on the left hand side we have a key, and on the right hand side we have the value, and such key value pairs are known as dictionary in Python programming. Now guys, the keys are unique identifiers that are associated with each value. So basically we cannot have duplicate keys in a dictionary, whereas we can have the duplicate values in the dictionary. So as you can see, for example, over here on left hand side we are having the keys, on right hand side we are having the values. So Nepal, Italy and England, these are certain keys over here, and they are capital, that is Kathmandu, Rome and then London. These are the values on the right hand side. So how do we create a dictionary in Python? We can have any variable name in this case, and after the equal to symbol, inside the open and close curly braces we are having the key value pairs. So since this is a string, we are enclosing it within the double quotes over here, and then after the key, that is Nepal, we are providing a colon in this case, followed by the value which is again inside the double quotes, and then separated by commas we have more key value pairs over here. So guys, this is the way that we can create the dictionary. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now over here. So let us say we have dict1, that is the variable name, followed by equal to, and then let's say we provide the same data over here. So I'll just copy and paste this line. So we have copied the same key value pairs over here. Now simply we can print this key value pair by using the print function, and then followed by dict1, which is the variable name. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, we are getting all the key value pairs over here being printed on the console. So guys, this is the way that we can create the dictionary along with the key value pairs that we want to store inside the dictionary. Now how do we add elements to a Python dictionary? So we can add the elements to a dictionary using the name of the dictionary with open and close square brackets. So guys, over here what we will do is we will say initial dictionary. So this label we have added so that we can identify that this is the initial dictionary. Now what we will do is we will add one more key value pair inside the same dictionary. So what we have to do is we have to use this variable name, that is dict1, followed by open and close square brackets, and inside this we have to provide the key. So let's say the key over here we provide India as the key, and then the capital of India, it is Delhi. So over here the value that we have to provide is Delhi in this case. So what we have done is we have provided the variable name and then followed by the open and close square brackets, and inside those brackets we have to provide the key. In this case it is a string, and then we have equal to followed by the value for this key, which is again another string. And then guys, what we will do is, let's say we want to print this entire dictionary once again. So we will print this, and over here we will say updated dictionary and then again dict1. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have the updated dictionary as we have Nepal, Italy, England, and then the last element that we have added just now is the key, that is India, and Delhi, that is the capital of India, as the value. So guys, this is the way that we can add elements inside the dictionary in the form of key value pairs. Now guys, how do we change the value of a dictionary? So we can again use the open and close square brackets in order to change the value associated with a particular key. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now. So over here what we will do is, let's say we have added this key value pair, that is for India. We have the capital, that is Delhi. But now let us say instead of having the capital as the value, we can provide any city as the value for this country. So what we can do is, again we can provide the variable name, that is dict1, and then for this key, that is India, we want to update the value. So let's say this time the value that we provide is Mumbai, which is a very popular city in India. So we provide Mumbai over here, and then again we are printing this dictionary once again. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, the updated dictionary, first time it is showing India, that is Delhi, and then the second time, that is updated dictionary, it is showing India, and this time the value it is Mumbai in this case. So guys, this is the way. The same way is used in order to add the key value pair, and in order to update the key value pair as well, we have to make sure that whatever key we want to update, it is case sensitive. If let's say I provide the small I over here, so in this case it will add a key value pair. Since this India is not matching with this India, that's because over here we are having the capital I and over here we are having the small I. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. this time we are getting the 5 key value pairs in this case. So India, Delhi, and then we have the small I and then Mumbai. So guys, make sure that whenever you are updating the key value pairs, the key of the dictionary must exactly match with the existing keys that are present in the dictionary. Now guys, how do we access the elements from the dictionary? So in Python we use the keys to access their corresponding values. So let us check this with the help of examples now over here. So let's say we have these 3 key value pairs as the original dictionary. Now we only want to print the value of this particular key, that is Nepal over here. So what we will do is we will simply have the print statement and then we will say dict1, that is the variable name, followed by open and close square brackets, and we simply provide this key, that is Nepal over here. So inside the double quotes we provide Nepal over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting the value of this key, that is Nepal. Similarly, if we provide Italy as the key, so I'll just replace Nepal by Italy over here. So as you can see, we are getting the value as Rome because the value for this key, that is Italy, is Rome over here. So in this way we can easily access the values of the keys that we want to print. Now guys, how do we remove the elements from the dictionary? So we use the del statement to remove an element from the dictionary. So what we will do is, let's say I want to print the original dictionary over here. So we will say original dictionary and then colon, and then we say dict1. Now guys, what we will do is, let's say I want to delete this key value pair, that is Nepal and Kathmandu. So we will use delete and then followed by dict1 and then open and close square brackets, and inside this we have the double quotes and we simply provide the key over here, that is Nepal. So this statement will help us in order to delete this particular key, that is Nepal and Kathmandu over here. So let me just print this dictionary once again. So over here we have updated dictionary, and then let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, original dictionary, we are getting all the 3 key value pairs, that is Nepal, Italy and England over here along with their values. But the updated dictionary, it is giving us only 2 key value pairs, that is Italy, that is Rome, and for England we are getting London. So over here this key value pair, that is for Nepal, we are having the Kathmandu value. This was removed because of this particular statement that we have used in order to remove the Nepal key and its value as well. Now guys, as far as dictionary membership test is concerned, we can test if a key is in a dictionary or not using the keyword in. So in keyword is used in order to check the membership test. So note that the membership test is only for the keys and not for the values. So guys, let's say over here I'll just remove these lines of code. So for this original dictionary, we want to find whether the key Italy is present inside the dictionary or not. So we will say print and then we can simply say Italy and then we use the in keyword followed by dict1. So guys, what exactly we are doing is we are checking whether this string, it is present in dict1 or not. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, it is showing us true over here. That's because the key Italy is present inside the dictionary. But the same thing is not applicable when we provide one of the values inside the dictionary. So let's say we provide Rome as the value over here. So Rome in dict1. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, it is showing us false. That's because Rome is the value and it is not one of the keys that are present inside the dictionary. So guys, we can also use the in keyword in order to check whether a particular key is present inside the dictionary, and it is only applicable for the list of keys over here. Now guys, we can also iterate through the dictionary by using the for loop over here. So what we can do is simply we can use the for loop in order to print all the key value pairs. So over here we have the for keyword followed by, let's say we provide the key variable name and then we provide the in keyword and then followed by the variable name, that is dict1 and then colon. So what we will do is we will simply have the print statement and then let's say we want to print the key value pairs in the particular format. So we will say key in this case and then followed by comma and then let's say we provide arrow over here, and then after this we provide the value. So how do we access the value? We provide the dict1, that is the variable name, and then inside the open and close square brackets we provide the key in this case. So guys, basically what is happening over here is all the keys that are present inside this variable, one at a time it will be assigned to this key, and this key we are printing on the left hand side, and then we are having the hyphen and the arrow symbol, and then using this key variable we are getting the value from this dictionary in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting Nepal, so Kathmandu is the value. Then for the key Italy, we are getting Rome as the value, and for England we are getting the London as the value. So guys, this is the way that we can use the for loop in order to iterate through all the key value pairs inside the dictionary. File reading in Python programming. So guys, a file is a container in computer storage devices used for storing data. So when we want to read from a file, we need to open it first. When we are done, it needs to be closed so that the resources that are tied with the file are freed. So guys, we are going to check this with the help of example, how we can open the file in order to read the content of the file, and then after that we can close the file as well. So basically in Python, a file operation takes place in the following order. First of all, we have to open the file. Then the next thing is we read the file content, and then after reading the file content we close the file. So basically the first operation, that is opening the file, we can use the open method to open a file. So as you can see, for example over here we are providing the variable name on the left hand side, and then on the right hand side we have the open function, and then we have the path of the file where the file is stored, and then by default it is opened in the read mode. We can also use the second parameter and provide the character, that is R, for reading the file, and in order to write into the file we use W as the character over here in this case. And then guys, after this we can read the file in Python by using the read method. So basically this variable that we had used on the left hand side, we can use the same variable over here in order to call the function that is read, and this will help us in order to read the content into the variable that is read content. And then in order to close the file we can simply use the close method. So guys, let us check all this with the help of example now over here. So let's say we have the variable name, that is file1, and then followed by equal to, and then we use the function name, that is open, in order to open the file, and then inside the open and close parenthesis we are going to have the path of the file that we want to open. So guys, over here I have the test file for which I have written some content over here. So we have these 4 lines inside the test file. So what we can do is, so guys, we have to copy the entire path of this directory. This is very important. In whichever directory your file is, you have to copy the entire path of that directory and paste this into your code so that your code can access that directory and the file that you want to read. So basically over here inside the double quotes we have to provide that directory path, and then followed by the name of the file that we want to read. So over here I'll just copy the name of the file, that is the test file, and paste this over here followed by .txt. Now guys, it is very important that while you're copying the directory path you will be getting this backslashes over here. So you have to provide another backslash, since this one backslash is acting as the escape character. So you have to provide 2 backslashes over here every time that you are providing the directory path. So I'll just provide extra backslashes over here at every instance in this directory path. So guys, this is our entire path over here, followed by the test file, that is the file name, and then the extension, that is .txt. Now guys, the second step is to read this file. So the first step is completed, that we have opened the file. Now the next step is to read the content. So we will say read underscore content as the variable name, followed by equal to, we use this file1 variable that we have used in order to open the file, followed by dot, and then we have the read method. So this method will help us in order to read the content into this read content variable, and then guys, simply we can print the read content variable. So over here we can say read content. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting all the 4 lines that are present inside the test file. So if I open the test file over here once again, it says this is a test line in a test file. So the same line is printed over here on the console. This is a test line in a test file. Similarly, we have the other 3 lines. It is, this is another test line. Then we have this is third line, and then this is fourth line in test file. So all those lines that are present inside the test file are being printed over here on the console. So guys, this is one of the easiest way that you can open the file in a particular directory, read the content by using the read function, and then you can print the content of the file by using the print function. Now guys, after these operations are completed, what you have to do is you have to close the file, which is very important. So as you can see, when we are done with performing operations on the file, we need to properly close the file. Now closing a file will free up the resources that were tied with the file. It is done using the close method in Python. So basically, after printing the content, what we can do is simply we can provide file1 followed by dot, and then we can have the close method being called. So let me just save this file now, and before running this code, we will have another print function over here, and we will print the statement that is file is closed, in order to confirm that the control flow has reached the final statement over here in our code. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, all the 4 lines are being printed over here from the file once again, and then we are also getting file is closed being printed over here, and in this way we have already closed the file by using the close function as well. So guys, this is the way you can read the content of the file. Just by using these 4 lines of code, we can easily read the entire content of any of the file that we want to read based on our requirements with open syntax to read the file in Python programming. So guys, in Python, we can use the with open syntax to automatically close the file. And as you can see in this example, we have the syntax, that is, first of all, we have the with keyword followed by the open function, and then we have the path of the file along with the file name, and then the second parameter is the read mode of the file, and then we have the as keyword over here followed by the variable name, and then after this colon we can read the content by using the read method, and then we can simply print it. Now guys, the advantage of using this with open syntax in order to read the content of the file is that it automatically closes the file. So previously we had seen that by using these 4 lines of code, we can simply open the file, read the content, and print the content over here, and this 4th line over here, that is close method, was used in order to close the file that we had opened. But this is not required if we are using the with open syntax. So let us check this with the help of example. Now over here, I'll just clear these lines of code, and simply we will provide the with keyword first followed by open function, and then we have the open and close parenthesis, and inside this we have to provide the path of the file that we want to read. So we are going to read the same file that we had used previously, that is the test file. So first of all, we have to provide the directory path. So over here, I'll just copy the directory path over here and paste this over here, and then we have the file name to be read. So I'll just copy this file name and paste this over here followed by .txt. Now guys, it is very important that we have the double slash characters in order to avoid any of the issues that might occur due to the escape characters. So over here, I'm just providing the double backslash characters at every instance inside the directory path. And then after this, this is the first parameter, which is the path of the file that we want to read, and the second parameter that we have is the mode in which we want to open the file. So we provide R in this case. So this means that we are opening the file in the read mode. And then guys, after this open function, we have the as keyword and then followed by the variable name. So let's say we provide file1 in this case. Now this file1, that is the variable name, can be used in order to read the content of the file. So after this colon, we can go to the next line, and then we can have another variable that is read content in this case followed by equal to, and then we can have file1 followed by dot, and then we have the read method. So guys, this line of code is responsible in order to read the content of the file and store the content inside the read content variable name. And then guys, we can simply have the print function in order to print the content of the file. So guys, this is the way that we can use the with open syntax. Along with this, we are using the read method in order to read the content and printing the content over here. Now it is very important to note that we need not have to provide this line of statement, that is file1 dot close in this case. That's because when we are using the with open syntax, the file will be automatically closed after the read operation is completed. So I'll just remove this line of code since it is not required. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting all the content of the file, that is all the 4 lines over here that is present inside the test file. So we are getting this is a test line in a test file, and then we are having this is another test line. So whatever content is there, we are getting it over here inside our program. Let me just remove these 3rd and 4th line over here, and then I'll just save this file now inside the test file. And then what we will do is we will run this code once again. This time we should only get the starting 2 lines. That's because we have removed the 3rd and 4th line from the test file. So I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting this is a test line in a test file, and the second line, this is another test line. So only 2 lines over here are getting printed. So guys, this is the way that we can use the with open syntax in order to read the content of the file, print it on the console, or do whatever based on the requirements of your project. Now it is important to note that we need not have to close the file explicitly after carrying out the operations with the file that we have opened. So file writing in Python programming. So guys, in Python, a file operation takes place in the following order. So basically, first of all, we have to open the file. Then secondly, we can write into the file that we have opened, and the last step is to close the file. So these are the operations in this order in which we have to follow while writing the content into the file. Now there are 2 things we need to remember while writing to a file. So first of all, if we try to open a file that doesn't exist, so a new file will be created in this case. So guys, we are going to check this with the help of example as well. And in the second case, if a file already exists, then its content is erased and new content is added to the file again. So guys, these are the 2 important things that you should know while writing into the file. If the file is not already present, then a new file will be created, and if the file is already present, then the existing content will be removed and the new content will be added into the file. So guys, the first operation is opening the file over here, in which case we can use the open method to open the file. And this is the example. We have the variable on the left hand side, and then we have the open method followed by the name of the file over here along with the entire path if it is present in some other directory, and then followed by the second parameter, that is W, which stands for the write mode. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now over here. So what we will do is we will say file1, which is the variable name, followed by equal to, and then we have the open method in this case. So we have to provide the name of the file along with the directory path inside the parenthesis and the double quotes over here. So what we will do is we are going to use this directory over here in order to create a new file and write the content into the file. So guys, over here there are only 2 files, that is Python tutorial and test file. We are going to create a third file, that is output.txt, in which we are going to write the content by using the code over here. So basically I'm going to paste the entire directory path, and in order to avoid any errors, I'll just use the double backslashes over here, since these are the escape characters. So we provide the double backslashes, and then at the end we have to provide the name of the file. So I'll simply provide output.txt in this case. And then guys, the second parameter needs to be the writing mode. So over here inside the double quotes we can say W, which means we are opening the file in the write mode in this case. Now guys, we have completed the first step. Now what is the next step? Writing into the file. So basically writing in a file in a Python. So after we open a file, we use the write method to write the content in the file, and this is the way. As you can see in this example, we have the variable name, that is file1, followed by dot, and then we have the write method, and then the content that we want to write into the file. So guys, basically what we will do is on the second line over here we will say file1 followed by dot, and then we have the write method. This write method can be used in order to write the content into the file, and it takes certain parameters. The parameters will be the string or the integer numbers that you want to print or store inside the file. So guys, let's say I want to provide this is first line in output file. So guys, this is the content that we want to write into the file, and this is the way that we can use the write function in order to write the content into the file, and it takes the parameter as the string which we want to store inside the file. Now after writing, what we have to do is we have to close the file. So when we are done with performing operations on the file, we need to properly close the file. Closing a file will free up the resources that were tied with the file. It is done using the close method in Python. So as you can see in this example, we have file1.close. So over here we can simply provide file 1 dot close in this case, and then open and close parenthesis. It doesn't take any parameters over here. So guys, let me just save this file now. Before running this code, I'll show you the directory once again. We have only two files over here, that is Python tutorial and test file. We are going to have a third file over here, that is the output.txt, that will be created after execution of this code. So before running this code, what I will do is I'll have the print statement so that we get the confirmation that the code is executed. So we will say file created successfully. So this is the statement that will be printed after all the lines of code are executed. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting file created successfully, and if we go inside the directory now, as you can see, we are getting the third file over here, that is the output in this case. So if we open this file, as you can see, this is first line in output file, and this is what we have printed by using our program. This is first line in output file. The same statement is being printed over here. It is being stored in our output file. And guys, this is the way that we have created a new file by using the Python code in a particular directory that we wanted, and also return the content into the file by using the two methods. That is, first of all, we have used the open function in order to open the file in the write mode, and then we have used the write function in order to write the content into the file. Now guys, let us say we have another scenario. In the same file, we want to update the first line to this is first line, and I'll just remove this in output file content over here. So we have this short message, that is, this is first line, and then what I will do is we have another statement. So again we will have the file 1.write, and then we can say this is second line in this case. So guys, we are having the two lines over here now, and this will act as a kind of update now. That's because we already have this output.txt file in this directory, and now what we are doing is simply we are opening it once again, and these lines will be stored in the file. And guys, remember that while you are opening the existing file, what we already saw is the content is erased and the new content is added to the file. So basically these two lines will be printed inside the output.txt file. And now what we will do is, for this print function, we will say file updated successfully. So guys, let me just save this file now. Before running this code, I'll show you that file once again. Over here we have the output file. I'll just open this file. We are having this is first line in a output file. So let me just close this now, and what we will do is we will run this code. So as you can see, file updated successfully, we are getting this message. We'll go to the directory to check what is the content. So as you can see, both the statements are getting printed over here. This is first line, and then followed by this is second line. Now guys, what happened is both the lines have continued on the same line, but we can have them on the separate lines as well. So what we can do is, in our code, we can simply provide the /n character at the end of the first line over here, so that the control flow goes to the next line while printing this statement, that is, this is second line. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now once again. So it says file updated successfully. We come back over here in the directory, we open the output file. Now as you can see, this is first line, and then we have on the other line, this is second line over here. So guys, in this way we can easily write the content in the file. We can also have the multiple lines of content being stored in the file that we opened by using the Python programming language. Guys, this concept of reading and writing the files are very important as far as your project requirements are concerned. So please make sure that you practice on your own, so that on different inputs you get different output. Apart from this, can we use the with open syntax in order to write a file? So you can try this as a homework for you. You can watch my previous video as well, in which I have explained you how we can use the with open syntax in order to read the file, and in which case we don't have to close the file. That's because it is automatically handled by this with open syntax for us. So please treat this as a homework for you, and comment in the comment section below whether you were able to use the with open syntax in order to write into the file directory directory and file management in Python programming. So guys, a directory is a collection of files and subdirectories. So basically a directory inside another directory is known as a subdirectory over here, and Python has the OS module that provides us with many useful methods to work with directories and files as well. So this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. It is very important to note that over here we have a very important module, that is OS. So this package we are going to import in the Python code. So first of all, we are going to check how do we get the current directory in Python by using the get cwd method inside this OS module. So let us move to the VS Code over here. So the very first thing that we have to do is we have to import the OS module. So once we have imported the OS module, we can simply print the current working directory. So over here we have the print statement, followed by inside the parenthesis we will use this OS followed by dot, and then we have the get cwd, that is the method in order to get the current working directory over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. It will print the current working directory. As you can see, it is inside the C drive followed by the users, and then we have the user folder followed by the Python. So this is the directory in which this particular code is present. As you can see over here, we can see the entire path, that is users, user, and then Python, and inside this Python folder we have this file, that is Python_code. So this is the very simple method in order to get the current working directory in Python programming language. Now let us move to another task. Now how do we change the directory in the Python? So we have something called as chdir. This is another method, followed by we have to provide the path as the parameter to this particular function. So what we will do is, let us say we have this particular directory over here. I'm going to copy this and we are going to change the current working directory to this particular directory path that we have just copied. So what we will do is, before this line of code which gets us the current working directory, we will change the current working directory over here. So again we are going to use the OS module name followed by dot, and then we have something called as cdir. So as you can see, this is the method that we can use, and then inside this we have to provide the path of the directory to which we want to change the directory. So basically I'm going to paste this, and this is the path that we are going to change the directory to. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting some error over here. Unicode escape codec can't decode bytes in position 2, 3. So what we have to do is we have to escape these backslashes over here. So I am providing another backslash character over here on all the instances of the backslash characters. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, after changing the directory, I am once again getting the current working directory over here by calling this get cwd method, and then you can see this, that is the entire path that we have changed the directory to. That path is getting printed on the console right now. So guys, this is the way that we can easily change a directory to any directory that we want. Now let us move to another task over here. How do we list the directories and files in Python? So what we are going to do is, let us list all the subdirectories and the files that are present in a particular directory. So I'm going to move one stage back over here. So as you can see, inside the languages we have Dart, Java and Python. So we want to list down all the subdirectories over here. So how do we do that? We have something called as listdir method that will help us in order to list all the directories and the files. So over here in the VS Code, what I will do is I'll go one step behind. So we are going to remove this Python. We have to go up to the languages part, and then after this what we will do is we will simply print the directory list. So over here we have OS followed by dot, and then we have list directory. So as you can see, we have used the chdir method in order to change a directory, and inside that directory I want to list all the subdirectories over here, and this should be followed by the open and close parenthesis because this is a function. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting Dart, Java and then Python. So guys, these are the subfolders that are present inside this directory, that is Dart, Java and Python. Let us move one step behind once again. Over here we can see programming for beginners, and there are multiple subdirectories and files as well. So what we can do is, over here I'll just move one step back. I'll just remove these languages part over here, and then let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting all the files in subdirectories. We have description python.txt, then description.txt, then these are the subdirectories without any extensions over here. Then we have thumbnails1, thumbnails1.ppt, which is a PowerPoint presentation. We have videos and then the YouTube channel as well, which are subdirectories. Next, let us move to another task. So over here, as you can see, making a new directory in Python. So how we can do that? By using the mkdir method. So basically this is another method inside the OS module. So in order to make a new directory, what we will do is, again we will go to our original directory path over here. I'll just copy this and paste this over here inside the code. So we'll just paste this over here in order to change the directory, and I'll just escape these backslashes. So we just need to provide another backslash character in order to escape them. So we have escaped all the instances of the backslash characters over here. So basically, first of all, we are changing the directory, and inside this directory now, after this folder over here, that is Python, which is having just 3 files over here, we are going to create a subdirectory. So basically in our code, what we will do is, over here, instead of print statement, we have the OS followed by dot, and then we have mkdir. So this method is being suggested by the VS Code. And over here inside the parenthesis, it is going to take the parameter which is going to be the name of the subdirectory. So we are going to provide the name as the test. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So over here nothing is being displayed over here. That's because we have not provided any of the print statements. But over here, if we come to our directory, as you can see, it has created a new subdirectory, that is test over here, which is going to be an empty subdirectory. So it doesn't have any directory or files over here. So basically this is the way that we can create the subdirectories. Now let us move to another task. Over here, how do we rename a directory or a file? So basically we can use the rename method, that is the rename function inside the OS module, and provide the first parameter as the old name, which is the existing name, and the second parameter is the new name that we want to rename it to. So let us move to the VS Code over here. What we will do is, we have already created the directory. So I'll just remove this line of code, and then we will say OS followed by dot, and then we have something called as rename method. So this method takes 2 parameters. The first parameter is the name of the directory or the file that we want to change the name of. So let us say I just copy this directory name, that is test over here, and then I'll just paste this over here. So we have test, and then let's say we want to rename it to test1. So I'll just provide test1 over here. So this test should be renamed to test1, and then as a confirmation I'll just provide the print statement, and then we will say rename successful. And then let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, rename successful is already printed over here. If we go to our directory, as you can see, test1 is being displayed over here. So the directory name, which was named as test previously, has been renamed to test1 over here. So guys, this is the way that we can rename a particular directory. In the same way, we can rename the file names as well. Now let us move to another task. Over here, how do we remove a directory or a file in Python? So we can simply use the rmdir method in order to remove the directory, and remove method in order to remove the file name. So this method, that is remove, in order to delete the file, I'll leave it up to you as a homework for you, so that you can practice on your own, and comment in the comment section below whether you were successfully able to delete the file. In this example, we are going to remove the directory that we have just created. So we are going to remove this test1 directory. So what we have to do is, I'll just remove this line of code, and then we will say OS followed by dot, and then we have rmdir method, and then inside this it takes the parameter as the name of the subdirectory that we want to remove. So we will say test1 over here, and then as a confirmation we will say delete successful. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, delete successful is printed, and when we move to the directory, as you can see, the test1 directory that we had created is no longer existing right now. So basically we have successfully deleted the directory. In the same way, you can delete the files as well by using the remove method, which is the homework for you. So guys, practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different outputs. We have seen a lot of functions that is present inside the OS module. Apart from this, you can also provide the OS module over here followed by dot, and you can can see there are many other methods that we have not covered, but you can practice on your own so that based on your requirements you can use them in order to accomplish your task. Exceptions in Python programming. So guys, an exception is an unexpected event that occurs during the program execution. So let's say for example, if we have this divide by 0 variable and then we do the assignment in such a way that we divide this number, that is 5, by 0, then we get divide by 0 exception. That's because this is a runtime exception and we cannot divide any number by 0. So the above code causes an exception as it is not possible to divide a number by 0. Errors that occur at runtime after passing the syntax test are called exceptions or logical errors. So guys, basically there will be many exceptions that you will come across when you are going to write Python programs, and these exceptions are going to be the runtime exceptions after passing the syntax test that we have already seen in our VS Code editor. So basically these exceptions occur when we try to open a file for reading that does not exist, that is file not found error. So basically this is one of the exceptions in the Python programming language, in which case if let's say you are trying to open a file which is not present in the directory, then we will have file not found error over here. Then if we try to divide a number by 0, then we will get 0 division error, and then again if we try to import a module that does not exist, then we are going to get the import error, and so on. So basically there are many built-in exceptions that we can see by using this print statement. Inside the directory we have this locals, and then we specify this built-ins in order to get the list of exceptions that is already built in the Python programming language. So this we are going to check with the help of example as well. What we are going to do is we are going to see how the exception occurs in the Python program. So over here let's say we have the variable that is number over here, and we have the number that is 5 divided by 0. So in this case we are dividing a number by 0. Syntactically this is correct. Over here VS Code will not throw any error, but during the runtime we will get the error which we call it as the exception. So over here when we print this number, so we say value of number is followed by colon, and then let's say we provide this number variable. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting this 0 division error, division by 0, which is not possible. We cannot divide any number by 0. Now let me show you another exception. Let's say we are going to open a file in this particular directory and the file name is test1, which doesn't occur inside this directory. So let me just copy this directory path and we will open that file which is test1, which is not present. So over here we provide the variable name as file1. It is equal to, we say open, and then with this we have the parameter, that is the directory path we have just copied. Over here we will just escape these backslash characters so that we don't get any error over here for the backslashes. And then at the end what we are going to do is after this we are going to provide test1.txt. Now this file name, as I have showed you over here, it is not present. Test1 is not present over here. So we are trying to open that by using this test1.txt file name. So now what we will do is simply we will save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, file not found error is being displayed, no such file or directory, and then this file name is being mentioned over here. What if we provide the correct file name? Let's say I provide this test file as the name of the file. So I'll just copy this file name and paste this over here at the end instead of test1. So I'll just paste this over here and then let me just save this file now and try running this code. So now as you can see, nothing happens. We are not printing anything, but there is no exception that is being printed over here on the terminal. That's because this particular file name is actually present, and hence there is no file not found error that is being displayed over here, like how we have seen previously with the test1.txt file. So guys, these are certain exceptions that might occur when you are going to work with the Python projects, and such exceptions are inevitable. We cannot avoid them, but we can handle them. So we are going to see exception handling in the upcoming videos as well, how we are going to handle them. But it is very important for you to know that these exceptions might occur when you are going to work with the Python programming language. Now guys, let us see the list of all the built-in exceptions that are present inside the Python programming language. So I'll just copy this line of code and then we'll paste this over here. So as you can see, this is a print statement, and inside this we have the dir function, and inside that we also have the locals function, and then we provide the built-ins attribute over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, we have got the list of all the exceptions that are present inside the Python programming language. So there are multiple errors that might occur, which includes arithmetic error, then we have assertion error, attribute error, base exception. So there are many errors that you can see over here. File not found error, this is one of the exceptions that we have just checked. And then we also have this zero division error, which we just saw when we divide any number by zero. So guys, there are multiple exceptions that might occur which are already built in inside the Python programming language, and you can practice on your own to see which exception occurs on which particular input. Exception handling with try except block. So guys, basically it is important to handle exceptions that we have already seen. In Python, we use the try except block in order to handle the exception, and this is the syntax in order to handle the exceptions in Python. So basically, first of all, we have the try keyword followed by the colon, and then we have the code that may cause the exception. For example, we can have a number being divided by 0, in which case zero division error might occur, which is the exception. And not only the zero division exception, but if any exception that occurs inside this try block, we can have the except block just following this try block in order to catch that exception. So basically, inside this except block, we have the code in order to run when the exception occurs. So guys, this we are going to check with the help of examples now. So over here in the VS code, what we will do is, let's say we want to divide a number by 0. So we want to provide that code inside the try block. So we have this try keyword followed by the colon, and then over here what we will do is, we will say number variable, it is equal to 10 divided by 0. So guys, if we try to run this code over here, 10 divided by 0, for which the zero division error will occur, which is one of the exceptions in the Python programming. So what we have to do is, we have to catch that exception inside the except block. So over here what we have to do is, we have to provide the except keyword followed by the colon, and then we can have the code in order to handle that exception. So over here we can simply provide the print statement, and then we can say number cannot be divided by 0 over here. So guys, this is the code that we are going to execute if the number is getting divided by 0 and the zero division error is occurring. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, number cannot be divided by 0. This line of statement is getting executed over here, and this is the line that is getting printed. Now guys, what would have happened if we don't have this try and except block? So let us just comment out these blocks over here. So instead of this, we are just having number, it is equal to 10 divided by 0, and then let me just comment out this line as well. So number is equal to 10 divided by 0, only this line of code is there. Let me just save this file and try running this code. As you can see, we are getting zero division error, division by 0, and this is the exception that we are getting on the terminal. So over here, since we have not properly handled this exception, this is the way that we are getting the output. But we can have the proper output in this way, like we can have a particular statement being printed by using this try and except block. So over here we have just provided the try block, and after this we have provided the except block as well. We have provided a beautiful statement, that is a user friendly statement, which says number cannot be divided by 0. And when we just save this file and try running this code now, it says number cannot be divided by 0 if the exception is occurring over here inside the try block. Now guys, let's say if there is no exception occurring inside the try block, so still the print statement will be executed. Let us check that. So over here, instead of 10 divided by 0, we will say 10 divided by 2, in which case the answer will be 5, and that will be stored in this number variable, and there is no exception that is occurring over here on this line of code. So let me just save this file now. What we will do is, as a confirmation, we will come out of this try and except block, and over here we will say end of code. So we can just confirm that this is the line that is getting executed at the end of the code. So over here, let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, end of code is getting displayed now. That is because there is no zero division error that is occurring inside the try block. That is because we have changed the expression from 10 divided by 0 to 10 divided by 2. Now guys, there is another thing that you can do. catching the specific exceptions in Python. So as you can see, this is the example. Over here we have the try block, and then let's say we have the variable name as even numbers, and this is the Python list. As you can see, we have 2, 4, 6, 8, which is the list of numbers. All are even numbers, and what we are trying to do is we are going to print the even numbers with the index 5 over here. But guys, as you can see, this is the index 0, then we have index 1, then we have index 2, and then 3. So 3 is the final index. The total length of the list is 4, and 3 is the final index that we can access, but we are trying to access the index that is 5. So basically we should get the index out of bound error over here, but we can also specify the different exceptions that we have seen so far. So basically, while providing the except keyword, we can provide the zero division error over here, which will say denominator cannot be 0, and then we also have the except keyword followed by the index error. So in this case, since we are having the multiple except blocks, it depends on the control flow. The control flow will check that which type of exception is occurring, and based on that exception it will try to match that exception. Is this exception related to zero division error? No, in this case. So is it matching with the index error? Yes, since it is related to the index that we are trying to access, which is not possible. So it will print this statement that is index out of bound. So let us check this block of code over here. I'll just copy this and paste this in the VS Code, since I'm a little bit lazy in order to type all this code once again. So over here, let me just save this file and try running this code now. As you can see, it says index out of bound. That's because the exception that is matching inside this try block is the index error, and this is the print statement that we are supposed to print if there is an index error that is occurring. Now guys, let's say you want to print this denominator cannot be 0 statement. So what we have to do is we have to make sure that inside the try block there is a divide by 0 expression. So what we will do is over here, I'll just remove these lines of code and we will simply say number, it is equal to 10 divided by 0. So in this case, divide by 0 expression is occurring, and that is why we will get the zero division error, and in this case we should get this statement that is denominator cannot be 0. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, denominator cannot be 0 statement is getting printed. So guys, it depends on you. You can have the specific exceptions being specified over here, and each exception will be handled differently. This is just a print statement that we have included over here. You can have any code inside these except blocks that you want to use based on your requirements of the project. But guys, remember that whatever matching exceptions that is occurring inside the try block, the control flow will try to match with those exceptions one at a time, and once it matches with a particular except block, it will try to execute those lines of code inside that block. Now guys, let us move to another task. Over here, Python try with else clause. So basically, in some situations we might want to run a certain block of code if the code block inside try runs without any errors. So for these cases, you can use the optional else keyword with the try statement. So guys, what happens is sometimes there will be no errors that are occurring over here. I'll just remove these lines of code. So I'll just keep one except block over here, and I'll just remove this exception as well, that is zero division error. So what we are doing over here is denominator cannot be 0. I'll just save this file and try running this code. So this denominator cannot be 0 is getting printed over here. But guys, what if this denominator is not 0? Let's say if I provide the denominator as 2. So in this case, this statement will not get printed. That's because there is no exception that is occurring, and if there is no exception occurring, no code in the except block over here will get executed. But what if we want to execute some line of code? So over here we can simply provide the else part. So basically what happens is, let's say inside the try block, if we don't have any exception that is occurring, so no block of code that is inside the except block will get executed. But let's say in the end, if we have this else block, so whatever code we provide over here, it will get executed only when there is no exception that is occurring over here inside the try block. So over here, what we will do is we will say print, we will simply say inside else block. So guys, this is the code. Let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, there is no denominator cannot be 0 that is getting printed, but over here we are getting inside else block. That's because since there is no exception that is occurring, the control flow is not going inside the except block, but it sees that we have the else block over here, so it executes those lines of code inside the else block. Now guys, what if there is an exception that is occurring? So let's say if we provide this as 10 divided by 0 as the expression. So let me just save this file now. This line should get printed over here, but whether this else part will get executed, let us check that. So let me just run this code once again. As you can see, denominator cannot be 0 is getting printed, but the code in the else part is not getting printed. So that's because since the exception has occurred, we are getting into the except block but not into the else block. So guys, this is very important. In case the except block is not getting executed, we can have the else block in order to execute some lines of code that you want to execute. Now let us move to another task. Over here we have something called as Python try finally. So guys, this is another important concept as far as exception handling in Python is concerned. So basically in Python, the finally block is always executed no matter whether there is an exception or not. So the finally block is optional, and for each try block there can be only one finally block. So guys, what we will do is basically the understanding behind the finally block is irrespective of whether there is an exception that is occurring or not, the code in the finally block will be executed. So over here we will simply have the finally keyword followed by the colon, and then we will say inside finally block. So over here we will simply have double quotes, and inside this we will say inside finally block. So guys, first of all we will check when there is an exception that is occurring, this line of code will get printed and we will not go inside the else part, but the control flow will go inside this finally block over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, denominator cannot be 0, which is this line of statement which is getting printed, and then it is not going in the else part but it is going in the finally part. So it says inside finally block. So over here exception has occurred and the control flow is going in the finally block. Now let us say there is no exception that is occurring. We say 10 divided by 5 over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. It says inside else block. So basically there is no exception that is occurring, so the control flow is not going inside this except block but it is going inside the else block. So over here, as I have told you, if the control flow doesn't go inside the except block and if there is a else block, basically this line of code will get executed, and then at the end we have the finally block which is getting executed, as you can see, inside finally block. So irrespective whether there is an exception that is occurring or not inside the try block, the finally block will be executed every time. Now guys, where this thing is important, basically let's say if you have the database connection or if you have file opened, so you can close that file or close that database connection inside the finally block over here after carrying out your operations in the try block, which might have certain exceptions that might occur during the runtime. So guys, during such instances the finally block becomes very important in order to execute those lines of code irrespective whether there was an exception that has occurred inside the try block or not. Custom exceptions in Python programming. So guys, in Python we can define custom exceptions by creating a new class that is derived from the built-in exception class. So guys, that we are going to check with the help of examples as well. As you can see, this is the syntax. We have the class keyword followed by the space character, and then we have the name of the exception that we want to create, which is going to be the user defined exception, and this is the way that we inherit another class. Inside the parenthesis after the user defined name, we have the exception class name. So guys, whatever attributes and behaviors that are present inside the exception will get inherited to this custom error user defined exception over here, and then we can have a statement over here inside this custom error as to why this error is being raised over here, and then followed by the pass keyword. And then guys, we can have our own code, that is the try and except block, and then inside the try block, based on the conditions, we can raise this custom error based on our requirements, and once it is raised, it will be handled by using the except keyword over here followed by the custom error exception, and then we can have the block of code in order to handle the exception. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now over here. First of all, we are going to have the user defined exception. So over here, let's say we have the class, and the exception that we are going to have is, let's say we are having the voting application and we have to check whether a particular person is having the age that is greater than 18. If the age is less than 18 and the person is not eligible to vote, then we are going to call this particular exception that we are going to define. So we are going to simply name the exception as the age error over here. So we have age error, and then it should inherit the exception class. So over here we are going to say exception, and then followed by colon, and then we can simply say raised when person age is less than 18. So if the person age is less than 18, he or she is not eligible to vote, and this is the exception that is going to be raised. So over here we are going to have the pass statement. And now guys, what we will do is we will have our lines of code over here inside the try block. So over here we will ask the user in order to enter the age. So over here we will have age variable. It is equal to, we are going to take the input from the user and it says enter age, and then we have colon, and then what we will do is we will check if this age is less than 18. So we will simply say if age is less than 18 followed by colon. If the entered age is less than 18, we have to raise this age error exception. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. First of all, we have to use the raise keyword followed by the age error over here. So basically, if age is less than 18, then we have to raise the age error, and then what we can do is we can catch that error over here inside the except block. So except block followed by the age error over here, and then we have the colon, and then we can simply say print, and over here person is not eligible to vote. So guys, this is a statement that is going to be printed when the age is less than 18. But what if the age is not less than 18 and if it is greater than 18, so the person is eligible to vote. So what we will do is we can have the else part over here, which will get executed when this exception is not occurring inside the try block. So over here we can simply provide the print statement and we will say person is eligible to vote. Now guys, this statement we can also have inside the try block as well. We can also have after this if statement, we can have the else part and the same print statement over here. So it depends on you how you want to structure your code. This is another way in order to provide the else part, and this will be executed only when there is no exception that is occurring inside the try block. And then optionally you can also have the finally block as well, which will help you to execute certain lines of code irrespective whether the exception has occurred inside the try block or not. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code now. So it says enter age. So let's say we provide the age as 23 over here, and then when we press enter, it says less than not supported between instances of str and int. So guys, by default whenever we take any input from the user, it takes the input as the string. So basically this age data type is string right now. We want to convert it to the integer. So we can simply convert this string into integer over here. We can provide the int, and inside the parenthesis we can take the entire input over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again. We will provide the age as 23, and when we press enter, it says person is eligible to vote. So basically what we have done over here is we have converted the string data type to the integer data type by enclosing this entire input by the int. And now let us run this code once again now so that we can catch this exception when the age is less than 18. So guys, let's say when the age is 17 over here, in which case the age is less than 18 right now. When we press enter, it says person is not eligible to vote. So what has happened over here is since the age was less than 18, the raise age error has helped us in order to throw this exception, that is the age error. And what has happened is the control flow has come over here to this except block and it printed this line of code, that is person is not eligible to vote. So that is the same string that is getting printed over here, person is not eligible to vote. And previously it was printing this statement, that is person is eligible to vote, when the age was greater than or equal to 18. Now guys, when the age is 18, again the person will be eligible to vote. That's because the condition that we have given over here in order to raise the error is age less than 18. So let us check that once again over here. When we run this code once again, when we say 18 as the age, it says person is eligible to vote. So the person will be not eligible to vote only when the age is less than 18 and not equal to 18. So guys, this is the way that we can create our own user defined custom exception over here and call that exception by using the raise keyword inside the try block and catch that exception using the except block over here and handle it accordingly based on our requirements. object-oriented programming in Python. So guys, we are going to check the classes and objects with the help of examples. Python is a versatile programming language that supports various programming styles, including object-oriented programming through the use of objects and classes, which we are going to see with the help of examples as well. Now, an object is any entity that has attributes and behaviors. So for example, a parrot is an object and it has multiple attributes. As you can see, there are multiple attributes that can be present, which is name, then we have age, color, and so on. Apart from that, it also has certain behaviors such as whether it can dance or not. So dancing is one of the behavior. Whether it can sing or not. So singing is another behavior. Now I'm not sure whether a parrot can really dance or not, but these are certain behaviors that we can consider in order to understand classes and objects. Now guys, similarly, a class is a blueprint for that object. So basically these objects are having the attributes and behaviors, and the values will be stored in these objects, but the blueprint will be present inside the class. So basically this class can be treated as a template which has certain attributes and behaviors being defined over here, and we can create multiple objects related to that class. So we are going to check with the help of example how do we create a class parrot with the attributes as name and age. So let us move to the VS Code over here. The very first thing that we have to create is the class. So basically we have to provide the class keyword followed by the name of the class. So let's say the parrot is the name of the class over here, and then we have a colon, and then we can have different attributes. So one of the attributes is name over here. We will assign it with a empty string, and then we have age as well. We will assign it as 0 over here as the initial value. Now guys, these are the two attributes that we have defined for this class, that is parrot. Now we can create different objects out of this class. Now this class is acting as a blueprint, or we can say as a template, in order to create multiple objects. So we will come out of this class, and what we will do is we will create the objects for this class. So let's say we have parrot1 followed by equal to operator, and then we can simply provide the name of the class, that is parrot, followed by the open and close parenthesis. So this is the way that we can initialize an object for this class, that is parrot, and then we can use this object in order to initialize these attributes, that is name and age. So over here what we will do is we will use this parrot1 object followed by dot, and as you can see we are getting this name and age being auto suggested by the VS Code. That's because we have already defined these attributes inside this blueprint, that is class parrot. So over here we are going to provide the name as the name of the parrot1 object. So let's say we provide the name as blue over here, and then let's say we also want to provide the age of this parrot object. So again we will provide parrot1 followed by dot, and then we have the age attribute. Let's say it is 2 years old, so we have 2 as the parrot's age. Now guys, let's say we want to create another object with another name and age. So again we will copy these lines of code and paste this over here. What I will do is instead of parrot1 we will say parrot2, because this is another object. So this is the second object that we are creating by using this parrot class, and over here again we will say parrot2.name and parrot2.age. So let's say the name of the parrot2 is Woo and its age is 5 over here, so 5 years. So guys, over here we have created two objects for this class, that is parrot. Similarly we can create any number of objects that we want. It's very important to note that while creating the objects we provide this variable name on the left hand side, and on the right hand side we provide the name of the class followed by the open and close parenthesis, and then we can call the different attributes of that class in order to initialize them. Now guys, after these objects are being initialized with their names and age, we can simply print them on the console. So what we can do is we can have the print statement with the formatting being enabled. So over here inside the print statement we can have the F followed by the double quotes, and then what we can do is open and close curly braces. Inside this we can have the parent1 dot name over here is, and then followed by curly braces parrot1 dot age, and then we can have years old. So guys, basically what is happening over here is inside the open and close curly braces we can provide the variable names in order to get their values being printed inside the print statement. So this parrot1 dot name will give us the value of this variable, that is blue over here, and then followed by is, and then again we will get parrot1 dot age, which is 2 in this case. So blue is 2 years old. So this is a statement that should get printed. And then similarly we can copy this line of code and paste this over here, and instead of parrot1 we can simply say parrot2. So we have parrot2.name and then parrot2.age. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, Blue is 2 years old. This is what is getting printed by using the first print statement. And over here again we are getting Wu is 5 years old. So this is the second print statement that is helping us in order to print this particular statement. So guys, this is the way that we can easily create a class. In this case we have created the parrot class and we have two attributes, that is name and age. You can have any number of attributes for the class based on your requirements, and apart from that, while creating the objects you can have the values for those attributes based on those particular individual objects, and then you can call those attributes by using the objects that you have just initialized by using this statement, that is the object on the left hand side followed by equal to operator, and then we have the class name followed by the open and close parenthesis. This is called instantiating of the object, or we can also call it as initializing an object in Python programming. Inheritance in Python programming. So guys, inheritance is a way of creating a new class for using details of an existing class. So this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. The newly formed class is a derived class which is also called as a child class, and similarly the existing class is a base class or the parent class. So guys, what we are doing over here is we are already creating a parent class that is also called as a base class over here, and then we also create a child class for which the attributes are derived from the parent class from here, and this is what is called as the inheritance. Now what will be inherited? All the attributes, provided that they are public, along with the methods, will be inherited by the child class. So guys, let us check Python inheritance with the help of example now over here. So let us switch to the VS Code. First of all, we will create the parent class. So let us say we have the class that is called as animal over here, and inside this animal class we will define two functions, that is eat and sleep. So we will have def keyword followed by eat, that is function 1, and then inside the parenthesis we are going to have the parameter that is self. Always remember guys, whenever we are calling the function inside the class, it is going to take a single parameter which is going to be the object by default. So we need to catch that object with any name as a parameter over here. So we have given the name of this parameter as self over here so that we can identify that this is the object, and then we can use this object as well in order to access its attributes. And inside this eat function we are going to have a simple print statement, and we will say I can eat. So guys, this is a statement that is going to be printed when we call the eat function using the animal object, and then similarly we will have the sleep method as well. So we have def keyword followed by sleep method, and then again we will have the parameter as the self which will be passed by default, and then inside this again we are going to have the print statement, and we can say I can sleep. So guys, these are two methods or functions that we have defined inside the parent class, that is the animal class. Now guys, how do we inherit these methods to another class? So let's say we have another class over here which will be a child class of the animal class. So we are going to have another class, and let's say the name of the class is dog over here, and then in order to have its attributes and functions of the superclass, that is the animal, after this name of the class, that is dog, we have to provide open and close parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis we have to provide the name of the superclass, that is animal in this case. So this particular class, that is animal, we want to inherit its attributes and functions inside the child class, that is dog. So this is the way that we inherit the superclass. And now we can have a colon over here, and then we can have the attributes and the functions of this class, that is dog class, separately. So over here we are going to have the def keyword followed by, let's say I am simply going to have the display method over here, and it is going to take one parameter, that is self, and then we are simply going to print that we are inside dog class. So this particular statement will be printed whenever we are going to call this display method over here. So guys, this is the way that Python inheritance works. What I will do is I'll just zoom out little bit so that you can see the entire code at once. So over here we have created the superclass, that is the animal class, and then we are creating another class that is called as the child class, and after the name of the child class we are providing the name of the superclass over here, that is the parent class, inside the open and close parenthesis. And what this will do is the eat and sleep methods will be now available inside the dog class as well. So guys, why this is important? So let us come out of this class now, and what we will do is let us create the object of this class, that is the dog class. So what I will do over here is we will create dog1, that is the object of the dog class, followed by equal to, and then the name of the class, that is dog over here. So we have created one object of the dog class. Now guys, ideally we have seen that we can call the display method which belongs to the dog class. So we can do that over here. So I am going to call the dog1 object followed by dot, and then we have the display method. So after this we are going to have the open and close parenthesis. Let me just save this file first and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are inside dog class, which means this statement is getting printed. Now guys, do we have any other method apart from this display method? Yes, we do have, and those are eat and sleep methods. Why so? Because we have inherited the methods from the animal class by using the Python inheritance. So basically we can use this object name, that is dog1, in order to call eat and sleep methods over here. So if we call both the methods, so I'll say dog1 followed by dot, and then as you can see VS Code is suggesting us this eat method as well. So we have eat followed by open and close parenthesis, and then again we will call the dog1 object followed by dot, and then sleep method is also being suggested by the VS Code. So we are going to call both the methods over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting all the three statements, that is we are inside dog class, I can eat and I can sleep, which are the statements that are being printed by using these methods respectively. So guys, this is the power of Python inheritance. We can use the different attributes and the methods that were defined in a superclass inside the subclass by using the object of the child class over here, which is also called as the subclass over here. Guys, it is very important to note that whenever we are defining the methods inside the class, we need to provide one parameter over here, which is going to be the object that will be passed. So behind the scenes, what is happening over here is when we call dog1.display over here, the dog1 object is being passed with this display method. Even though we are not providing any parameter over here, but behind the scenes the object is being passed over here and it needs to be called by this particular method. What happens if we don't provide this parameter? Let us check this. So I'll just remove this self keyword over here and I'll just save this file now. Over here we are not receiving any parameter, as we can see. So let me just run this code now. So as you can see, type error dog.display takes 0 positional arguments but 1 was given. So basically behind the scenes this dog1 object is being passed and we need to have a parameter over here while defining the function, and that is the reason why we had given this self parameter name in order to identify that this is the object of this particular class, that is dog. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again. So as you can see, there are no more errors that are getting displayed and all the three statements are getting displayed over here. Now guys, what are the uses of inheritance? So as you can see, since a child class can inherit all the functionalities of the parents class, this allows code reusability. So as you can see over here, we need not have to provide the eat and sleep methods once again inside the dog class, and we were able to access both these methods by using the object of the dog class without actually providing the definition of those methods over here. Once a functionality is developed, you can simply inherit it. No need to reinvent the wheel. This allows for cleaner code and easier to maintain. Now since you can also add your own functionalities in the child class, you can inherit only the useful functionalities and define other required features. So guys, based on your requirement, it depends on you which class you want to inherit and create the child classes and the parent classes over here based on your project requirements. Constructor in Python programming. Now guys, a Python constructor is a function inside a class that helps us to initialize certain attributes of a class. So far we have seen creating the class attributes and the functions, and while initializing the attributes of the class's object, we use the object name followed by the dot and then the attribute name. But is there a better way in order to initialize those attributes inside the class? Yes, it is. So we have something called as double times underscore followed by init, and then again double times underscore followed by open and close parenthesis, which is a constructor function that is called whenever a new object of that class is instantiated. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now. So let us move to the VS Code. What we will do is we will create a class that is called as the parrot class over here, and we will define two attributes. So over here we have the name, which is of the string data type. So let's say we have the empty string initially, and then let's say we have the age attribute, which is defined as 0 over here, which is the integer. So guys, what we will do is, let us say we want to create the object of this class. So what we have to do is, let's say we provide the object name as parrot1 followed by equal to operator, and then we have the name of the class, that is parrot, followed by open and close parenthesis. Now guys, so far what we had done is, in order to initialize both these attributes, we were calling this object name followed by dot and then the name of the attribute. So let us do that first. So we are going to use the parrot1 object over here followed by dot, and then let's say the name of the parrot, it is blue over here. So we provide the name of the parrot, and then we also provide the age of the parrot. So let's say parrot1 dot age, it is equal to 2 years old, and then we can simply print the name and age of this parrot. So let us say we provide the print method over here, and we provide the parrot1 object. So parrot1 followed by dot, and then we have name is, and then again we want to get the age. So parrot1 dot age, and then we have years old. So over here blue is 2 years old will be displayed. So let us save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, blue is 2 years old. So guys, this is the conventional way that we had seen so far in order to instantiate an object of the class and also assign the values to the attributes of that class. So is there a better way in order to assign these values to these attributes? Yes, we can do so by using the constructor. So what we can do is, we can simply remove these two lines of code over here. So I'll just remove them, and then guys, inside this class we are going to have the init method, which is the constructor. So over here we are going to have the def keyword followed by double times underscore, and then we have the init. So as you can see, VS Code is suggesting us this method which we are going to use. So init, and it is going to take one parameter by default. As I have already told you previously, whenever we are going to call any method inside the class, the object that is used in order to call that method is also passed by default behind the scenes. So the self parameter represents the object of this parrot class over here. I'll just remove this part, and what we are going to do is, we are going to take both these attributes, that is name and age, as the parameters. So over here after this self we are going to have comma, and then we are going to have name1. So guys, I am naming this as name1 so that you don't get confused between this name and this name1. So this name1 will be passed as the parameter when this constructor is being called over here, and then followed by comma we also have age1. And then what we can do is, for this self, that is the object, followed by dot, we can have name, it is equal to name1 over here, and then again we can have the self followed by dot, and then age, it is equal to age1. So what we are simply doing over here is, the name and age attributes of this object, the object is being represented by self, and then self dot name, it will be assigned with the value of this name1 that is being passed. Same thing for the age as well. The self dot age, the value will be passed by using this age1 parameter over here, and both these values will be assigned to name and age attributes. Now guys, when exactly this constructor is being called? So basically, whenever you are going to create an object and call this class over here, that is the parrot class, the constructor will be called. So while instantiating this object, we also need to pass the name and age for this particular instance of the class. So what we will do is, let's say we take the same name, that is blue over here. So we provide the first parameter as the name of the parrot followed by a comma, and then we provide the age, that is 2 years old, which is the second parameter. So guys, when the control flow comes over here, it sees that the class is being called with these two parameters, and we also have the constructor. So basically this parrot1 will be assigned to this parameter, that is self, and then this name and age will be assigned to this name1 and age1, and this name and age will be assigned those values respectively. And then we can simply have this print statement in order to print the same statement that we had seen previously as well. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting the same statement, that is blue is 2 years old. That's because we have provided the same name and the same age. Let's say we provide a different name over here. So let's say we provide Wu and it is 5 years old. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, Wu is 5 years old is getting displayed over here. So guys, in this way, what we have done is, while instantiating the object, we are passing the values or the attributes that are present inside that class for which the values are getting assigned. Now guys, another important functionality of this constructor is we can also remove these attributes that are being declared. So there is no need of declaring these attributes over here. So I'll just remove these lines of code over here. And what exactly is happening is, while this constructor is being called, the interpreter comes to know that this name and age are the attributes of this class, that is the parrot class over here, and it assigns the values that are being passed to name 1 and age 1. So to make it more simple, let us say we name this parrot as first parrot over here, for which the age is 2 years old, and let's say I provide another parrot. So I'll just copy this line of code and paste this over here, and then I provide this as parrot 2, and then we can say second parrot over here, which is 5 years old. So we'll say 5 years old, and then we will print both the parrots over here inside the print statement. So I'll just copy these lines of code and paste this over here, and then we can say parrot2.name, and then again over here parrot2.age. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, first parrot is 2 years old and second parrot is 5 years old. Both the statements are getting displayed over here. So guys, this is the way that you can define the constructor inside the class by using the underscore init method, and then followed by the self that is being passed automatically as one of the parameters, and then you can have any number of parameters being passed over here inside the constructor, which can be used as the values for the attributes of the class that you have defined, and those values need to be passed whenever you are creating a new object for that class. Encapsulation in Python programming. So guys, encapsulation is one of the key features in object oriented programming, because encapsulation refers to the bundling of attributes and methods inside a single class. So we have seen so far the various attributes and methods that we have been creating inside the class. That functionality of the Python programming is called encapsulation. Now it prevents outer classes from accessing and changing attributes and methods of a class. So far we have seen that all the attributes and methods were public in nature, but in this case we are going to create some private attributes which cannot be directly accessed outside the class. So this also helps us to achieve data hiding over here. Now in Python we denote private attributes using the underscore as the prefix. Either we can have the single underscore or the double underscore. So let us check this with the help of example now over here. As you can see in this example, we have the class computer, and then we also have the constructor, that is init, followed by the self, which is the parameter for that object that is being passed, and then self dot max price. So as you can see over here, we have the prefix, that is double underscore, followed by max price. So this is one of the attributes of this computer class over here, and we are providing the value of 900 to this max price over here inside the constructor. Now apart from this constructor, we have more couple of functions inside this class. As you can see, we have the sell function over here, which simply prints the selling price is the self followed by dot and then the max price. So basically this statement will help us in order to print this value, that is the max price value of the computer. And then we have another method, that is set max price, which takes the object that is using the self, and then it also takes the price over here. So in case you want to set another max price for this computer, you can use this set max price function. What it will do is it will simply update the value of the max price of the computer, as you can see with this particular statement. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now. What I will do is I'll simply copy these lines of code, since I'm a little bit lazy in order to type them again. So we are going to paste it inside the VS Code. So over here what we are going to do is we are going to print the max price of the computer. So first of all, we are going to create the object that is comp1 over here, followed by equal to, and then we have the computer class name. So basically, since a constructor is not taking any other parameter apart from this self, which is the object itself, so we need not have to provide any parameter over here while instantiating this object that is comp1. Now what we will do is simply we will call the cell function over here, that is this particular function. So we can use the comp1 object followed by dot, and then we have the cell function. So After this, open and close parenthesis. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So basically this print statement should get executed and it should be displayed on the terminal. So I'll just run this code now. As you can see, selling price is 900. So what exactly happened is, when the control flow came over here, that is comp1, it is equal to computer, the constructor of this class, that is the init method, was called, and inside this what we have done is this private attribute. So guys, basically this double underscore denotes that this is the private attribute of the computer class. So basically this private attribute was initialized inside the constructor and a value of 900 was being assigned to this particular attribute. And then what we did is, when the control flow came over here, that is while calling the sell function, basically this print statement was executed. So selling price, it is equal to this self dot max price got printed over here, which is 900 right now. Now guys, let us do another thing. What we will do is, we will try to access this private attribute from outside of this class. So over here we will call comp1 once again, followed by dot, and then we can call this private attribute, that is the max price. So as you can see, this max price is getting suggested by the VS Code. So we will call this max price, and what we will do is, we will try to assign another value, that is 1000 over here, to this max price. And then again, let us say we want to call this print statement. So again we will call this sell method over here. So I'll just copy this line of code and paste this over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, selling price 900. This is the statement that was printed by calling the first sell method, and then the second time the sell method was called, again the selling price was equal to 900. So guys, why so? That's because this max price is the private attribute and we directly cannot access this attribute by using this object. We need to have another method inside the computer class in order to assign another value to the private attribute, and that is why we have this method, that is the set max price, along with the parameter price, which it is going to take in order to replace the existing max price over here. So what we can do is, we are going to call the comp1 object once again, followed by dot, and this time instead of directly accessing this max price, we are going to call this set max price over here. So set max price, and it is expecting two parameters. The first parameter is the self, which is going to be passed by default, which is going to be the comp1 object, and then the second parameter is the price, which we are going to pass to this method. So again what we will do is, simply we are going to provide this 1000 price that we try to assign to the max price directly over here. So set max price, and then again let's say we want to print the selling price over here. So again we are going to call the sell method once again. So comp1.sell. So over here the only difference is, we are calling the method, that is the set max price, and we are passing the value of the new max price over here, which is going to be passed to this price, and then the max price value will be the updated price that we have just set. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, selling price 900 and then selling price 900 once again, and the third time that we tried by using the set max price over here, it was 1000. So this time it is selling price, it is equal to 1000. So guys, by using this method in order to set the value of a private attribute, we were successfully able to update the value of this private attribute, and this is the main functionality which we call it as encapsulation as far as object oriented programming in Python is concerned. So guys, let us run this code once again by a different value. Let's say the max price over here we set it to 2000. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So this time the selling price is coming over here once again as 2000. And guys, this is the way in order to hide certain attributes of a class, you can have them as the private attribute by prefixing and use the different methods in order to set their values by using the objects of that class. Method overriding in Python programming. So guys, method overriding in Python is a way of letting method of a subclass override the method of a superclass. So let's say for instance, inside the superclass we have a method that is eat, and then inside the subclass we also have the same method with the same name, that is eat. So basically the method inside the subclass will be executed instead of the method that is present inside the superclass. So let us check this with the help of example now over here. So as you can see, this is the class that is animal, which is being treated as the parent class or the superclass, and over here we have the attribute that is the name of the animal, and it has a function that is the eat, and it takes one parameter that is self over here. It simply prints a statement that is I can eat. Now guys, again we have another class over here, that is the dog, which inherits this parent class, that is animal. And again what is happening over here is this eat is being inherited by this dog class, but the dog class is also having its own eat method over here. So as you can see, this eat method is once again present inside the dog class, and it is printing its own statement, that is I like to eat bones. So guys, what we will do over here is I'll just simply copy these lines of code and paste it in the VS Code, and let us check the functionality of the method overriding and how it can be used in your project based on your requirement. So I'll just remove certain comments over here. So as you can see, we have this parent class, that is animal, and then we have the child class, that is dog over here. Both are having the eat method. So what we will do is, first of all, I'll just comment out these lines, that is this particular function is not present, let's say inside the dog class. I'll simply provide the pass statement over here. So what exactly is happening? First of all, we have the animal class which is having the eat function, and this dog class, it is inheriting the animal class. So the dog class will have access to this function, that is eat over here. So I can eat will be displayed. So what we will do is, first of all, we will create the object of this dog class. So let's say we have dog1, it is equal to, and then the name of the class, that is dog over here. And simply what we can do is, since the dog class is inheriting the animal class, we can use the eat method of the animal. So we can simply use the dog1 object followed by dot, and then we have the eat method being called, followed by open and close parenthesis. So guys, over here, simply if we save this file and try running this code now, as you can see, I can eat is being displayed over here, which is the print statement inside the eat function of the animal class. Now guys, let us say we have the same method, that is eat, with a different print function inside the dog class. So I'll just remove this pass statement, and we'll also remove these comments over here. So basically now what will happen, whether the eat function of the animal class will be called or the eat function of the dog class will be called. So let us check this. So I'll just save this file now and try running this code once again. As you can see, I like to eat bones. This particular statement is getting printed, which is the statement from the eat function of the dog class. So basically whenever we have the method with the same name inside the parent and the child class, the method of the child class will be called over here, and that is what we call it as method overriding. Now guys, why method overriding is important? So let's say you have the animal class over here. This is a very generic statement that I can eat. Basically it doesn't specify what the animal can eat, but let's say you want to have the child classes over here which inherits the parent class, and you want to be more specific. So what the dog likes to eat, basically the dog likes to eat bones over here. So you can have the same method name inside the child class and print a different message in this case, and that is what we have done in this example. So method overriding is very important as far as object oriented programming in Python is concerned, and you can use them in your own project based on your requirements. Super method in Python inheritance. So guys, basically in Python inheritance we can use method overriding to call the method of a subclass, but if we need to access the superclass method from the subclass, we can use the super method. So this is what we are going to check with the help of examples now over here. First of all, we are going to check that how method overriding works, and then we are going to see how we can use the super method in order to call the method of the superclass. So let us check this with the help of examples in the VS Code. So first of all, we are going to have the parent class. So let's say we have the animal class as the parent class, and basically we are going to have one function inside this class, that is eat, and this function is going to take one parameter by default, which is the object, and we are going to name it as self over here, and simply we can print the statement, that is I can eat. So we have I can eat statement over here. So basically whenever we are going to call this method of the animal class, it is going to print I can eat. Guys, before this we can also provide the prefix, that is animal, so that we can identify that this is the method from the animal class. Now guys, let us say we have another class, that is the dog class, which inherits the attributes and the functions of this animal class, which is the super class. So we have the class dog over here, and inside the parenthesis we have animal, and this is how how we achieve Python inheritance by using the parent class inside the parenthesis while defining the child class over here, followed by a colon. And then what we will do is, first of all, we have the pass statement so that we don't have any code inside this. So what we are going to do is, since we are inheriting the animal class inside the dog class, so basically we have access to this function that is eat over here. So we are going to create the object of this dog class as dog1. It is equal to dog over here, and then open and close parenthesis. And for this dog1 followed by dot, as you can see, eat method is getting suggested by the VS Code, so we can use this function in order to call it, followed by open and close parenthesis. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, animal I can eat. So this statement is getting printed. That's because we have provided the statement inside the eat function of the animal class. But guys, for this dog class, this statement that is animal I can eat is not very specific. Let's say we want to be little bit specific over here and we want to say that the dog likes to eat bones over here. So what we can do is, simply we can have the same method name and we can change the print statement inside that method name inside the dog class. So what I will do is, I'll just copy these lines of code, and instead of the pass statement I'll provide certain code over here, that is the copied code from the animal class. So over here we have the same method with the same name, but inside this what we will do is, instead of animal over here we will provide dog, and over here we will say I like to eat bones. So guys, basically this statement is little bit more specific. It says that this is the dog and it likes to eat bones. So we have provided the method with the same name similar to that of the method that is present inside the animal. Now guys, we need not have to change anything over here. This dog1 object will call the eat function, and due to method overriding, this function of the dog class will be called and not this particular statement will be called over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, dog I like to eat bones. So basically this print statement is getting executed, which proves that this eat function is being called, which belongs to the dog class, and this is what we call it as a method overriding. Now guys, there is a requirement. Where do we use the super method over here? As we have seen, the super method can be used in order to access the superclass method. So let's say before printing this statement that is dog like to eat bones over here, what we want is, we also want to print this statement that is animal I can eat. So what we can do is, while calling this eat method, when the control flow goes over here, we can go inside this function and we can use the super keyword. So basically this is another method followed by open and close parenthesis. So internally what is happening over here is, this super will refer to the parent class that is animal over here. So what we can do is, while referring to this animal class, we can access this function that is eat function of the animal class. So after this super method we can provide dot followed by, as you can see, eat function is being suggested by the VS Code over here. So we can use this eat function followed by open and close parenthesis. So basically this is the way in order to access the method of a super class from the subclass over here by using the super method. So guys, whenever you are dealing with method overriding over here, the method of the subclass will be called by default, and in case you want to also call the method of the super class, you can use the super method followed by that method name in order to call the method of the super class. So guys, practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different outputs. Multiple inheritance in Python programming. So guys, previously we have seen the single inheritance, but in this video we are going to check the multiple inheritance in Python. So a class can be derived from more than one superclass in Python. Basically this is called multiple inheritance. So basically the derived class will be having the multiple superclasses in this case. So for example, a class bat is derived from superclasses that is mammal and a winged animal. So basically this mammal and winged animal will be treated as the parent classes, and this bat class will be the subclass or the child class, which can be derived from both of these superclasses over here. So it makes sense because bat is a mammal as well as it is a winged animal. So let us check this with the help of the example code now in the VS Code. So over here, first of all, we will create a class that is called as mammal over here, and inside the mammal what we will do is, we will define the function and we will simply say mammal underscore info. So this particular function, it is going to take one parameter, that is self, which is the object itself, and basically we are going to simply print the statement that we are inside mammal function. So as you can see, we are simply printing we are inside mammal function in order to identify that the control flow has come over here inside the mammal info function. And then again we will have another parent class over here, that is winged animal. So we say winged animal over here, and this time what we will do is again we will have the function, but over here we will say winged underscore info. So this particular method belongs to the winged animal over here, and then again it is going to take the parameter as the self, and then again I am simply going to copy this print statement over here and paste this inside the winged info, and we will say we are inside winged animal function. So we say we are inside winged animal function. Now guys, we have created two classes over here which will be treated as the parent classes. Now we will be defining a third class that will be the child class of both these classes. So basically we will have the class that is called as bat over here. And how do we mention the multiple superclasses whenever we are defining the subclasses over here? So basically inside the parenthesis we will have both these classes separated by a comma. So first of all we will have the mammal class over here followed by comma, and then again we will have the winged animal class over here. In the same way you can have any number of classes separated by commas over here in order to achieve multiple inheritance. And then after this we will have the colon, and then again we will have another method which will belong to this bat class over here. So over here we will have the bat underscore info method, and then which will take the self as the parameter, and then we have the colon over here. Again we will have the print statement. We will say we are inside bat function. So it says we are inside bat function. Now guys, inside this bat class we have this bat info function, and apart from this we also have this mammal info and winged info functions, since both these functions are derived from these classes, that is mammal and winged animal over here. So we can access all these functions from the object that we create for the bat class. So let us come out of these classes, and what we will do is, let's say I provide the object that is bat1, it is equal to bat over here. So we have created the object of this bat class in this case, and then when we provide the bat1 object followed by dot, as you can see we are getting all the three functions as the suggestions by the VS Code over here. That's because all the three functions are accessible by this bat1 object over here. So first of all we will say bat info, and then followed by open and close parenthesis, and then again we will say bat1 dot, let's call mammal info in this case. So we have mammal info as well as the third function that is bat1 followed by dot, and then we have the winged info over here, and then open and close parenthesis. So all these three statements will be printed one at a time based on the functions that is being called by the control flow. So let me just save this file now and try running this code in order to confirm the same. So as you can see, first of all we have called the bat info, so we are inside bat function is being displayed, and then again we are inside mammal function is being displayed. That's because mammal info is being called the second time, and third function is being called, that is winged info, and we are getting we are inside winged animal function. So guys, in this way we have also achieved multiple inheritance over here. In case the functions that you want to use are present in the multiple classes, as you can see over here, you can have multiple classes being inherited by the derived class, which we also call it as a subclass over here, and this bat class is acting as a subclass, and both these classes that are mammal and winged animal are acting as the parent classes. Now guys, let us move to another task over here. What do you mean by method resolution order in Python, that is MRO? So if two superclasses have the same method name and the derived class calls that method, then Python uses the MRO to search for the right method to call. So guys, over here we have seen how multiple inheritance can be achieved, but what if the method names in both the superclasses, that is in the mammal class and the winged animal class, are same? So what we will do is, instead of this mammal info we will keep it as display over here, and instead of winged info again we will call it as display. So basically this time what is happening over here is, both these classes, that is mammal class and winged animal classes, are having the same method name, that is display, and what we are doing, we are creating the subclass that is bat and inheriting both these classes, that is is mammal and winged animal over here, and this time both these display methods are getting inherited by this bat function. Now which method will be called when we use the object of this bat method? Let us check that. So basically I'll have to remove these lines of code since these functions are no longer present, but instead of that what we will do is we will say bat1 followed by dot, and then we have another function that is display. So we have only one function. That's because the name of these functions are same in both the parent classes, and then followed by open and close parenthesis. So guys, over here inside the bat function we have the bat info, which will be called by using the bat1 object, and then the next time what we are doing is we are using the bat1 object in order to call the display method. Now which display method will be executed out of these two? Let us check that with the help of execution. So I'll just save this file now and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are inside bat function, which is this statement that is getting printed. That is obvious. That's because we have called the bat info function over here, and next time when we call the display method, it is saying we are inside a mammal function. So guys, basically this print statement was executed, which proves that the display method of the mammal class is being called over here. Why so? That's because when we are creating the child class, the first parent class is being given the highest priority over here. So first the control flow will check whether this display method is it present in the first parent class. If not, then it will go to the second parent class. So over here inside the mammal class, it is finding that the display function is present, and that is what is getting printed over here. So it is the leftmost class that will be used in order to call the method which is present in multiple parent classes over here. So what if we provide winged animal as the first class? So what we will do is I'll just remove this mammal class from here. On the left hand side we will provide winged animal and then followed by comma, and then on the right hand side we provide mammal. So over here again we have just changed the order in which the inheritance is being done over here. Both these classes are still the parent classes of this child class, that is bat class. Now let us check which statement will be printed when we call the display method over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, we are inside winged animal function. So guys, basically this winged animal function, that is display function, was called, and we are getting this statement, that is we are inside winged animal function. That's because this time we have provided winged animal as the leftmost class, and the control flow found this particular display method inside the winged animal class over here, which is the parent class of the bat class. So guys, this is very important. As far as method resolution order is concerned, the leftmost class is being given the highest priority as far as the same names of the methods are concerned. So guys, practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different outputs. Multi-level inheritance in Python programming. So guys, in Python, not only can we derive a class from the superclass, but you can also derive a class from the already derived class over here, which means we can create a child class from the already existing another child class. So this form of inheritance is known as multi-level inheritance. So as you can see in this syntax, it will get more clear over here. So first of all, we have the class, that is the superclass, and we have the superclass methods and variables over here. Next, what we have is class derived class 1, and this is deriving the superclass, which is the parent class over here. It will have its own derived class 1 functions and variables. Now there is a third class called as derived class 2, which is deriving this child class, that is derived class 1 over here, and that is what we have mentioned over here inside the parenthesis, and this is called as multi-level inheritance. So let us check this with the help of examples now, how we can implement multi-level inheritance in Python. So basically, first of all, we will have the class, that is the superclass over here. So inside the superclass, what we will do is we will define the method, that is simply superclass over here, and then after this we have the parenthesis and we say self over here, and we can simply provide a print statement and we can say we are inside superclass. So over here we are simply providing the statement, that is we are inside the superclass, and then we will have another class which will be the child class of this superclass. So we will say derived 1 over here as the child class of which class? It is of the superclass. So basically we have this superclass inside this parenthesis, which means we are inheriting all the properties of the superclass into this derived 1 class, and then again it is having its own function, that is derived 1 over here. So we say derived 1, it takes one parameter, that is self, which is the object itself, and then we can simply provide this print statement. I'll just copy this and paste this over here and change the content of this statement, that is we are inside derived one class. So we say derived one class, and then guys similarly we have the derived two class as well. So I'll just copy these lines of code and paste this over here. This time the parent class will be the derived one class. So over here we will say derived one. So basically this child class, it is getting inherited in the derived two class over here. So we have named it as derived two, and the parent class is derived one over here, and it is having its own method. So we will say derived two in this case, which is taking self as the parameter, and then print we are inside derived two class right now. So basically what is happening is inside the derived two class we will also have derived two function, we will also have derived one function, and we will also have the superclass function which was inherited by the derived one class over here. So we will have all the three functions in the derived two class, whereas in the derived one class we will only have this derived one function and the superclass function over here. So let us check the implementation of all these classes by using the objects. So let us say we create the object that is D2 for the derived 2 class. So over here we will provide the derived 2 class, and then what we will do is simply we will call the functions by using the object name, that is D2 followed by dot. As you can see we are getting all these methods, that is derived 1, derived 2 and the superclass. So first of all we will call the superclass over here, and then we have D2 followed by dot, and then we can call the derived 1 function over here followed by derived 2 function. So D2 followed by dot, and then we have the derived 2 function as well. So basically all the three functions can be accessed by using the object of the derived 2 class, because that is the child class of this derived 1 class, which is again the child class of the superclass over here. So let us save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see we are inside superclass, then we are inside a derived 1 class, and we are inside derived 2 class. So all the print statements are getting executed when the object is of the derived 2 class. But guys, what happens if we create the object of the derived 1 class and use all these functions? So let us change this from derived 2 to derived 1 over here. So as you can see we can access the superclass function, we can also access the derived 1 function, but over here this derived 2 function is coming with a different color, which means we cannot access it. So let us check this once again. So D2 followed by dot, and then we do not have the derived 2 function. Why so? Because we have created the object of the derived 1 class which will only have access to derived 1, that is its own function. Apart from that it will also have the access of the superclass function since it was inherited from the superclass. So guys, we cannot call the derived 2 function over here. So what if we try to access the derived 2 function? Let us check that. So I'll just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see the first two statements are getting printed, that is we are inside superclass and then we are inside a derived 1 class. But then next time the derived 2 class, when the control flow comes over here, it is throwing the error, that is derived 1 object has no attribute, that is derived 2. So basically it is saying that inside this derived 1 class over here we do not have any function which matches with this derived 2 function over here that we are trying to call. So guys, you have to be very careful when you are implementing this multi-level inheritance. Only those functions will be accessible to those objects of the classes which are at the lowest level. At the middle level some of the functions will not be accessible, and if we create the object of the parent class, then that object will not be able to access the functions of the child classes over here. Operator overloading in Python programming. So guys, in Python we can change the way operators work for user defined types. So for example, the plus operator will perform arithmetic addition on two numbers. In the same way it will merge the two list as well, or else if we are dealing with the two strings, then it can concatenate two strings. So the same plus operator can perform multiple operations depending on the operands, whether they are numbers or whether they are strings or list. So this feature in Python that allows the same operator to have different meaning according to the context is called operator overloading. So this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Apart from this, there are certain special functions in Python. So basically the class functions that begin with the double underscore underscore are called special functions in Python. They are called double underscore functions because they have a double underscore prefix and suffix, such as you can see this init, which can be treated as the constructor of a class. It is one function which starts and ends with the double underscore. In the same way, the plus operator can be overridden by using this double underscore followed by add and then double underscore again and then open and close parenthesis. So guys, let us check operator overloading implementation in action using the VS Code over here. So we'll see the very basic examples first of all. So let's say we have num1, it is equal to 10, and then number 2, that is num2, it is equal to 20. So if we simply print num1 plus num2 over here, so num1 plus num2, so basically it is 10 plus 20, which is 30 in this case. So when we just save this file now and try running this code, so as you can see, we are getting the result as 30. But what if these variables are strings? So instead of numbers, let's say if we enclose them within the double quotes, this means that we have a string over here that is 10, that is 10. And then over here as well, we have another string that is 20. So when we do num1 plus num2, instead of 30, we will get the concatenation of this string, which means 10 will be followed by 20 in this case when we try to print this statement. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting 10, 20. So guys, we have not changed anything over here. The operator is same and the operands are also same. The only thing is we have changed the values to the string, and that is what operator overloading means. That is, by using the same operator, we can have the different results based on the operands values. Now guys, let us check how operator overloading can be implemented when we are dealing with classes over here. So let's say we have a class that is named as point over here, and this class, let's say we have a constructor inside it. So we have init method inside this. So init method, it will take one parameter that is self, and what we will do is, let's say it has two attributes over here. So self dot x. So the point class, it will have two attributes, that is x and y coordinates. So over here, let's say we provide the x value by using the parameter that we are getting. So let's say we have x1 over here, and let's say we have y1 over here. So self dot x, it will be equal to x1, and then again we will have self dot y, it is equal to y1 in this case. So whenever we are creating the object by using the point class over here, the constructor, that is init method, will be called along with the 2 points that we will be passing, and those 2 points will be assigned the values to these variables, that is x and y over here. Now guys, in order to override the toString method, we also have another method, that is double underscore and then str. So as you can see, apart from this, we have many other functions that can be used when we provide the double underscore. So VS Code is suggesting us the entire list of functions which we can use in our Python code. So over here we are going to use this str, and then we are going to have our custom code inside this str. So what we are going to do is, we are simply going to print the values of this x and y. So how do we do that? We are going to use the formatting part, and then inside this we are going to call the self followed by dot, and then we have x, and then again we have comma over here, and then again we call the self dot y. So over here we are simply printing the x and y values which are separated by the comma over here. And then guys, let's say we want to override the plus operator over here. So before having the function inside the class, what I will do is, first of all we will create the object. So let's say p1 is the object name, it is equal to point, which is the class over here, and what we do is we do 1 comma 2, that is x and y values over here. And then let's say we have another point, that is p2, it is equal to point, and then this time we are going to provide the x and y coordinates as 2 and 3 over here. And what we want to do is, we want to print the sum of both these points, that is p1 plus p2. So guys, in this case we are using this plus operator, and then these are the operands, that is p1 and p2. So how do we have the custom implementation of this plus operator over here, which we will call it as the operator overloading as well. So as we have seen over here, we have something called as double underscore and then add and then double underscore. So this represents the plus operator as well. So we can use this method inside the class in order to have our custom implementation of addition of both these points. So over here we have def followed by double underscore, and then we have the add method over here followed by double underscore, and then we have the open and close parenthesis, and then inside the parenthesis we will provide the self as the parameter. Now guys, apart from this self parameter, basically when we do p1 plus p2, it is simply p1 dot this particular function that is we are going to define followed by this p2, which will be a parameter. So we need to catch this as the second parameter over here. So what we will do is after this self we will have another parameter and we will name it as other over here. So what we can do is over here we can create another variable that is x. It is equal to self dot x over here, plus we need to use another parameter that is other, which represents the other point that is p2 in this case. So over here we will say other dot x in this case, and then the same way we are going to have another variable that is y. It is equal to self dot y plus other dot y in this case. And then guys, what we have to do is simply we need to return the point of both these values that we have found, that is x and y. So basically return point of x comma y in this case. So we have x comma y. So guys, this is the implementation of our addition operator. We are doing the operator overloading in this case. So basically p1 plus p2, it is same as p1 followed by dot and then the add function being called along with the parameter that is p2. So in this case this function will be called and it will return point of x comma y, and basically while returning this we are providing the print statement. So behind the scenes this function will be called in order to print the statement. So guys, basically over here instead of the print statement we need to have the return statement over here. So I'll just remove this part over here and we will say return followed by double quotes, and then inside this double quotes we will be using the formatting. So let's say we have 0 and then comma, and then let's say we have 1 followed by dot, and then we have format over here, and inside this format we need to provide the x and y values. So self dot x and then comma, and then we have self dot y in this case. So basically this is the way in which we are going to print the values that is of x and y. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see we are getting the coordinates as 3 and 5. This x and x values are getting added. So 1 plus 2 it is equal to 3, and then 2 plus 3 it is equal to 5. So we are getting 5 over here. So guys, basically what we have done is if you see the main code over here, we have just defined p1 and p2, which are simply the points, and if we were not having this implementation inside the class, that is the string and the addition part, then we won't be able to add both these points directly, because by default this plus operator can only handle numbers or strings or list over here. But in order to handle the custom classes we need to define the custom functions as well inside those classes, and according to our requirement we can have the code inside those custom functions. Guys, we can also change the formatting over here. In order to change the formatting we can say that x it is equal to this particular thing, and then after comma we can have y it is equal to self dot y part over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see we have changed the formatting. X it is equal to 3 and y is equal to 5. So whatever format that you want to print in or whatever code you want to have inside this str method, you can have it accordingly based on your requirements. So guys, this is operator overloading for you. With the same operator you can have multiple implementations and it can have different meanings as far as operands are concerned. Similarly, we have other special functions and the other operator overloading functions as well. As you can see we have this init which initializes the attributes of the object, which we have already seen as far as class constructors are concerned. Then we have str which returns a string representation of the object. That is what we have implemented over here. It returns a string implementation of the object, that is point x comma y. And then we also have len which returns the length of the object. Then add which adds the two objects. So over here we have implemented the add method which adds two objects over here, which is p1 and p2. That is what we have achieved in this particular program. Apart from that we also have this call function which calls the objects of the class like a normal function. Guys, apart from this we can also have other operator overloading functions as well. For addition we have seen p1 plus p2, which means p1 dot and then underscore underscore add will be called, in which case the parameter will be p2. Similarly, we can have the subtraction, multiplication, the power of two objects, and then we can have division as well, and then we can have floor division, and many other mathematical operations can be achieved by using the operator overloading, just how we have done in this program. Overloading comparison operators in Python programming. So guys, previously we have seen how we can overload the plus operator in the Python. So Python also allows us to overload comparison operators as well, such as less than or greater than, or less than or equal to, or else greater than or equal to, and so on. Many other comparison operators are present in Python programming which can be overloaded. So for example, as you can see, we have the class that is person, and then we have the constructor which takes the parameter as the self, and then name and age is taken. So basically this name and age are being assigned to the name and age attributes of the class. And then we have the overloading of the less than operator over here in this case. So as you can see, we have the function def and then followed by underscore underscore lt, which refers to the less than sign over here, and then double underscore once again, and then it takes one object, that is the self object over here. It takes the other object, that is the second object. So what we can do is we can create the two objects over here, that is p1, it is equal to person, the name is Alice and the age is 20 years old, and then we have p2, that is another person, the name is Bob and the person is 30 years old. So guys, basically what we are doing is we are printing over here p1 less than p2. So we are checking whether p1 is less than p2 or not. So what exactly will happen is, instead of this less than, the control flow will go over here to this particular function, because we have provided the comparison operator overloading over here. So the first object will be p1 in this case, which will be assigned to self, and the second object will be p2 over here, which will be assigned to the other, and self dot age will be compared whether it is less than the other dot age over here. If it is yes, then it will return true, or else it will return false. So guys, let us implement this in our VS code over here. So let's say we have the class person in this case, and then what do is we define the constructor over here. So def keyword followed by the init function in this case. So I'm going to implement the constructor over here. So what we will do is, let's say we have self dot name, it is equal to, the name will be taken as the parameter over here. So let's say I provide name 1 and then age 1 over here, so that we can identify them. So name, it is equal to name 1, and then we have self dot age, it is equal to age 1. So the name and age will be coming as the parameters when we are going to initialize the object, when we are creating the object of the person class, and those name and age will be assigned to these variable names, that is name and age. And then guys, what we will do is we will be doing the comparison operator overloading. So over here we are going to define double underscore and then lt over here, so which refers to the less than operator in this case, and it is going to take two parameters. One is the self parameter and then the other object. So over here the second parameter is the other object, and this thing is simply going to return the comparison of the two ages over here. So this will be return self dot age, is it less than the other dot age. So over here we are simply going to compare whether self dot age is less than other dot age or not. If yes, then return true, or else return false. So guys, what we will do is we will create two person objects over here. So let's say p1, it is equal to the person, and let's say the first person name is Tom, and Tom is 10 years old in this case. And then let's say we have p2, it is equal to person, and let's say the name of this person is Harry, and Harry is 20 years old. So guys, what we will do is simply we need to print two statements comparing the ages of both the person. So we will say p1, is it less than p2, then it will return true or false. So is p1 less than p2? Yes, in this case, because p1's age is 10 and p2's age is 20, and that is what this particular function will be implementing and returning the result. And over here again we will say print p2 is less than p1 this time. So p2 less than p1 this time. So is p2 less than p1? So what will happen is 20 less than 10? No, in this case. So this should return false. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, for first statement we are getting it as true, and for second statement we are getting the result as false. To make it more understandable, what we can do is we can provide the statements over here. Is Tom younger than Harry? question mark, and then we can have a comma over here, and similarly we can have such statement in the second print statement as well. So over here we will say, is Harry younger than Tom in this case. So we have, is Harry younger than Tom. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, is Tom younger than Harry? So Tom age is 10 and Harry's age is 20 right now. So it is returning true that Tom is younger than Harry. And second time, is Harry younger than Tom? Harry is 20 years old, Tom is 10 years old. So it is saying, is Harry younger than Tom? No in this case. So that is why we are getting the result as false. What if we have another person with the same name, that is Tom, who is 30 years old? So over here we will update the age of Tom, that is another person who is 30 years old, and we are comparing it with the same person, that is Harry, which is 20 years old. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. This time, is Tom younger than Harry? No in this case, because Tom is elder than Harry right now. So we are getting false. And in the second statement, is Harry younger than Tom? Yes, because 20 is less than 30 this time. So we are getting true in this case. So guys, this is the way that we can implement the comparison operator overloading as far as Python programming is concerned. Iterator in Python programming. So guys, iterators are methods that iterate collections like list, tuples, etc. Using an iterator method, we can loop through an object and return its elements. So we have already seen how we can iterate through the list and tuples as well using the for loop, but we can also have our custom iterators in order to iterate through the different elements inside the list. So that we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Now we can use the iter method, which represents the iterator, to initialize the iterator, and the next method to go through the iterator. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now over here in the VS Code. So what we will do is, let's say we have the list that is named as list 1, and then let's say we have the list of numbers in this case. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 and then 5. So guys, how do we get the iterator to this particular list over here? So what we can do is, simply we can have the name of the variable, that is iterator, it is equal to, and then we can use the function name, that is iter. This is one of the functions that will return us the iterator over here, and inside this function it will take one parameter, which will be the list 1 in this case. So basically the list or tuple, it goes as the parameter to this function, that is iter, and it returns the iterator over here. And then we can use this iterator in order to get the elements of this list. So what we will do is, let's say we have the print function, and then we can use the next function in this case inside the print. So as you can see, VS Code is suggesting us this next function over here, which will take the iterator as the parameter. So we provide the iterator as the parameter. So what will happen is, this thing will point to the first element to the list over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting 1 in this case. Now what we can do is, again we can have another print statement in order to print the second element. So over here I have just copied and pasted this line of code, and then let me just save this file now. On the next line we should get the second element, that is 2. So as you can see, we are getting 1, and then we are also getting 2 over here. So similarly we can get all the elements in this case by using the iter method. We have got the iterator over here, and by using this iterator as the parameter to the next function, we have got the element itself. So guys, this is the very basic way in which we can use the iterator along with the next function. Now guys, let us check this with the help of the for loop, working of for loop with the iterators. So what we can do is, instead of printing these statements multiple times, we can simply use this iterator inside the for loop. So over here we can have for and then element in, and then we can provide this iterator. So this iterator is having all the elements right now, and we are going to iterate through this iterator, and one at a time all the elements will be assigned to this element variable, and inside this for loop we can simply provide the element over here. So we can provide element, and in order to have all the elements on the same line when we are providing the print statement, we can have the end parameter over here, which is /n by default, which means a control flow goes to the new line. So in this case we want it to be on the same line, so we will separate all the elements by using one space character over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the same line. We can also separate them by using a comma and a space character. So I've just provided comma in the end parameter. I'll just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 separated by commas. So guys, this is the way that we can use the for loop along with the iterator in order to go through all the elements inside the list. We can also do this directly by using the list 1 as well. So when we provide list 1, which is containing all the elements over here, so instead of having the iterator as well, we can use the list 1. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So the same output will be displayed, that is all the elements of the list. Now guys, where this iterator becomes important is whenever we are creating the custom classes and we want to iterate through the custom iterator that we want to create. So guys, let us check it with the help of example now. So guys, what are the important points while building the custom iterators? So building an iterator from scratch is easy in Python. We just have to implement the _iter followed by _ method. So this is one of the custom methods that we have to implement inside the class. Along with this, we also have to implement the _next method over here inside the same class. So these are the two methods that are important which needs to be implemented inside the class while building the custom iterators. So this iter method, it returns the iterator object itself. If required, some initialization can be performed in this method, and the second method, that is the next method over here, it must return the next item in the sequence on reaching the end, and in subsequent calls it must raise stop iteration. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples as well. So over here what we will do is we will implement the power of 2 class over here, which means we are going to find the results of the power of the number, that is 2. So we are going to have the class which is going to be named as power 2 in this case, and what we will do is we will have the constructor over here. So we have the init method in this case, and init method, it will take the maximum number up to which we need to find the power of 2 over here. So basically, apart from self, we will have the max value as well. So over here we will say self.max, it is equal to max. So while creating the object of this class, we will be providing the max number up to which we need to find the power of 2. And then guys, as we have seen, in order to build the custom iterator, we need to have the 2 functions. So first of all, we will have the iter function over here. So we have iter function and then followed by open and close parenthesis. This will again take the parameter as self, and what we will do is the initial value, that is self.n. So we have the variable that is n, which is equal to 0 right now. So we will find the powers of 2 starting from 0 up to the number that is max that we have provided while creating the object of the power 2 class over here. So what we are going to do is self.n, it is equal to 0, and this thing is going to return a iterator which is going to be the self itself. So over here we are returning the iterator, that is the self itself. And then guys, we are going to also define the next method over here. So we have def followed by _, and then we have the next method followed by _, and then again we are going to have the self as the parameter. So over here what we will do is, first of all, we need to check whether the value of n, is it less than or equal to the value of max that we have provided. So over here we will provide the if condition, and inside the parenthesis we will say whether self.n is this less than or equal to max, that is self.max in this case. So we have self.max, and if yes, then we are going to have the result. What is the result? It is equal to 2 raised to the power of n. So it will be 2 multiplied by double times and then self.n in this case. So over here we are getting the current value of n. We are checking whether it is less than or equal to max, and if yes, then we are finding 2 raised to that number, that is n over here, and the result will be stored in this result variable. Next, what we are going to do is we are going to increment the value of n by 1. So it is going to be self.n plus equal to 1. So we are incrementing the value of n by 1 so that the next time the control flow comes over here, it will find that the value of n is incremented by 1, and then after this we simply have to return result in this case, for which we have already found the result over here. So guys, this is the case when n is less than or equal to max. But what if the n is incremented in such a way that it becomes greater than the maximum number which we have already provided, for which we don't want to find the power of 2. So over here inside the else part, what we will do is we will raise the stop stop iteration. So over here we can simply provide raise stop iteration. So we have this exception, that is raise stop iteration over here, which is one of the built-in exceptions. Now guys, what we can do is simply we can create the object of this power2 class over here that we have created. So what we can do is, let's say we provide the object name, that is I, it is equal to power 2 over here, and the maximum number for which we want to find the power of 2 is 3 right now. So what this will do is, when we create this object I, the control flow, it sees that for this particular power 2 class we have a constructor that is in it, and it will take the number that is max. So over here we have provided the max as 3. So self dot max, that is this particular variable, will have the value as 3 over here. And then guys, in order to find the iterator, we will name it as the iterator variable. It is equal to iter, this method, and then inside this method we need to pass this object, that is I. So what exactly will happen is, the control flow will see that for this particular class we have the user defined iter method. So it will come over here, and initially the value of n will be set as 0 in this case. So we have 0 to start with, and at the end we have max, that is the value of 3. And then guys, what we have to do is, we have to iterate through this iterator over here. So we already have the iterator. Next time when we call this next method, the control flow comes over here. It will see that the value of n, it is 0 right now, and it is less than or equal to max. So 2 raised to 0, the first result, it will be equal to 1, and that same result will be passed over here as the return statement, and before that n will be incremented, and the updated value of n will be 1 in this case. So over here we can simply provide the print statement, and we can say next over here, and inside the parenthesis we will have the iterator as the parameter. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting the result as 1, and next time what we will do is, again we will copy paste these lines of code 3 times over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, we are getting 1, 2, 4 and 8, which is equal to 2 raised to 0 is 1, 2 raised to 1 is 2, 2 raised to 2 is 4, 2 raised to 3 is 8. And next time when we print the value once again over here, so what will happen is 2 raised to 4 will be found, and in this case, since n value is not less than or equal to max, so raise stop iteration will be called over here, and we will get some other statement being printed on the terminal. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we have got 1, 2, 4 and 8, and after this, as you can see, raise stop iteration was called while calling the next function over here. So guys, this is the way that we can build our custom iterators whenever we are dealing with our custom classes. We just need to define two methods over here, that is iter, which stands for iterator, which will return an iterator over here, and then we also have to define the next method, which will return us the next element to be used as far as our requirements are concerned in the Python program. So guys, you can have any logic over here. This is just an example that we have taken, that is, in order to find the power of 2, you can have any logic based on your requirements and raise the exception in any manner that you want based on your requirements. Generators in Python programming. So guys, in Python, a generator is a function that returns an iterator that produces a sequence of values when iterated over. So basically, a generator is nothing but it is a function that will help us in order to generate the sequence of values, and we can iterate through those values. Now generators are very useful when we want to produce a large sequence of values, but we don't want to store all of them in memory at once. So guys, we are going to check this with the help of examples as well, how generators are very memory efficient as far as Python programming is concerned. Now similar to defining a normal function, we can define a generator function using the def keyword, but instead of the return statement, we use the yield statement. So as you can see, this is the syntax of the generator function. We have the def keyword followed by the name of the function. It can take any argument over here, and as you can see, one of the statements must be including the yield keyword over here. So this statement will yield something instead of returning the value. So basically, the yield keyword is used to produce a value from the generator and pause the generator function's execution until the next value is requested. So guys, let us check this with the help of example code now. We are going to check how the Python generators work with the help of the debugging. So guys, let's say we define the function over here using the def keyword and then followed by the name of the function, that is the num generator. So we are going to generate some numbers over here. So we have this num generator function, and then it is going to take the argument as the the maximum value up to which we want to generate the numbers. And then after this colon, what we will do is we will initialize the value of n, it is equal to 0, and then what we will do is we will have the while loop, and it is going to check whether this n is it less than or equal to max. So over here we are going to give the condition that this n value must be less than or equal to this max value over here. So the number, it starts from 0 and then it will go up to the number that is max, which will be given as the parameter while calling this generator. So guys, what we have to do is we have to use the yield keyword. So over here what we will be doing is whatever the n value is, we will be providing that value. So we will be returning that value. So we provide this statement that is yield n, and then after this what we will do is we will increment the value of n. So n plus it is equal to 1, so we will increment the value of n by 1 over here. So guys, this is the way we have created the generator function. Now how do we call it? So guys, outside this function we will be having the for loop, and then we will get all the values that is being generated by this num generator over here in the item. So we have item and then in, and then followed by the function name, that is the generator name over here. So guys, while calling this generator, it is expecting one argument, so we are going to give this number as 5 over here. So the numbers will be from 0 up to 5 in this case, and then we will provide colon, and simply we are going to print the item in this case. So we have item, and then let's say in order to get all the numbers on the same line, we will have the end parameter, and we will separate all the numbers using the space character inside this end parameter over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, it is generating all the numbers, that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So guys, this is the way that the generator works. Now guys, you will ask me like what is the difference? Like we can also have the range over here in order to get all the numbers from 0 to 5. So what is the importance of writing this generator as a function over here? So guys, the important advantage of using this generator is it is very memory efficient. So when we are saying that yield n, that means only one number at a time is getting generated. Over here 0 is getting generated only once, and then we have 1 over here, then we have 2 over here. So all these numbers are not being stored in the memory, but during the runtime individual numbers are getting generated one at a time by using this num generator. So guys, let us check this how it works using the debugging. So what I will do is I'll provide a breakpoint over here on the for loop, and then we will say run, and then we will say start debugging over here. So one at a time we will come to know what are the different steps that the control flow is going through. So over here as you can see, the control flow has stopped over here. Now let us go inside this. So I'll click on this step into action over here. So when we click on this, as you can see, the control flow has come over here. That's because the num generator with 5 has been called right now, and then again we will click on this to go to the next step. So we are on the while loop now, and then what it is doing is it is yielding this value that is n. So when we press once again, so as you can see, it has come back over here, print the item. So basically what has happened is it has returned the value of n, that is 0, and it is assigned to this variable that is item. So again when we press on this step into, as you can see, this 0 is getting printed now. So basically the item got printed after the statement that is yield n was executed, and then next time once again the control flow has gone to the for loop. Again it says that num generator we need to call. So the control flow will see that the previous time it was returned from here, so the control flow will go to the next line, that is n is equal to n plus 1. So the value of n will be incremented now, and then again we go to step into, we go to the while loop once again, and then again yield n. This time the value of n will be 1, so n is being returned and is assigned to this item, and then again we will print the value of item. So as you can see, 1 is getting printed once again, and then when we press the step into actions once again, as you can see 2 is getting printed now, and then again the next time 3 should get printed. As you can see, 3 is getting printed. So guys, basically the main advantage of this generator function is to generate one number at a time and not store all the numbers in the memory. So this is the memory efficient operation that is being carried out by this generator in the Python programming. So guys, when we press on this continue, then the other number should get printed over here. Now guys, let us move to another task. We have something called as Python generator expression. So basically in Python, a generator expression is a concise way to create a generator object. So basically this is the syntax, that is expression followed by for, and then we have item in iterable. So guys, let us check this as well with the help of example. Now what we will do is we will have the square generator. So basically this generator will be used in order to get the square of the numbers. It is equal to, what we will do is, as we have seen over here, this is the syntax. First of all, we are going to have the expression inside the parenthesis, and then we are going to have the for keyword followed by item, and then in the iterable. So we can simply find the square of the number by multiplying that number by itself. So what we are going to do is we will say I multiplied by I. Now from where this I will come, we will have the for keyword, and then this I will come from here, that is I in, and then we can say range, and then we can simply provide the number, that is 5. So basically this range will help us to generate the numbers from 0 to 4, and one at a time all the numbers, that is 0 to 4, will be assigned to this variable, that is I, and then I multiplied by I will be generated, and it will be assigned to this generator, and we can simply iterate through this generator in order to print all the numbers, that is the square of these numbers over here. So guys, how we will do that? We will simply use the for loop now, and then over here we will say element in, and then we can simply have the square generator over here, and then we can simply provide the print statement, and we can print the element. So guys, basically this is going to print the square of the numbers going from 0 up to 4 over here in this case. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, square of 0, it is 0, square of 1 is 1, the next number is 2, so 2 2s are 4, and then the next number is 3, so square of 3 is 9, and then the next number, that is 4, the square of 4 is 16 over here. So guys, this is the way that we can use the Python generator expression, as we have seen over here, in order to generate the numbers and one at a time iterate through them by using the for loop over here. Now guys, why do we use this Python generator? So basically it is very easy to implement as compared to the iterables that we have seen previously. You can easily generate the generators in order to iterate through them. Another important advantage is it is memory efficient, as we have seen that only one item at a time is getting returned whenever we are using the generator function. So we use the yield keyword instead of the return keyword in order to return the individual elements inside the generator. It also represents the infinite stream of data. So basically whenever we are going to implement the infinite stream of data, it becomes very important that we can use the generator. So as you can see, for example, we have this all even function over here. N value is initialized as 0, and then we can say while true yield n value. So over here one value of n will be returned at a time. So basically this is very memory efficient over here. We are not storing all the values in a particular list, but we are generating one number at a time. Next time the value of n will be incremented by 2 in this case. So guys, generators are very important whenever you are going to deal with programs which requires memory efficiency. Closures in Python programming. So guys, Python closure is a nested function that allows us to access variables of the outer function even after the outer function is closed. So guys, we will check this with the help of examples as well. So what this Python closure means is whenever we are having the inner function inside the outer function, and when we are using the variable of the outer function inside the inner function, still we can access that variable from the inner function itself even after the outer function execution is completed. So guys, over here we have the function that is the greet, and over here what we are doing is we are providing the variable that is name, and the value is John over here, and what we are doing is we are returning an anonymous function. So in this case we have to return the function which will be assigned to the variable. So we are returning lambda, and then we are saying hi, and then this name. So guys, basically what we have to do is when we are calling this greet function, we are assigning the value to this message. So what will be the return value over here? It will be this anonymous function which will be returned, and it will be assigned to this message variable. And since it is a function now, we have to use the open and close parenthesis while calling this function that is message, and we can call it inside the print function as well, since it is going to return this string over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now. So we are going to have the function that is greet over here, which is not going to take any parameter, and then inside this we are going to have the name. Let's say we initialize the name as Peter, and then what we are going to do is we are going to return an anonymous function in this case. So let's say the anonymous function, it is lambda followed by colon, and then we are simply going to provide the string, that is hi followed by plus, and then the name that we have already defined over here, for which the value is Peter. So guys, this is the way that we can have the anonymous function. Now this anonymous function will be assigned to another variable when the greet function is called. So over here we will say message, it is equal to this greet function. So this greet function is being called. What the control flow will do is it will see that the name value is parameter, and it will say hi name, and this entire anonymous function will be assigned to this message. Now we can simply call this message and print the statement. So over here we will have the print statement, and we can call this message variable, but it is a function now. Since this greet function is returning the anonymous function, we have to provide this open and close parenthesis over here along with the message variable name. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting the message that is hi Peter. So guys, over here this function is being treated as a closure now. Why so? Because as you can see, we are printing this message function, and the execution of this function is already over, that is the outer function execution is already over, but the name parameter is present inside the outer function. Still we can access it by calling the variable that is outside of the greet function. And guys, this is what we call it as a Python closure, wherein we can access the variable of the outer function from the inner function. Now guys, let us check another example. So let's say we have a function over here. So we say def followed by the function name, that is calculate, which is not going to take any parameter. And then over here, let's say we provide the value of n, it is equal to 1. And then what we will do is we will have another inner function over here. So we say def followed by inner, and then this is another function. So what this function will do is it will access the variable that is in the outer function, that is the variable n, and it will add 2 to it. So basically what we have to do is we have to use the non-local keyword over here in order to access that variable. After this we have to increment the value of n by 2. So n plus it is equal to 2 over here, and then we will say return n in this case. So guys, basically what this is doing is it is taking this variable that is n, and then it is incrementing the value of n by 2, and then it is returning. So guys, basically it is going to only return the odd number starting from 3 over here, since the initial value of n is 1. And what we will do is the outer function that is calculate, it is going to simply return this inner function over here. So we say return inner in this case. So guys, basically whenever we are going to call this calculate, it is going to return this function that is inner, which will be assigned to another variable outside of this calculate function. So let's say we have a variable that is odd, it is equal to, we call this function that is calculate over here. So what this will do is the control flow will see that we have called the calculate function, it will come over here, and then n will be assigned the value that is 1, and then it is going to return inner. So basically this is getting returned, that is the inner function is getting returned, and it will be assigned to this odd variable. So next time we can simply call this odd variable in order to get the value of this n. So let us check that. What we can do is we can simply provide the print statement, and inside this we can call this odd function over here. So this odd function is going to call this inner function. It is going to see that the non-local n, the value is 1 right now, so it will do n plus it is equal to 2. So the latest value of n will be 3, and that value will be returned and it will be displayed over here. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 3 is getting displayed. Similarly, if we want to get more values, so I'm going to simply copy and paste these lines of code, that is we are going to print more odd numbers over here. So I'll just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, we are getting 3, and then the next odd number will be 5, and then the next odd number will be 7. So guys, basically we have only called the outer function, that is calculate, once. But this is the importance of the Python closure. It remembers what the previous value of n was and continuously it it increments the value of n by 2, and that is what we are getting over here. So guys, this is the way that we can implement Python closures, decorators in Python programming. So guys, a Python decorator is a function that takes in a function as an argument and returns it by adding some functionality. So basically we are going to define a function that will take another function as a parameter and it will return it with some added functionality, and that function that we are going to create is called a Python decorator. So as you can see in this example, we have something called as makePretty, which is going to take another function as the parameter, and inside this we are having the inner function over here, which is going to simply print I got decorated, and then after that it is going to call that function which was passed as a parameter to this makePretty function, and after this there is a return inner function which is going to be returned by this outer function. So how can we call it? So basically we have another function that is ordinary, which is going to simply print I am ordinary. So basically we are going to call this makePretty function, which is the outer function over here, and we are going to pass this ordinary function that we have created over here. So this ordinary function is going as the parameter to this makePretty function, and the control flow is returning this inner function with the help of this statement. So basically this variable will get the inner function over here, and when we are going to call this decorated function variable along with the open and close parenthesis, this particular inner function will be called. So first of all this print statement will be called, and then this ordinary function will be called. So guys, let us check this with the help of example as well, so that you get the clear picture of what a Python decorator means. So basically first of all, let's say we define the function that is ordinary function over here, and what we are going to do is we are simply going to print the statement that is I am ordinary. So guys, how do we call this function? Simply by using the name of this function we can call it. So basically we are going to use the name of the function followed by open and close parenthesis. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, I am ordinary is getting displayed. But what is the main aim of Python decorators? It is going to take this function as the parameter and return it with some additional functionality. So let's say we have another function over here, and the name of that function we will keep it as makePretty, and then this thing is going to take another function as the parameter. So let's say we provide the function as the variable name, and then after this we have a colon, and then inside this we are going to have another nested function which we call it as inner, and this thing is not going to take any parameter, and then after this simply we are going to print that I am decorated over here. So I am decorated, and then after this we are going to call this function which was passed as the parameter to the makePretty. So we'll just call this function using the open and close parenthesis, and then after this what we will do is this makePretty will return the inner function over here. So basically we are going to call the return inner over here. So now whenever we are going to call this makePretty function, we have to assign it to the variable, and that variable will be having this instance of the inner function. So what we will do is, instead of calling this ordinary function, we will say decorated, that is the variable name, followed by equal to, and we will call this makePretty function over here. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and with this makePretty what we are going to do is we are going to pass this ordinary function because it is expecting a function over here as the parameter. So I'm going to pass this ordinary, we'll just copy and paste over here. So guys, basically this function is going to return another function that will be inner. So this entire function will be returned and assigned to this decorated variable. Now we can call this decorated variable as a function in order to call the statements that are present inside this inner function. So what we are going to do is simply we are going to call this decorated along with the open and close parenthesis over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, instead of just I am ordinary, we are getting I am decorated over here because this function is getting called. So first of all, this statement that is I am decorated is getting printed on the terminal. After this, we have this function call. So what is this function call? This is nothing but this is the ordinary function that is supposed to be called. So this I am ordinary is getting printed as the second line. So guys, this is the way that we can use the Python decorators in order to add some functionality to the existing functions. We can use the Python decorator, which is another function, and it is going to return another inner function over here as we have seen. Apart from this, after calling this function, we can also have some other statements such as I am already decorated. So we can say I am already decorated, and before this we can say I am being decorated. So basically this is the process of getting decorated, and then over here it will print I am ordinary, and then again I am already decorated will get printed over here. So let me just save this file once again and try running this code. So as you can see, these three statements are getting printed over here. Now guys, apart from this, there is another way in order to mention these decorators. So add symbol with decorator. As you can see, instead of assigning the function call to a variable that we have done just now over here, we are assigning this function call to this particular variable that is decorated. Python provides a much more elegant way to achieve this functionality using the add symbol. So over here we can also use the @ symbol in order to call this make pretty function. So what we have to do is, I'll just remove these lines of code. So basically these lines of codes are not required, and instead of that we can simply call the ordinary function over here. But in order to get it decorated, what we have to do is, before this ordinary function we have to use @ symbol followed by the decorator name, that is this function name, which is make pretty. So over here we will say make pretty. So guys, in this way when we call this ordinary, it is going to check that yes, we are having the decorator over here, and this function will be called, which will return these statements which we have already seen. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, all these three statements are again getting printed over here. So we have not called the make pretty directly, but we have called the ordinary function, which is the base function, and for that we are having the decorator, that is make pretty. Guys, let us take another example as far as decorators are concerned with the help of numbers over here. So what we are going to do is, let's say we have the divide function. So divide function takes two parameters, that is x comma y. It is simply going to divide x by y over here. So we are going to have return x divided by y in this case. Now guys, let's say we call this function. So basically we need to call this function with the help of two numbers. So let's say first we call 2, 5, and then let me just save this file now and try running this code. So we are not getting any result. That's because we are returning x divided by y. Instead of that, let us print the operation. So print x divided by y. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, we are getting the result as 0.4. But guys, let's say I want to divide one more number. So let's say we have divide 2, 0. Now this time the denominator is 0 and we cannot divide any number by 0. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting 0 division error, that is division by 0. That is the exception that is occurring for this statement, that is divide 2, 0. So guys, let's say we want to handle this exception with the help of Python decorator. So what we will do is, we will have another function over here which will act as a Python decorator for this divide function, and we will name this function as smart divide. It is going to check whether the denominator is 0 or not, and then only it will divide the two numbers. So over here it is going to take one parameter, that is the function, as the argument, and then we are going to have colon, and then inside this we are going to have the inner function over here. Now this inner function is also going to take two parameters, since the original function, that is divide, we are calling it with two parameters over here. So again, inside the inner function we will have x comma y, and then after this simply we are going to have the print statement, and we will say I am going to divide x and y. So in this case, I am going to divide comma x, and then we have and then comma we have y in this case. So basically we are just printing the statement, that is I am going to divide x and y, and then after this we are going to check whether this value, that is y, which is the denominator, whether it is equal to 0 or not. So we will say if y it is equal to 0, then we can simply print the statement, that is denominator is 0, and then we say cannot divide. So basically when the denominator is 0, we cannot divide and we have to return back. So we will say return in this case. So when y is 0, then denominator is 0, cannot divide, statement should get printed and the control flow should return back. Or else if y is not 0, then we need to call this divide function over here, which was passed as a parameter, as you can see. So over here we say return, and then we say function, and then we have to pass both these parameters, that is x and y in this case. So we say x comma y, and then guys, after this, coming out of this inner function, we have to return this inner function from this smart divide. So we say return inner. So So as you can see, this is our Python decorator function that will help us in order to check whether the denominator is 0. If it is 0, then it will print the statement that we cannot divide the two numbers. If it is not 0, then this particular function, that is divide, needs to be called. Now guys, when we are calling this divide, we also need to call this smart divide. So as we have seen with the @, operator, before this function that is divide, we have to provide @ and then we have to provide smart divide. So when this divide function is being called, the control flow will go over here and it will check that we have the Python decorator in this case. So the control flow will come over here and all the operations will be carried out as we have just discussed. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, this time we are getting, I am going to divide 2 and 5. That's because the first time that we provided the numbers were 2 and 5 in this case. So the answer was 0.4, and the next time is I am going to divide 2 and 0, the second statement which contains 2 and 0 numbers as the x and y values. We are getting denominator is 0, cannot divide. So guys, over here we have successfully used the Python decorator in order to handle the exception that was occurring when we were dividing the two numbers where denominator was 0 in this case. So property decorator in Python programming. So guys, Python programming provides us with a built-in property decorator which makes usage of getter and setters much easier in object-oriented programming. So guys, previously we had seen the object-oriented programming in Python. Whenever we are going to have the private variables, it is very important that we have the getters and setters for them so that they cannot be directly accessed, but they can only be accessed using the getter and setter functions. So guys, we will check with the help of examples how we can use the property decorator in Python. So this is the example code that we are going to use. Let's say we have the class Celsius over here, and initially we have the constructor which takes the temperature as the argument, and this temperature value will be assigned to another variable, that is the temperature variable belonging to this class Celsius. And then we also have another function that is to Fahrenheit which will convert this Celsius temperature to the Fahrenheit temperature. So guys, let us check this with the help of example as well. I'll quickly copy these lines of code and paste this over here. So as you can see, what we have done is we have the constructor. It is going to take one parameter, that is the temperature. By default the value will be 0 if temperature value is not provided, and we have another function that is to Fahrenheit. It takes the same temperature, it multiplies by 1.8 and adds 32 to this Celsius temperature, and this is the function in order to convert the degree Celsius to degree Fahrenheit. So guys, over here what we are going to do is we are going to create the object. So guys, let's say we create an object. The name of the object is human. It is equal to, we call the class name over here, that is Celsius, and we don't pass any argument. So by default the temperature will be taken as 0 in this case, and let's say the human body temperature, just for the sake of example, is 37. So we are going to use this object that is human followed by dot, and then we have temperature, and then we can simply assign it a value. So we can say equal to and then 37. So guys, what this statement will do is this 37 value will be assigned to the variable that is temperature of this class that is Celsius. So basically it is a public variable right now, and then we can simply print these values. So we can first of all print the temperature of this human object. So we say human followed by dot, and then we say temperature over here, and then again in order to get the temperature in Fahrenheit, what we can do is we can call human followed by dot and then to Fahrenheit. So this is the function that is going to convert the temperature from degree Celsius to degree Fahrenheit. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting 37 as the degree Celsius temperature, and then after converting to Fahrenheit, since we are taking the floating number over here, and based on this formula we are getting the decimal points, and the value is 98.6. So guys, this is the way that we can use the object oriented programming in Python. Now guys, there is a very important point. The temperature in degree Celsius cannot go to less than negative 273.15. So this is the maximum negative value in degree Celsius that it can go. But guys, over here there is no such restrictions. We can keep it negative 300 as well. So when we say negative 300 over here, and let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, we are getting minus 300 and minus 508 as the degree Celsius and degree Fahrenheit respectively. But guys, this implementation is not correct, since the maximum negative degree Celsius temperature that can go is up to negative 273.15. So what we can do is we can use use the getters and setters. So suppose we want to extend the usability of the Celsius class defined above. We know that the temperature of any object cannot reach below 273.15 degrees Celsius. So what we have to do is we have to make this temperature as a private variable and we have to use the getter and setter functions. But guys, in order to make this variable as private variable, we have to prefix a single or double underscore before this variable, and to do that to all the existing instances will be little bit difficult if we are using this variable many times inside the class. So what we can do is we can use the property decorator of the Python that is being provided as the feature in order to accomplish our task of getting the getters and setters as well, and in order to make this variable as private as well. So instead of changing the existing instances of the variable, we can simply first of all define the getters and setters. So we will say def followed by get temperature. This get temperature function is going to take one parameter, that is self, which is the object itself, and then what we will say is we are going to simply return this temperature. So we will say self followed by dot and then single underscore, or you can also use the double underscore in this case, and we are going to say temperature. So guys, this is acting as a private variable over here, and in order to identify that we have come inside the get temperature, we will have the print statement and we will say getting value. So guys, this is the statement that will be printed. Apart from that, the temperature will be returned over here. And then guys, similarly what we will do is we will also have the setter function. So we have set temperature in this case. So I'll just copy and paste this function name and we will say set temperature over here, and we will take self as the parameter, and apart from that we will also take the value that is coming in order to set the temperature. And then after this we have to check whether this value is it less than negative 273.15. that is what we have mentioned over here. So I'm going to simply copy this value and we are going to have the condition if value less than this value over here. So if the value is less than negative 273.15, then we will simply print the statement that this temperature is not possible. So temperature below negative 273.15 is not possible, and then we have to return back. So we will say return in this case. And then guys, the next statement should be if the value is not less than this particular value, then we have to assign that value to the self temperature over here. So I'm just going to copy this variable name and paste this over here. It will be equal to this value that has been just passed to this setter function. So guys, we have already defined the getter and setter function. Now the main problem over here is we are using the underscore in this case as the prefix, whereas we were not using the underscore in this case. So guys, we can use the property decorator now over here in order to assign those values. So what we have to do is inside this class itself, that is Celsius class, we can simply provide the variable name that is temperature. It is equal to, we say property in this case. So guys, this is the built-in class that is provided by the Python in order to solve the challenge that we are facing right now. So basically we are going to provide the property, and then after this we simply provide the getter and setter function name. So over here we say get temperature followed by comma, and then we say set temperature in this case. So guys, basically we provide the getter function that is get temperature and set temperature as the parameter to this property decorator over here. So guys, Python will come to know that for this temperature we have to use this getter and this setter in this case. So now what will happen is whenever we are going to call human.temperature, it sees that there is a getter function in this case and it will try to assign this negative 300, in which case the set temperature will be called, and this particular condition that we have just defined will be checked whether it is less than negative 273.15. If yes, then this particular statement will be displayed and the control flow will return back. If this condition is false, then basically the temperature value will be overwritten. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, first of all, human, it is equal to Celsius. So basically human.temperature, it is equal to negative 300. So over here what it is trying to do is it is trying to call this set temperature function, and since the value is negative 300 that was passed from here, the value is less than this particular value, and that is why temperature below negative 273.15 is not possible statement is getting printed over here. Now guys, next time what is happening is the print statement human.temperature. So the control flow is trying to get the value of the temperature. So it is saying getting value over here, and then after this, initially by default the temperature was 0, which was never overridden over here, and that is why we are getting it as 0. And then next time we are getting the value in terms of Fahrenheit over here. So basically this 2 Fahrenheit function is again calling the get temperature over here. So again we are getting the value in this case, and since this is 0, this multiplication expression becomes 0 over here, and we are getting 32 as the value. So we are getting 32 as the value now. So guys, let's say we provide negative 200 this time. So basically this temperature below this particular value is not possible, should not be printed in this case. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting value negative 200 was set, and 2 Fahrenheit it is minus 328 as the value that is getting displayed in degree Fahrenheit. So guys, this is the way that we can use the property decorator with the help of getters and setters whenever we want to hide a particular variable inside the class and make it as a private variable. So guys, please make sure that you practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different outputs. So we have come to the conclusion of the Python programming language. Hopefully you have got enough knowledge about the Python language, and you should practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different outputs, and that is how you are going to learn more about the Python language. So that's it in this video. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, stay tuned.